Good morning, cricket fans, and greetings from the Caribbean. It's day two of this round three match between the Jamaica Scorpions and the Barbados Pride, coming live to you from the iconic Sabina Park in Jamaica. Let's go straight to the pitch report. The story of the game yesterday is that Barbados won the toss and elected to bat. At the end of the day, they ended on a 346 for 5. Rustin Chase not out on 82. Lenico Boucher on 40. And in terms of the other notable knocks, Jonathan Drakes with 94. Craig Braffett with 71. Brad Barnes getting 2 wickets. One for Odin Smith. Shane Mosley was run out. And then one for the very impressive Carrie Campbell. And that's the story of the game today. So we'll have to see how it goes in terms of what's happening. So 90 overs remaining in the day's play. We will be starting in approximately 3 minutes or so. So let's go to that pitch report. It's day two in this round three match between the Jamaica Scorpions and Barbados Pride. So let's have a look at the pitch and see what's going on. So what we're noticing now is that this pitch played really well yesterday. It had a bit of bounce, etc. But what we're starting to see is that the cracks are opening up a little bit more. Some of the spinners did actually get some joy as well. We're thinking that this pitch might be a little more conducive to the bowlers today. Of course, it's still very, very hard, but as you can see, those cracks and those footmarks are starting to open up. As I told you before, the northern end of the pitch has a little bit more grass, and the southern end is a little bit barer. But what I want to actually show you here is with the football, there is a white mark that's running across the middle of the pitch. The umpire says it's not going to be a major problem. However, if some balls do actually pitch on this, which is exactly about halfway through the pitch, then there might be some misbehavior. So we'll have to look and see what happens today. Should be an interesting day on day two. And here is some footage of the wickets to fall yesterday. This was Shane Mosley, who was run out quite brilliantly. Had to go wide there, and a good throw by Marquino Minley taking down the stumps. So this is a wicket of Craig Braffett, well played for 71, and nicked Odin Smith straight into the slips. John Campbell taking an easy catch. Brad Barnes bowled really, really well, and unfortunately Kevin Wickham, the man on a hat-trick of centuries, fell for just 9, spooning one back to Brad Barnes. And then this was the unfortunate dismissal of Jonathan Drakes for 94. He was stumped trying to engineer a big shot to take him to that triple-figure landmark. This was the impressive Carrie Campbell, bowled really, really well yesterday, and eventually got some reward late in the day. His maiden first-class wicket. Carl Mayers, LBW. And then we are here back live now this morning. Again, Rustin Chase and Lenico Boucher, the two not out batsmen. Chase on 82, Boucher on 40. Andrew Chan in your company alongside my good friend, the early morning riser, the plantain eater, the fresh juice maker, and the high jar praiser, Mr. Orville Higgins. Good morning, Mr. Higgins.
How art thou, Sir Andrew, and Kishav and the rest of the production team, and morning from wherever in the world you're watching from. Nice bright sunny start. Should have some good cricket today.
Yes, certainly. So a bit of deterioration in the pitch as we saw in that pitch report, and apparently there was some football being played. So there's a white line just across the middle of the pitch. Maybe not visible on the camera, but it certainly was there visible on the pitch report. The ball might misbehave a little bit. Certainly will be interesting. Marquino Minley to start. Lenico Boucher is on strike.
movement to start with. It would be interesting to see how the pitch plays today. It give the fast bowlers some assistance first up, as all first day pitches tend to do. Then flattened out considerably, but sometimes Sabina Park can be quickest in terms of pace of the pitch on day 2. Let's see if that's what will unfold today.
So how was your evening, Mr. Orville Higgins? What did what did your job bring you after your long sojourn at Sabina Park yesterday? What time did you crawl into bed this morning?
No, last night I went in pretty early. I had some television obligations and then retired early. Doing cricket all day is hard. I don't know if you find it that way, but when I leave here in the evenings, I feel as if I was playing.
Oh my!
Yeah.
Well, some news from Carrie Campbell. Apparently, I think it must have been adrenaline yesterday. So yesterday he was just dehydrated. Apparently he didn't eat or drink all day. So that's why he sort of fell down yesterday. So hopefully he's been properly treated and is ready and raring to go. A rising delivery there. Almost gotten a bit of a tangle Boucher. Starting fairly defensively here. Be interesting to see how Rustin Chase approaches this game. He's nearing a landmark as well. I mean, of course, he sort of went into his shell yesterday as he was making sure to close off the innings.
Yeah, when you say he went in his shell, but he's still a runnable 82, it may not tell the full story. He started off like a house on fire, which is why a runner ball almost feels slow after his frenetic start. Good shot.
First runs of the morning, string on the leg side, and it's easily flicked away by Boucher's square. That was quite delightful there, so a stroll in the park for Boucher. Didn't seem like that would go all the way for 4. It seemed like a sort of harmless shot, but well timed indeed. And immediately a change in the field now, a deep backward square leg going in, because fine leg was running wrong and he really had no chance of getting that one. And short delivery, that will end the first over. But Barbados Pride have also brought up their 350 in that over, 350 for 5. In terms of the state of the game, I would think Barbados would be looking at 500 plus. But Jamaica would be saying, okay, if we can probably get them for, say, 450, I think that would be the game plan. I mean, as least as possible, but if you can get the last 5 wickets for 100 runs, I think Jamaica would take that at the state of the game.
Yeah, I think that they'd want to get them even cheaper than that. I mean, you get the next wicket now, the Jamaicans will be, I think, disappointed if they still go on to get 100 from here. I think Barbados will want, as you said, 500. If they get 450, yeah. you probably won't lose too many games if you get a first innings lead of 450. So if they get another 100 runs, 90% of the time only one team loses from there. So yet a big first innings total is the order of the day. Yeah. So yeah, 450, 500 will be the aim. I think the Scorpions will want a wicket now.
Yeah, Carrie Campbell will be tried from the southern end. He hasn't bowled from the southern end before, usually from the northern end. This will be interesting to see because we get to see him running in face on. That's well. Yeah, so in terms of the batting to come, I mean, there's still Shamar Springer, who's very capable, Bishop, who can bat a little bit, work, and who we know can hold around on blades at number 11. So of course, the Bajans would have their plan. Quick single by Rustin Chase, so that will take him up to 83. Good cricket from him.
Yeah, the interesting thing is to see how quickly the Barbados Pride attempt to score. They need to win outright, and you can't win without getting 20 wickets, and 20 wickets means time. So the quicker they get to bowling, the better their chances of an outright win. So they want runs, but they want them relatively quickly.
Bit of width on that one, well cut away, but well fielded as well by Mansingh.
Yeah, Boucher seems to start fairly aggressively. He's back driving, he's square driving. We expect Rustin Chase probably to just get to his century, but they need to score pretty quickly. On a flat pitch, the flatter the pitch, the more time you need to bowl at the opposition.
Beautiful bouncer, well avoided by Boucher. Now the other thing, of course, is the first hour, the first half an hour, you sort of have to give it to the bowlers, as your good friend, as you told in your story yesterday. So that's the other consideration here. But if the Jamaicans, I think if the Jamaicans get a bit of luck in this first half an hour, could be a different game. A little wide there from that one, maybe there for the cutting. Sort of died on his way to Romaine Morris. But, yeah.
It seems apparent that Boucher has come out really positive. He hasn't scored a lot, but his intent is obvious. And you would think it's the correct approach. Maybe Rustin Chase will bide his time until he gets 100. But Boucher seems to be fairly intent on scoring quickly. And if that is the approach, then you've got to agree with that. Good start here for Kari Campbell.
Appeal for a leg before, probably going down the leg side. I think he got that in swinger there, so it wasn't a bad delivery, but a little bit too straight maybe. 351 for 5, not a bad over. 89 overs have been bowled.
Yeah, that was pitched definitely outside leg. He's not going to get that. But again, we saw Boucher was attempting to score and didn't really get bat onto it.
I'd like to have a look at the replay on that one just to see how close it was in terms of where it pitched. It was clearly going down leg side. Live, here we go. Yeah, it was always pitching on leg, I would think, or maybe just wide of legs. If he gets that sort of same delivery to pitch on the off stump and come back in, I think that's where you would have the problems and cause that problem.
Yeah, the fast bowler bowling from over the wicket to the right-handed batsman, LBW, is a very difficult thing to get. And I'll just go through that.
But from a left armer's perspective, it's what they want. Yes, it's hard, but when you get that right delivery, that's what you want. That sort of in swing.
Right.
In
order to get the right-hander out as a left armer from over the wicket, you almost have to bring the ball back, because the ball that will go on to hit the stumps.
No, you have to bring the ball back. Yeah.
Will more than likely pitch just outside, and the one that pitches on will slide across towards slip, and that one didn't tick the other box.
Yeah, but it'd be good to see that if Rustin Chase does get to his landmark, that he accelerates and he pushes the scoring on in that free-flowing way that we know him to be capable of doing. because it would bode well for the Bajans to get these runs as quickly as possible. A really good take from Romain Morris down the line. Some information from the other games around the region. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have progressed to 311 for 5. Josh De Silva not out on 114. He's really putting his hand up. Amir Django, a good knock from him, 83. And taking a look at the Windward Islands Volcanoes versus Guyana Harp Eagles match. Well, the Guyana Harp Eagles, having been bowled out for 242. The Windward Islands are currently 67 for 1. Unfortunately, Aki Mogis, who's shown a lot of promise in the tournament so far with a couple of 90s, was dismissed with 2, bowled by Niall Smith. Stephen Pascal, who we haven't really seen come to the fore just yet, he has a 36, and Kavem Hodge on 26 in that game. So it'd be nice to see the Windward Islands fight back. Short delivery, going for the hook shot, didn't get anything on it at all. This goes down the leg side. Decent over from Mindley. He's getting the ball to move a little bit. And one delivery left. Kept Rustin Chase fairly quiet. Feeling for that one. Oh my goodness, no foot movement there. That was a really nice tempter from Mindley to end the over. Good bowling from him. 351 for 5. 90 overs have been bowled.
Yeah, feeling for that. A little shape away from the right-hander. And just touched down well outside off, but genuinely going away from Rustin Chase, who was just feeling for it. But the fact that it shaped away late also helped him to play, or maybe forced him to play with bat away from body. Good delivery in the end. A little waft and lucky not to have gotten an outside edge on that.
Edged and just past that gully fielder. Will that run down to the third man ropes? The fielder gives chase. It's Mansing, and they will come back for an easy 2. A thick outside edge. Intelligent, maybe, if you want to call it an educated edge by Boucher. But played it down with soft hands.
Now that's an interesting shout, because that came back, maybe height. But this is the kind of delivery that the left-hander needs to the right-hander. Touching down and not angling across him, but just hinting at coming back. But maybe the height. He was probably the only one who really bellowed the appeal. But you'll see that this touched down and didn't go across him with the angle. There, just coming back, yeah, too high. But that's the delivery that he wants to bowl. Good ball that. That's a difficult ball to bowl, and it's a difficult ball for the right-hander to negotiate, because naturally he's expecting it to go across him. Well bowled, young man.
Appeal for caught behind on the leg side. Gary Campbell getting overly excited there. And your good friend, producer Kesha Badur Singh, said there was an inside edge on that one, which was probably what saved Boucher on that previous delivery.
Yeah. Boucher is not the tallest batsman you'll ever see, but I thought maybe the bounce would have caused some doubts as well now. Can Gary Campbell get that delivery going again? Pitching maybe mid and off and not going across with the angle, but just holding its line.
That one is fine. That one is flicked past the keeper. A little bit too much leg sidey here from Campbell, and that is flicked down as easy as you like for Boucher for 4, and that should take him up to 50 as well. It certainly does indeed. A good little knock from the diminutive Barbadian wicketkeeper batter.
Yeah, he scored well. He's looked busy, which was the word we both used when he came in yesterday. Can hardly remember too many outstanding shots. He's just there. Next thing you look up, he's added 10, 15, has gone about his business in a very workmanlike manner, and has played an important innings here as Barbados look to stock up on first innings runs. He's done well. Yeah, so you could see that Corey Campbell is working on that ball that just shapes back into the right-hander. Starting a little bit too leg-sided.
100-run partnership as well between the two batters. So good stuff from the Bajans. And some solid partnerships indeed. Second 100-run partnership for the Pride. That's a good appeal. How is that, Mr. Umpire? Nothing doing, says Christopher Taylor. Probably still pitching on that middle and leg stump, which is why it would be hard to give. Let's have a closer look at this one.
I'm betting that this pitched on. Yeah, that pitched on the stumps, but I believe that I heard two sounds. Did he get an inside edge? No.
I think that would be height, maybe.
This is closer. Boucher is not the tallest. That pitched and didn't go away, so that is a proper delivery.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see a side view of that. Maybe the side view might indicate the height. Let's have a look at that again, if we can get that side view. And I'm going to issue a challenge to our viewers watching on the stream, the YouTube channel, Windies Cricket. Yeah, it can tell her that it's a little bit of height. So good catch there by our cameraman Sachin Mohammed at mid-wicket. Yeah, and producer Keshav for pulling it up. / editor. That is a good appeal there as well. So Rustin Chase is indicating that one is high as well. He's a tall fellow.
Yeah, and maybe just marginally outside off stump playing a shot. The LBW calls are coming thick and fast. This one, I think he just managed to get that left foot just outside the line, along with the fact that it was a little high. Look at that left foot. Did he get it outside the stumps? Probably not. Probably not. Probably straight enough, but maybe the height.
But this is what I always say. I hark on this, Orville Higgins. Target that top bail. Target that off-stump bail. Hit the stump. That is beautiful. That is a brilliant shot there. Might have been an inside edge onto that one. Was it bat before pad is the question. Well, interestingly, the umpire indicates a leg by.
Now there are some interesting shouts. This one is probably more interesting than most, can I say? This one ticked most of the boxes if you're a bowler asking for an appeal. Height again. Height again. Rustin Chase is a tall man.
Yeah. Excellent call by Collins Bryan. Yep, so I'd like to issue a challenge to our viewers after this delivery if it's not too exciting. That one is probably going down leg.
That's going down.
That one is probably on the right height, but lengthwise.
All of a sudden, the Bajans can't lay bat and ball. How many appeals have we had in the last 2 overs? Maybe 4 or 5?
Well, this is the third in a row, so, and then I think there was one last over, so 4. I'm still not getting. All right, so my challenge is to all our viewers on commentary. I want you to name a random player that played for Jamaica, a very obscure player, and let's see if Orville Higgins remembers that player. For our Bajan fans, of course, you can name your players, and we'll see if you can remember those names. So we don't want the famous names. We don't want the Courtney Walshes. We don't want the Patrick Patterson. We want the players that have maybe played one game or were part of the team but never made the team. A random player that has played for Jamaica or Barbados. Let's see your cricket knowledge, and let's test Orville Higgins' as well. Down the leg side, is there a clip? And I think Boucher is walking. Yes, he is indeed. That is the end of the wicketkeeper batter for... Is he walking? Yes, he is indeed. He's collecting something from the umpire, Chris Taylor. So that is the end of Lenico Boucher. So the Jamaicans strike, and it's a very, very important wicket. They took the score from 254 for 5 to 358 for 6.
Yeah, so something really had to give this morning. Flicking, maybe just getting a bat, and Romain Morris tumbling away. Yeah, the batsman was walking even before the signal came from the umpire. It's a good catch. They are never easy down the leg side. And Boucher goes after a useful innings for his team. And the Jamaicans, after a series of LBW appeals, finally getting the umpire to raise his finger, this time for a catch down the leg side.
The new batter is Shamar Springer. So just what the Jamaicans would have wanted, an early wicket. And we've got a comment already. Carlton Gordon. Remember that name?
Carlton Gordon.
Or Steve Gordon. It might be Carlton or Steve Gordon.
Steve Gordon, yes. Yeah. Steve Gordon was a batsman.
Where did he hail from? Are you that familiar with it?
I think Steve Gordon now lives in Cayman, I think. Can't remember seeing him bat for the national team, but I know the name. Is a well-known name in local circles back in the day.
Another name coming in, Wayne Gale.
Wayne Gale. Can't remember Wayne Gale.
You don't know Wayne Gale. No. That might be a Bajan, because I did ask the Bajans to come and say, if you are commenting a name, again, really good delivery from Minley. Springer will, let's see if he got any bat on that. Believe he did indeed. So Springer gets off the mark. So if you're commenting on players, let us know what nation they're from, if they're Jamaican or Bajan. Well, this name I knew, Brendan Nash.
Yeah, left-handed batsman from Australia.
Australia / Jamaica.
Yeah.
Played for West Indies as well.
Played a few tests for the West Indies.
Another slightly more famous Jamaican in the form of Chris Gale was his captain. Slightly more famous. Just a
tad.
End of the over. Excellent stuff from Marquino Minley. 359 for 6. This name I do remember as well. Akeem Dewar. I always thought that was a wonderful name.
Akeem Dewar. They call him Pinky. Tall, leg spinning all-rounder, because he batted as well from Kensington Cricket Club. I think he did go to CCC at some point. Right. So yeah, I remember him. They call him Pinky. I'm not sure why.
Hello, our producer Kesha Bahadur Singh spent some time doing his law degree in Cave Hill, Barbados. So of course he would have been up on stuff. Mario Ventura,
left-handed batsman. Back in the days, short.
Here's Campbell, the Springer.
Short and compact. Had his moments when he really was an attractive batsman to watch. Played quite a few games for Jamaica as well.
Jamie Trenchfield. Somebody confirm that your friend Steve Gordon does live in Cayman.
Yeah. Jamie Trenchfield, former captain of the national youth team, played at the same time when my brother would have played for the youth team.
Flick down the leg side. Will that go fine enough for 4? It does indeed. Carrie Campbell is just straying a bit too much leg side here. I don't know if it's the angle. Maybe you should try going back over the wicket and see if he adjusts. Because I think when he comes around the wicket, it's sort of containment. Now that he's attacking, he can probably go over the wicket. But I know for left armers, they are very comfortable around the wicket as well.
Well, what's happening here? He wants to produce that magic delivery that touches down and doesn't go across the right hander with the angle. He wants to get them coming back, but he's starting too close to middle and leg. He wants to bowl that same delivery that just holds its line starting at about off stump, so aiming to hit off or middle. But he's starting too close to middle and leg, and then it is angling down the leg side. That is the line that he wants to be bowling at. So either he's sliding them across the right hander, which is still an off-stump line, and even if you're getting them to that back, that's still the line. Either way, operate from off, whether going across the right hander or ducking back. Too many deliveries from Carrie Campbell this morning. Is a little bit too straight, and that is why he's being worked down the leg side.
The names are coming thick and fast on our YouTube, well, at least the Cricket West Indies YouTube page. And a lot of cricket is happening. That one down the leg side. This is a name I'm familiar with, Dwight Washington, a fast bowler. He played for West Indies, I think, one test match or so. O'Neill Cruikshank, who of course you know, current position with the Cricket West Indies board. Gemini Burton. That's an interesting name, Gemini Burton. He might be a Bajan. Hendy Bryan from Barbados, I do remember him. He was an all-rounder. Very good cricketer. That is a brilliant catch. Is that by Romaine Morris? I think there was a tickle on that one, but it might have fell short. But absolutely brilliant moving across Romaine Morris. This is what I wanted him to do when there was no. You saw when they were batting yesterday, and there was no first slip, but there was actually a second slip. And Keith Taylor is a little concerned about where Campbell is stepping on the pitch. There's a lot of excitement today for sure. I don't think it's an official warning. Might be a partial warning to Carrie Campbell.
Well, yesterday he was bowling from round the wicket, and I think that the umpires allowed him to get away with 2 minutes running on the track. He's now bowling at Chris Taylor's end, who is probably a little bit more severe, but I think he should have been warned a little bit earlier. I don't know if he was given an official warning, but the umpire was not happy with the way that he was running down the pitch. I think that he should have been warned a little bit earlier, actually. This one was this the drop catch or the one that bounced? Just held its line, well short of the keeper.
Yeah, really good take by Morris.
But he's a little too leg-sided for much of his deliveries this afternoon or this morning.
This is a name I remember, Barbados, Patterson Thompson, as I remember from his, I think it might have been his cricket or his biography, barrel-chested and big-bottomed. That's how they describe Patterson Thompson. Frederick Redwood from Jamaica. Remember that name?
Frederick Redwood, batting all-rounder. We worked at the same place for a little bit. Nice stroke play when he gets it right, and he could bowl a decent medium pace as well. Still plays Masters cricket. I saw him in action about 2 years ago in Florida. Yes, I remember Redwood quite well.
Another name that should be vaguely familiar, Brenton Parchment. I think he went on to play for West Indies as well. Opening
batsman from Stets. Once scored twin hundreds in a game, I think at Alpart against Trinidad. I was at the game. Nice opening batsman, Brenton.
Errol Rattigan? Or Errol Rattigan?
Rattigan. No, I don't remember Rattigan.
From Jamaica. Howard Harris.
Think played 1 or 2 games for Jamaica. One of the hardest hitting batsmen Jamaica has ever produced in local cricket. There aren't too many cricketers and I'm talking whatever level, Chris Gale, you name them, who were as feared as Howard Harris in local cricket. He hit the ball miles and he hit them often.
And those were the older bats as well.
Yeah, man. He did get a few games in Jamaica. Didn't do particularly well, but in local cricket, hotel cricket, even parish cricket, Howard Harris was destructive plus tax, as they say in Jamaica. Serious hitter of a cricket ball. Can't pitch up, can't short. He was brutal against spinners or pace. He made a defensive shot almost look anticlimactic. Yeah, that was Howard Harris for you.
Legendary cricketer indeed. Brian Murphy, do you know that name?
Yeah, leg spinner. Tall leg spinner, would have operated back in the days when Robert Haynes would have also played a few games for Jamaica. Tall leg spinning all round. I had good ability. I'm not sure he lived up to his promise, but was a decent regional bowler at one point.
Cleveland Davidson, apparently from Westmoreland.
My neck of the woods, man.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, Cleveland Davidson was a very reliable middle order batsman for Jamaica back in the day. Not flashy, not won't catch your eyes with the quality of his stroke play, but very dependable. Wicket, gave away his wicket dearly, sold his wicket dearly, if you understand what I mean. Had a lot of partnerships with Jimmy Adams back in the day when they played for Jamaica. Very solid, dependable. Bowled a little medium works, and he was a brilliant fielder. I remember a catch he took at Gully some years back. One of the greatest catches we've seen at Sabina Park probably ever.
Yep.
Blinding fieldsman. Solid, dependable middle order batsman.
There's a name I'm familiar with, Donovan Pagon. I think played for West Indies as well, middle order batter, number 3, I think.
Yeah, could bat anywhere in the top. Played for Melbourne, the same club as Walsh and Marlon and Robert Samuels. Classy, upright, tall right-handed batsman. Scored tons of runs at the West Indies youth cricket level.
End of the over, 366 for 6.
Yeah, so that was big. He did play, I think, against, was it South Africa?
Yeah.
Yeah. Easy on the eyes.
Carlton Carter, a Bajan who was living in Jamaica, was the most feared senior cup batsman from Melbourne. Also captain Courtney Walsh, apparently.
Carlton
Carter
Jr. was a left-arm spinner, I think. If it's the same person, then yeah, left-arm spinner. I think went to a school in Kingston. There's a little story between myself and that dude, Carlton Carter. I'll give you it very quickly. When I just came to Kingston, I played a match against the community that I lived in played cricket. They found out I could play, and they had a community match against Carlton Carter's team. Scored some runs. I may have got about 60 something. And at the end of the game, was this Odin Smith delivery. Wow.
Beaten. Good line from him. Rustin Chase trying to send a statement here. Rustin Chase has actually only added 1 to his overnight 82. He hasn't had much of the strike, I would say, but I would say the Jamaicans have done really, really well in terms of building pressure this morning. I think they've done really well. Odin Smith has replaced Carrie Campbell, so Carrie maybe still not 100% this morning. Maybe needs some more rest and more hydration.
Yeah, the Jamaicans have bowled straight this morning and getting the ball to do a bit. I was giving you that Carlton Carter story. So I played against his community. Can't remember. I lived in Doheny Park at the time. Got some runs. And at the end of the innings, the team members said, you deal with the local young national really well. You batted well. I said, who was that? They said Carlton Carter. I didn't know him. I was just up from the country. Now, a few months after that, we played his team again. And I couldn't put a bat to to ball, knowing who he now was. All of a sudden, he became this demon mystery bowler. Yeah, so I think we would have played against him twice. Once I got some runs, the other time he had me bamboozled with every ball, now that I know who he was. Such is the nature of the mind.
Couple of names coming in here that are familiar to me. Sean Findlay, left arm batter. I think he was fairly tall and elegant. I'm not sure if he bowled some spin as well on medium pace.
Sean Findlay?
Sean Findlay.
Tall, left-hander, hit it hard from Stets.
I think he played ODIs for West Indies.
Played a few games for the West Indies. Bowled a little medium, but he was mostly a top-order batsman.
I remember I just remember him being very, very tall and fairly. I mean, like all left-handers have a sense of elegance about them, I think. But he certainly had an elegance about him. The Rian King, Guyana fast bowler, I remember him. He's not. I wouldn't call him obscure. Thick outside edge, I think, and that runs down to third man as he was trying to flick that to leg. I think Rustin Chase.
Yeah, back of the bat maybe, closing the face a little bit. Was there a little bit of movement away that went in exactly the opposite direction to which it was intended?
Keith Hibbert, that's a name that's come up a couple times recently.
Yeah, wicket keeper from St. Catherine. Good wicket keeper, could bat as well. Yeah, that was Keith Hibbert. Played some important innings for Jamaica in his time.
End of the over from O'Dean Smith. 95 overs have been bowled, 367 for 6. This is a name I am familiar with. I'm not sure what level. Probably from under 19, Andrew McCarthy.
The man they call Blabber in these parts.
Yeah.
Yeah, they said he talked a lot as a youngster, so the name Blabber stuck with him. Was a batsman when he started, a right-handed batsman who could bowl a little bit, bowl off spinners that you wonder why he was so effective. But he was effective at club cricket as a bowler. Played for Jamaica youth team, played lots of list A games for Jamaica. Also played first-class cricket. Was definitely more inclined to do better with the white ball. I think he even got a West Indies game in ODI cricket as well. Good local cricketer, and did have his moments at the first-class level as well.
Feeling for that one outside the off stump. Good delivery from Marquino Mindley. Rustin Chase has looked a little bit uneasy this morning. It's almost as if he's playing inside himself. Probably really wants to get to that landmark, but he hasn't done himself any favors again. Just 2 runs this morning.
Yeah, Rustin Chase seems to be stuck in two minds. Do I blast away or do I just compile and get to the 100? I think he's not sure exactly what his approach should be.
Mel Wint. Does that mean anything to you?
Mel Wint, wicket keeper in club cricket. He's a soldier. Was a brilliant opening batsman. Kept wicket brilliantly as well. Didn't play for Jamaica because they felt that he wasn't great against spin. I remember asking the selectors, how can this guy be dominating senior cup cricket and can't get a Jamaica game? They said as a wicket keeper, he had to go to the top of the order, which was more competitive, because he couldn't bat down the order, couldn't bat spin, they said.
Again, Rustin Chase trying to force the issue. Back of a length that time, so that one was probably there for the hitting. Somebody's a name that's come up a couple of times. Richard Staple.
Wow. Probably the most attractive, naturally elegant batsman that Jamaica has produced in my time. Easy on the eye.
Even compared to Lawrence Rowe and Marlon Samuels.
I didn't see Lawrence Rowe a lot.
Okay.
1 or 2 innings on TV. But Marlon Samuels, Richard Staple, if you had to ask which of them was a more classic stroke player, Richard Staple gets the edge for me.
Short delivery. Where's that going? It's in the air. Is the catch taken? That is the end of Rustin Chase. The short ballers work. Excellent stuff here from the Jamaicans. The 7th wicket falls with the score on 367 for 7.
Yeah,
that's the end of Rustin Chase.
Yeah, was caught in two minds about should I just play some shots or should I grind my way to 100? In the end, I think his instincts of being a stroke player at regional level got the better of him. Couldn't resist the hook shot. And in the end, a relatively comfortable catch. The Scorpions have picked up 2 wickets this morning. And the Barbados Pride struggling to find runs scoring. Looks like the pitch is offering just a touch more than it did yesterday. Look at this. Ball was short. Beat him for pace. Yeah, he was in a tangle. That must have come off a lot quicker than he anticipated.
Well, I think the Jamaicans used the first hour quite well, and then when they didn't get any reward in the first hour, they sort of drooped and let Barbados get away from it. And then through bad bonds, they sort of regrouped later in the day, and so they got a little bit of momentum because they really slowed down the Bajan batting, even though the Bajans were in a fairly comfortable position. They still lost wickets at fairly regular intervals. So you look at the fall of wickets: 55, 200, 202, and then 245, 254, and 358 as well. So a couple of wickets fell. Let's have a look at the wicket here. It got big on him, did Rustin Chase.
Yeah, that one definitely came on a lot quicker than he anticipated.
I think Keshav is actually trying to indicate that it may have come off the helmet as well.
Yeah.
There's a cracking delivery.
Back to helmet. Yeah.
May have been the shoulder. It could have been the shoulder because the shoulder was high as well.
No, he's walking, so he knows he got some bat on that. But look at how quickly it came.
It really is the helmet there. Well spotted, Keshav.
Bat, then helmet. So it did come on a touch quicker. He was in no position by the time he got the ball was onto him much quicker before he was into the shot. So that is a back. Did put his back in that. Bishop plays a comfortable defensive shot.
Good delivery by Midley. I didn't know he had it in him, to be honest. It was a really good bouncer, well directed. Sort of expect that from the likes of Odin Smith or Carrie Campbell. I think this is Shakaya Thomas. I think he played for under 19 West Indies.
Shakoya Thomas, yeah.
Shakoya.
That's
smacked over the extra cover region. That stand and deliver stuff from Joshua Bishop. He gets off the mark in spectacular fashion. 371 for 7 and 96 overs have been bowled. He's going to take no prisoners, Joshua Bishop. This might be fun with him and Springer in the wicket.
Yeah. Nice shot. Hit through on the up through the offside. Shakaya Thomas once had a record in schoolboy cricket, I think, for the most runs as a schoolboy. He must have scored 300 plus. Look at this shot. Yeah, on the up, over the covers, confidently, down on the back knee to give himself the leverage to get it up and over. Yeah, you'd have to say nice shot. Safe shot. Well played.
This name has come up a couple times. I don't know if I asked you. Orville Pennant.
Wicket keeper. Had a great first name as well. Was that your
alter ego? Were you trying to get into Jamaica as either Orville Pennant or Orville Higgins?
No, we played a lot of cricket together. He was a wicket keeper and an opening batsman. Bats left-handed, kept wicket well. Had a few games for Jamaica. Would have played youth cricket and a few senior cricket for Jamaica, and scored lots of runs in domestic cricket as well.
Ziggy Levy.
Youth cricketer. Bats. He's probably the best 12-year-old I've ever seen bat. At 12 years old, he played shots that only big men played. Played several years of youth cricket for Jamaica. Awesome talent at that level. Also bowls a steady, quick off spin. Some say a little jerky action. And he was good enough to keep wicket as well. Plays his club cricket in Trinidad. Yeah. I think he should have played he should have played at least 1 or 2 games for Jamaica's senior
Yeah.
team. Good young cricketer, good domestic cricketer, but I keep hearing that he was a touch on the indisciplined side. That's the word that they keep giving why he didn't play. But as a youth cricketer, under 15, under 19, serious talent.
Andre Creary.
Yeah, faded away, but he was one of those who we thought would be very special. I think injury got the better of him. Edged and caught.
Oh, brilliant! Absolutely brilliant from Romain Morris. It's flying like Superman there, and that is the end of a short stay for Joshua Bishop. The Bajans are falling. They're 372 for 8 now.
And all of a sudden, this pitch is, this morning has come out and has woken up a little bit. I thought that it would get quicker, but it's not the pace. The ball is doing a little bit off the seam, and that's a fantastic catch to a good delivery that from Odin Smith. Right line, right length, might have just moved away a touch. Yeah, look at this. Was there a little bit of outward movement? Yes, there was. Look at that for a catch. Brilliant. I don't know that the batsman could have done much different to that. You got a good ball, Sir Bishop, and an excellent catch. And all of a sudden, this pitch looks like, yeah, it's not the road that we thought it was yesterday. The Barbadian fast bowlers must be licking their lips because the ball is doing just enough. And there's enough bounce and enough pace this morning as well.
Let's have a look at the wicket again here. I mean, he didn't have to play that. He could have played inside the line as he was trying to pull his bat out of the way. That was a really, really good catch by Romain Morris. And there he is, which is what I said he should have done yesterday, which is he had to cover that gap. And here he is covering that gap. And he's taking a brilliant catch that is going to raise his teammates, because that's the job of the wicketkeeper as well. I mean, the job of the wicketkeeper is supposed to inspire everyone behind the stump. And that will raise the Jamaican spirits a lot. Excellent catch by Romain Morris. 372 for 8 now. And all of a sudden, the Bajans could be dismissed for less than 400. But oh my, did you have a look at that, sir? Let's have a look at the side delivery again. It wasn't called a no ball, but let's have a look at it again. Side on. Let's come back to that. First delivery to the new batter, Jamal Warrican. Flicked away nicely by Warrican, and he'll get his first runs. Let's have a look at this dismissal here. I just look at Odin Smith's front foot. This is a dismissal of Joshua Bishop. Well.
Yeah.
That's
You got away with that for sure.
he definitely got away with that one for sure. Be very unfortunate for Romain Morris, but Chris Taylor also didn't spot that one. .97 overs bowled, 373 for 8.
Yeah, 3 Scorpions wickets this morning, and they are to good deliveries. Yeah, striding out. Yeah, that was well over. Nothing behind the line at all. I don't think the Bajan camp will be too happy when they get a look at this replay, Andrew.
Well, I'm certain match referee Donovan Hales will record it, and have a discussion with the umpires, maybe during the course of the lunch break or after the shift. Very good morning to you, Mr. Hills. Kyrie Campbell will be tried from the northern end. I don't think this is a good idea replacing Mindley, though. Appeal for a leg before. That one was fairly adjacent, maybe pitching on leg.
Yeah, Kyrie Campbell has been brought back to see if he could wrap the tail up. And Millie was doing a fantastic job. But the Jamaican bowlers this morning must feel that they have done a good job. They've bowled really well on a pitch that is just offering a little bit more assistance.
Goes to the big swing. That is Jomel Warrican. So the complexion of this game really has changed in very, very quickly. Maybe I should develop more quizzes, because every time I start to ask you a quiz or questions, the game seems to move on at a breakneck speed, over Higgins. Maybe the world doesn't want to hear your knowledge. Gets a piece of this one, smacks it through mid-wicket. Will it go into the ropes of 4? The fielder will do well to cut it off. He does well indeed, and they'll come back for 2.
Well, Jamal Warrican is saying, I won't get behind too many. Because the ball is coming off quite steeply at times, and there's a lot happening off the seam. Well, enough happening off the seam, so Jamal Warrican may very well feel that there's going to come one with my name on it. And maybe the best form of defense is just to throw the bat and attack. Now, in the face of this kind of onslaught, what does Kyrie Campbell have?
Another short delivery. Probably should have followed that up with a Yorker. Somebody else on the questions, Ricardo Powell, but then they call him Curry Powell.
Ricardo Powell, well known, played over 100 ODIs for the West Indies.
Do you know that
Curry,
nickname?
yeah,
Curry?
He was called Curry because of his complexion.
Oh.
He was a fair-skinned gentleman
yeah.
from St. Elizabeth. Hard hitter.
You're brilliant. That is a very good shout as well. Probably going down leg, maybe tailing down, yeah, as Kyrie Campbell indicates as well. So he gets the Yorker right that time.
The question always is whether it pitched on from the left armer to the right hander. Did this pitch on? Because if it doesn't, then nothing else matters. That may have pitched just outside, maybe a fraction outside leg stump.
Yeah.
That's the first question. Whenever the left hander bowls to the right hander, that is the umpire's first port of call. Because quite often the LBW shouts are for deliveries pitched outside. And that time, the benefit of the doubt has to be given the batsman as to whether that actually pitched on. Maybe just a smidgen outside leg.
Donovan Sinclair.
He and Ricardo Powell went to Homewood together, same high school, I think roughly from the same district in St. Elizabeth. Matthew Sinclair, a wicket keeper who could bat. Scored lots of runs as a schoolboy and lots of runs as a domestic cricketer.
End of the over, 375 for 8, 98 overs have been bowled. Barbados, or 376 for 8, I should say. 98 overs have been bowled. I'll continue with the quiz. Courtney Allen.
Yeah, played youth cricket for Jamaica.
Any relation to Fabian?
I doubt it. I think he's in the police force now. He was awesome as a youth talent. I think he did get 100 for Jamaica in youth cricket, but didn't go on to play at the at the senior level. Was a proper talent as a youth player though.
Somebody says Pete Campbell was a better wicketkeeper than Dujon. That's a bold claim. Is that a bold claim?
Don't know Pete Campbell.
Don't know Pete Campbell.
No.
A very good day to you, Mr. Pete Campbell. You do have a fan out there if you're listening. Orlando Baker.
Orlando Baker.
And that name sounds familiar.
Yes.
Pulled him! Cleaned up! Jamel Warrican has been threatening to go after them, but that man, Odin Smith, picks up his third with a sparkling Yorker that plucks middle stump out of the ground.
Well, that is what Corey Campbell wasn't doing. He was bowling short. Odin Smith, interestingly enough, didn't choose that route. He went for that searing Yorker that did the job. Fast, full, straight. That is usually the best answer for batsmen batting like that. Quality delivery. And all of a sudden now Odin Smith has 3 for 77. We were wondering yesterday whether he was more important as a batsman or as a bowler for the Scorpions. In this particular innings, he's showing that he's holding up his hand as a bowler.
There's a thing in Trinidad called bad mind, Orville Higgins.
Yes.
And I always think bad mind could be used in a positive way or a negative way. So it's sort of like if your neighbor has a nicer house and then you're bad mind and you're vexed with him because he has a nicer house. But if you use bad mind constructively, then you could say, you know, I'm going to use this bad mind and focus it onto getting better. And maybe Odin Smith is using his bad mind against you positively.
Well, I don't know if he heard. I don't know if they listened. But, this innings, he's showing that if he settles down, he could have an impact with a ball. That was a seriously good ball. A Yorker that would trouble most batsmen. So, yeah, if we call it the way we see it. If you're not doing great, then you're not doing great. When you do great, we say you're doing great. In this innings, well bowled.
So the story of the morning is that Jamaica started on 346 for 5. They slipped to 376 for 9. So Jamaicans have taken 4 wickets for just 30 runs. Absolutely brilliant stuff. I was thinking they would be happy if they limited the Bajans to less than 450. It could be very well less than 400. But as the new batter is Jediah Blades, he will have an important job to do with the ball later. And there Chris Taylor and Odin Smith talking about that run-up spot again. So the pitch guys will have to do a little bit of work. That's a beautiful short delivery that was at the eyes, and it was a no ball as well. So some information is Pete Campbell played under Maurice Foster when Dujon was playing as a batsman in the 70s. And another question here, Ricardo or George Powell, who was the bigger hitter?
George Powell or?
Ricardo Powell.
Ah.
That's a big no ball as well on that occasion from Smith.
That
edged, and that one is through the third man area. No third slip, and John Campbell immediately moves into position where he goes. A fortuitous 4 for Barbados to take them up to 381. Poor field pleasing if you have to say you sort of have a tail end batter here. You would expect that there would be more slips in place.
Yeah, probably John did miss a trick. Odin Smith bowling well. The ball just doing a little bit off the seam. One slip on a gully, he probably could afford bowling to the number 11.
I agree, yeah.
To have another slip in. So, yeah, I agree.
He said Howard Harris was the hardest, so you harder than Ricardo Powell?
Howard Harris was more brutal in local cricket than anybody that I've seen. Even Chris Gayle, anybody. No, I'm not saying how good he was, because that's a different argument altogether.
But he was just vicious.
But hit the ball miles.
William Hay.
Fast bowler from Clarendon. Unplayable on his day. They played on probably the fastest pitch in Jamaica, a place called, is it New Yarmouth? In Clarendon. They used to call it the Gallows. Himself and Rowan Taylor, who also played for Jamaica. On that Yarmouth pitch, there are many Jamaican batsmen who would have sleepless nights knowing they'll have to face William Hay and Rowan Taylor on the gallows in Clarendon during club cricket. Was a very good bowler as well.
Well played on that delivery by Zenith Fowler. You know that name? Zenith Fowler.
Zenny Fowler happens to share the same mother as I did.
Oh.
Yeah, Zenny Fowler is my brother. Lives in United Arab Emirates at the moment, teaching.
Interesting.
Good young cricketer. He's
Better cricketer than you ever were.
Yes, I'd have to give him grudgingly give him the edge.
Was you trained him as your younger brother? You would have trained him, so that's why he's so good, of course. Edged again, and this one will just about get through third man. Will it run to the ropes? Indeed, it does. A half diving attempt there. Well, a diving attempt by Kirk McKenzie to stop it going through, but unfortunately it doesn't. So Odin Smith, unfortunately for him, his wicket is figures will take a hit at the end of the over as the Barbadians creep up to that 400 mark. They're 385 for 9. 1 wicket to go. And I think that is also the first hour play. My goodness, so much has happened in that first hour. We'll take a drinks break and be right back after this. Live action movie. You've got nothing on live action 4-day cricket. 385 for 9, 99 overs have been bowled. 4 wickets the Jamaicans have taken this morning as they try to close out the inning. I continue to quiz my co-commentator Orville Higgins on obscure cricketers from Jamaica, thanks to our commenters on our live stream on YouTube, windiescricket.com. And all your information can be gotten from that website as well. It's a website of Cricket West Indies, so all your information, all your inside scoops, you can get there. And an interesting story about one obscure cricketer. Harry Campbell to continue. Cut away by Shamar Springer. Will that reach to the ropes before? It does indeed. Backward of square on the offside. And it runs down to wide third man. And we really have to get a shot of Collins Bryan and his spectacular way of signaling for. Even more spectacular than that shot from Springer.
The question is whether Springer will farm the strike with Jedediah Blaze at the other end. We need to take the signal. The field is spread far and wide. Now I feel that he should, look to back most of the deliveries. I don't know that he should be taking a single at a time. So that went to the boundary, so that was irrelevant.
That's okay, yeah. Boundary of the first ball is okay. Down the leg side from Campbell. Well, again, he's been a little bit too leg sidey this morning. We've discussed that. Uton Dow.
Uton Dow, a fast bowler whose presence caused one of the most iconic statements ever made by a spectator. Ever. According to the old timers, was bowling at Savannah Park against Australia. Keith Stackpole was really giving it to him. Shots all around the ground, I understand. Yeah, too leg-sided. If you're going to bowl there, you're going to be punched. You can't get the batsman out LBW. taking the singles, not at the stage as I suspected. So the spectator decided that no. He was frustrated at Dow being carted all over by Keith Stackpole. And then he coined what became known as the 11th commandment, somewhere in the Georgia stand. Thou shall not bowl. It has come down in cricket legacy from then until now.
I can imagine the whole stand erupted into laughter and the rest of Sabina Park wondering what was going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always remember that story, thou shalt not bowl. Some debates about Xavier Marshall. Some said he was a great talent. Some say he wasn't good enough to play cricket. Well, at the top level. That one is smacked into the mid-wicket region. How high does it go? It's 6, signaled by Collins Bryan. A whack away from Shamar Springer, and the Barbadians race up to 395 for 9 now. It'll be interesting to see how long he can hold this off for here, Springer. I don't think Kyrie Campbell is the best option for Jamaica at this time, poor fellow.
Yeah, we were waxing lyrical about what he was doing yesterday. This is poor. We saw from Oden Smith that the batsman is at the moment almost in T20 mode. And in T20 cricket, when a batsman is teeing off like this in the last 2 overs, the Yorker,
yeah,
or the wide Yorker is the ball you want. They are closing the field now because they don't want Springer to get the single. That should be the delivery that he's attempting to bowl more often.
Better. And what he's done well is he's actually kept Springer off the strike as well. So the next bowler, I think it should be Oden Smith, will get a full over at Jediah Blades. 395 for 9. 100 overs have been bowled by the Jamaicans. They can close this off really, really easily now. And hopefully soon. Garfield Wildman, where is he now?
Garfield. I know the name from somewhere from eastern Jamaica. Didn't see a lot of him. Didn't see a lot of Garfield, but I understand was quite a decent youth cricketer. Didn't really feature for Jamaica senior a lot, if at all. But he's one I wouldn't have seen him play too often.
Somebody in the comments had also asked about a Trinidadian player, Adrian Barrett, who scored 100 on debut in Trinidad from Central South Trinidad. Feeling for that one outside here. Some good delivery by Oden Smith. And we actually had the chance to do some commentary with him for the West Indies versus, I think, Pakistan game. The last ODI at the Brian Lara Stadium in Taruba. And I did get the opportunity for him. And he said while his dream was to play Test cricket, it wasn't to become a West Indian cricketer. He just wanted to achieve the goal of playing Test cricket. He didn't want to become a legend, and he actually... Well, I think he always wanted to open his own church, and I think he's a very religious fellow. So that's the path that he went down. Again, very, very talented opening batter. Got 100 on debut against Australia. Really looked like one for the future. Was out cutting a couple of times, if I remember. He liked to cut, and he was a forceful cutter. But yeah, eventually just got out of the game. Short delivery down the leg side, well avoided by Blades. Yes, indeed. Barrett is a preacher now. I think he's slowly sort of getting back into the game a little bit in terms of that commentary stint that he did do. Nice shot by Blades, and he'll get a single here. He plays that out into the cover region. So scraping their way up to that magical 400 mark. Ray Winter. Does that name mean anything to you?
Fast bowler. Played for this club at Kingston where Savannah Park is. Was a fairly rapid fast bowler who's not reluctant to go for the short ball. I think he went to South Africa with that team that Lawrence Rowe took to that Rebel Tour. Played for Jamaica. Was a very quick bowler, which belies his height. He's not the tallest, but he was quite rapid.
Was Springer. Probably shouldn't have tried to play that one. It was another no ball there by Odin Smith. Tristan Coleman. That name sounds familiar. That might be a Bajan. Well, Tristan Coleman.
I'm trying to remember. I know the name.
Yeah, it does sound familiar.
Tristan Coleman. I know he didn't play for Jamaica's senior team a lot. But as a youth cricketer, I can't remember. Can't remember too much about Tristan Coleman.
Did Wally Bohr ever play for Jamaica?
Wally Bohr is the father of Carlton Bohr Jr. I think, did he play for Jamaica? I think he did actually. If I'm not mistaken. I think he would have played a few games for Jamaica. Didn't see him though. Good bouncer.
Finishes off the over in style. There's Odin Smith, 101 overs bowled, 397 for 9. Will the Bajan Pride get to that 400 mark? Will the Jamaicans take this last wicket? What will happen? It's an interesting session so far. The first hour has been really, really exciting. Again, the Bajan started the day on 346 for 5. They've so far slipped it to 397 for 9. A wonderful shot to the eastern side of the ground there where you see the scoreboard and some of the mountains in the distance. And of course the beautiful flags of Jamaica and Barbados. Campbell to continue, and he's around the wicket.
Yeah. So let's see if that leg side-ish line will disappear once he chooses to come round. Oh.
Well, that was just agricultural from Jediah Blades.
Now you understand why Shamar Springer feels he has to shield him, because he's not suggesting any kind of permanence at the crease. Shamar Springer now just coming up to have a word. Maybe take a single and come, Jediah. Take a single.
Carl Brissett, did he represent Jamaica?
Brissett from Eastern Jamaica. I'm a little less aware of the qualities of Eastern Jamaican cricketers, and Brissett would be one. I think Wildman would be the other. Like I said, I'm a man from Western Jamaica. Is that yours,
No,
Andrew?
it's not mine at all. Probably bringing your lunch, isn't that your lunch helicopter? Because I know you have different helicopters for different reasons.
I tell you. So the cricketers from Eastern Jamaica I would know less about. If they are Western cricketers or Central cricketers, or if they went on to play for the Jamaica team. Brissett didn't play a lot of senior cricket for Jamaica, but from what I've heard, he was a proper youth talent in his time.
Someone asking if you know Pete Plunkett. Run a quick by here, and the throw coming out of the non-striker's end, and Blades makes it. Pete Plunkett.
Know the name. Don't know too much about Pete Plunkett.
Might be an Eastern cricketer as
Probably,
well.
probably somebody from that side.
Yvonne McInnes.
Evan McInnes, Western man. I think underutilized for Jamaica. High quality talent. Didn't play the amount of games he should have. Fast bowler who had the ability to crank it up to the point where he can be uncomfortably quick. Can hit you in the ankle and hit you in the head with roughly the same action.
Oh, wow.
And as a lower order hitter, proper, hits the ball miles. Didn't play a lot for the senior team because of David Bernard Jr., who was a proper all-rounder in his own right. I think at one point, had there been no David Bernard Jr., Evan McInnes would have played more often for Jamaica. Oodles of talent. Bowled a heavy ball, as you described, had the ability to rev it up occasionally, and as a lower order hitter, can be very, very, very dangerous with the bat. Played a few games for Jamaica, played club cricket in New Zealand, I think, for a while. No longer plays these days. Somebody from my neck of the woods, I could, talk a lot about him.
1 run away from 400 for the Bajans. Too much leg side again. Carrie Campbell begging for a tickle down the leg side. Nothing there. I don't know if I asked you the name, Franz Cunningham.
Batsman for Jamaica in the late 80s, early 90s. Don't know too much about him though, but the name is familiar.
Another Westmoreland name coming up here, Dwayne Kerr.
Dwayne Carr. Now, Dwayne Carr is a serious case. He's
a serious case. Leading edge, is that in the air? It falls into no man's land. They won't take the run as it's the last delivery of the over. 102 overs bowled. Barbados limping to 399 for 9.
Dwayne Carr was a goalkeeper.
Oh.
Kept goal for Mannings, which is the same high school I went. St. Elizabeth Technical, which is without doubt in that time the most dominant schoolboy cricket team. Dwayne Carr playing for St. Elizabeth Technical got 100. Think he got some wickets in the game as well. Bowled a steady little medium pace. Didn't get called for the youth team and gave up cricket. Just like that. He felt that after that kind of a performance, his cricketing abilities should have recognized. But he was a quality goalkeeper as well. And kept goal. Did he go on to keep goal for youth teams in Jamaica? Could have, but proper schoolboy goalkeeper who might have played kept for some club teams and some Jamaica age group teams. I'm
really jealous of those guys who are good at football.
Yeah, he was quality goalkeeper, quality wicket keeper, batted and bowled as well.
He's a natural athlete. Springer. They'll take the run of the first ball of the over. I think they were probably trying to get 2. Didn't happen, and the field will come in now. And that is the 400 as well for the Bajans. So the 400 up, and it'll be interesting to see what they do now. It might be, well, it's just about 20 past 11. I would say maybe if they have a little fun for the next 10 minutes, then if they go in and change and then give the Jamaicans a wait 20 minutes before lunch, that could happen. Especially if the ball is misbehaving, if the pitch is misbehaving, as we've seen this morning, might make sense to use up those 20 minutes. Make sure.
Wow. He's bowled well, Odin Smith. He's bowling at lively pace, and as we have already seen, can produce a deadly Yorker. And hustles on to the back. I think this is a big effort from him when Minley and Kari Campbell were looking less than effective at some point. He took up the ball late yesterday afternoon and has continued doing yeoman services. Having said that, wide down the leg side.
Apparently Dwayne Kerr also played for the Jamaica senior football team too. So that's amazing. I really of course, in the former days, where you could have had a cricketer and footballer as well. I think Viv Richards played football for Antigua and then cricket for West Indies, and then you would have had certain players. I think a couple of players who played football at the highest level. Unfortunate that you can't really have that in the modern era in terms of a sports person fulfilling sort of two options.
Yeah.
So sort of one or the other. I mean, maybe I always thought as a swimmer, like if a swimmer could sort of play cricket, and then when it's time for the Olympics, take time off for the Olympics and go for the Olympics. I mean, you have to qualify as well, but he would still be fit in terms of that. And swimming would fit into a really wide one there from Odin Smith. It's also a no ball, well taken by Roman Morris. But I think that may be a sport that where you could balance. Okay, you want to play cricket, you can't play Test cricket, and you can still get that swimming in.
Yeah. Really wide and down the leg side. So maybe just signaling to the skipper that maybe his time has come. We haven't seen any spin since morning. Maybe.
Another question here for you. Do you know Delroy Hewitt?
No.
Don't know that name.
No,
Probably an Eastern cricketer as well.
The name doesn't ring a bell.
Feeling for that one. No foot movement from Blades. Another no ball from Odin Smith. You're giving it away.
Yeah, but look at the ball, how it's shaping. I don't know what has happened to the pitch overnight, or I don't know if it's something about the ball or they're just holding it different. I don't know what it is, but this morning things are happening.
Yeah.
Look at how this ball just shaped away nicely from the right-handers. Now the Barbadian batsmen will feel, that they are disappointed at how they've been out. Well, this is the no ball. Yeah, just over. Did he play at that, or did he pretended to play? I thought he was genuinely beaten. But again, if you look at that, there's genuine outswing. So something is happening with the ball. Now, the Barbadians may feel, okay, so we lost some wickets. We are not going to get the 500 that we think we would get. But if I were the Barbados team, I'd say something is happening on this pitch.
Get the Jamaicans in now.
Yeah, that's just playing down the wrong line. But
end of the over, 402 for 9, 103 overs bowled. Jason Dawes, I think he was an under 19 fast bowler. I think he had a lot of potential.
Played for the senior team as well. Now, Jason Dawes, as a young man, was lightning fast. As a schoolboy. Very few schoolboys could bat against Jason Dawes. I think he played West Indies A as a very young man, got some wickets, and was seen as the potential future for Jamaica as a fast bowler. But injuries. He was one of those players that had a body that kept breaking down. I think at times the selectors could have been a touch more patient when he was on his way back.
Yeah.
But as a fast bowler, truly quick bowler, he stood out.
Pacer by the name of Clive Banton, and then somebody claims there's a batsman named Steve Gordon, but there's also a pacer named Steve Gordon.
I think so. Clive Banton. There's an interesting story about Clive Banton. Clive Banton played for St. Elizabeth Technical at the same time, and a fellow called Trevor Samuels played for St. Elizabeth. Trevor Samuels was part of that West Indies youth team that played in that very first World Cup in Australia. Brian Lara, the captain. There were 4 Jamaicans: Trevor Samuels, Robert Samuels, Nehemiah Perry, and I think Jimmy Adams was the other one. In the year that.
Back through mid-wicket, and that's into the ropes for 4. Wide, long on. Short delivery from Campbell, and that wonderful signal of 4 by Collins Bryan.
Now, the story with Clive Banton, Michael Holding was doing a series of visits around the island. I think as this short ball got the treatment, well played. Well in front of square. In fact, over wide, long on, so it was well in control. Take that, Kyrie Campbell. Michael Holding was going through Jamaica, assessing cricketers, probably fast bowlers. And he was impressed with Clive Banton. Now, those of us who knew Clive Banton knew that he had classic run-up, correct look, a lot like Michael Holding himself. So Michael gave him the nod of approval, and he played, I think, 1 or 2 senior games for Jamaica where Philo Wallace took him apart. And then those of us who knew Trevor Samuels' ability, who saw the both of them playing, was saying to Trevor, you're a little unlucky that Michael wasn't to see you, or, But we knew that Clive Banton would have played for the senior team, but was never the same quality as a Trevor Samuels, who I told you played West Indies youth cricket. Nice action, could have developed into something special. But what we remember most was Philo Wallace here at Savannah Park, really giving him some licks. Didn't hang around after that. That was quick.
Yeah, well, Philo Wallace was certainly one of the most destructive batters on his day. I actually played some senior level cricket with him in Trinidad, where he spent some time. I'm not sure. I think Keshav would have played against him as well. He would have played against Philo Wallace. No, when he fought over Sunday League games. Turned off a couple of times for 1 or 2 of those teams. Yeah. He will take the single now, so Blades will have 1 delivery to face against Campbell. Can he wrap up the innings in this delivery? Shamar Springer has looked really good out there. Unfortunately, the poor fella, he comes in so late in the order. I feel like he should be batting above maybe Boucher. I mean, as an all-rounder in the team, if you're playing as an all-rounder. Do you think he should be batting above Boucher?
No, I like Boucher's setup. I like the fact that he is busy, works the ball well. We saw in that half century of his that he's prepared to do the hard yards. I feel a little bit more inclined to play the long innings. I think Springer on the other end is a little bit more attacking. So no, I wouldn't change.
It's a piece of that, this Blades, but they won't take the run, obviously. As the end of another Carrie Campbell over comes. And the Bajans limping along, 407 for 9, 104 overs bowled. It's just about 11:29 here in Jamaica. So another half an hour to go till lunch. Abhijay Mansingh, a change in bowling now. This might be interesting. In terms of Shamar Springer, maybe trying to go after him particularly. Orville, do you remember Kenrick Dennis?
Kenrick Dennis, famous for 2 drop catches.
He's famous for 2 drop catches.
Yes, in a game.
Not just 1.
No, 2. It was I think it was a 1-day game here. Can't remember who. Maybe Trinidad, maybe Barbados. Few runs to get by the visiting team in the dying stages. Somebody bowled a short ball and Kenrick Dennis put down a catch in the very late stages. The other team won. I think he dropped 2. Was a fast bowler from Clarendon. But he's going to be remembered more for those 2 drop catches than for what he did at anything else he did at the top level. Was pretty rapid as a schoolboy. But yeah, that is, mention Kenrick Dennis and that is what people will remember. Those 2 drop catches that cost us a game. I didn't think he played for Jamaica too many games after that. May have migrated or something.
Is there a particular area in Jamaica that sort of maybe sort of the heart and soul of cricket in terms of so like in Trinidad we know that the central and south area you talk about Presal, you talk about San Fernando, those sort of areas, rural areas, country areas, yes, to a large extent, those are the areas where cricket is really loved, where cricket is really it runs true, and you might still pass on the road and see some cricket. Is there a particular parish in
Yeah,
Jamaica where
I would think in my time as a child, as a young man or as a teenager, Westmoreland and St. Elizabeth, I could argue that my own little community was was as cricket loving as most. Um, they had an all age competition. I think it was called the was it the Carib Cement Cricket, All Island Cricket, and the primary school that is in my neck of the woods won more time than any other school in Jamaica, New Hope. So certainly at the youth level, I think more young, talented youth cricketers would have come from Westmoreland and St. Elizabeth than most other parishes, say the last 30 years.
and what about the modern era?
Uh, I would say there are pockets. St. Elizabeth is one, and there's a section in Manchester.
109 for 9 after
Yeah.
105.
So I still think in terms of cricket, the rural parishes sometimes are a little bit more likely to still be playing the game than in the urban parishes. But I think in terms of loving and playing all the time, I think maybe St. Elizabeth now has the edge. They play every day. They have a they play night cricket. They play concrete leagues. They play regular. Maybe the most cricket. But nowadays, senior cricket, masters cricket, is probably much more popular than youngsters playing.
Mm.
So there is no weekend where there's not a masters match somewhere. But not too many youngsters playing the kind of community versus
But
community cricket.
that's what the older heads, those are the people like me and you,
There
still
you
like
go.
to
There you
turn
go.
their arm over
There you go.
or stand up in a crease, I should say, because you don't like to bowl.
Interesting.
Wait. As you mentioned that Masters cricket, our producer Keisha has said that the Masters cricket is sort of taking off around the world. There's over 40, over 50, over 60, and over even over 70 tournaments coming this way. One in Guyana and also happening one in Canada. So the over 70, interestingly, so the over 70s happened earlier this year in New Zealand. Beautiful from Salmon.
Yeah, didn't spin back. Batsman playing for the spin went straight on. Salmon has not yet taken a wicket. His captain has given him the opportunity now to get a W beside his name.
Yeah, that Masters cricket really is quite popular. And I'm guessing you're too busy managing your life and finances and cleaning 4 or 5 houses every weekend because they're yours to play Masters cricket.
No, I don't play a lot of cricket anymore. The sun is too hot. Ball hits too hard. I'm wondering if this was the same sun that we played in. It's too difficult a game for me now.
Up in the air, just about turns out past leg slip. Gets away with that one. And Jediah Blades and Shamar Springer continue to hang on here. They came together with the score on 376 for 9. So they've added a good bit of runs here. And the tail is wagging.
Didn't run the single. Right, didn't run the single from that last ball because they want Springer to be on strike. Maybe not any intention to declare. Maybe they'll bat until they get bowled out, or maybe until lunch. 409 is respectable, but maybe a little fewer than they thought they would have had at this stage. Mansingh will continue. He himself is wicketless. Surprised that Brad Barnes is not the spinner opted for. Is he on the field? Interesting. Brad Barnes was without doubt the most impressive of the spinners.
I think he's there at long off.
Yesterday. Is that here long off? I'm not sure why he's not the one being used first if the captain is turning to spin. That's a little difficult to understand. You got 2 for 50 something from plenty of overs yesterday. And neither of these spinners who are in operation now have taken any wicket. So Brad may feel a little hard done by, unless there's some other compelling reason. Still not taking the single.
Smacked again by Springer, but no run again. Certainly doing well at defending the strike. Cut away again. Will they take the run this time? They do indeed. The sweeper is out there. As Blades will have 2 deliveries to face. So after the roller coaster of the first hour, it slowed down to a crawl in traffic almost in the second hour. So much happened in that first hour. But here the Bajans still hanging on. Helmet for the short leg fielder coming in. Slip and leg slip for Jediah Blades. Mid off and mid on in position. A fielder at deep backward square leg as well. And a fielder at backward point, as well as that fielder at cover. Edge just past the slips, will run down to the ropes for 4. Will Odin Smith pull it up? He will not. Fortuitous 4 for Jediah Blades. The Jamaicans will be frustrated at how much extra runs these two are adding.
Yeah, and that is one of the things about cricket. They were getting rid of the much more accomplished batsmen, and would be feeling at this stage that they'd pretty much wrap up the tail. But well, these two are sticking around and creating some frustration. This was a genuine edge. You could say he kind of opened the face or slackened his grip on it just at the point of contact. But these two are hanging around.
Yeah, again, they've been there since 376, so they've added quite a few runs. And very, very frustrating with Blades on 13 as well. Springer doing a very, very good job of shepherding the tail. He's on 28. But I almost feel as if they passed that 400 on their last pair, he could chance his arm a little bit. And see if he could go after bowling, at least see what can happen. Because at the end of the day, it's just about getting up to 15 minutes to lunch. But then the other thing is, of course, the umpires can extend the session if there's one wicket left to fall to see if anything can happen as well. So play could be extended. Negative bowling by Pete Salmon, which is not necessarily a bad idea, to be honest. Or as we say, containment bowling, we shouldn't say negative. That's a piece of that one. The Springer, and he'll actually take the run on the third delivery. So the field will have to come in tight now for Jediah Blades. Trinidad and Tobago have progressed to 367 for 5. Joshua De Silva is not out on 144. Excellent knock by the wicketkeeper captain. The Windward Islands Volcano is also doing well. They're 114 for 2. Unfortunately, Pascal has gone for 43. Kavim Hodge and Johan Jeremiah, the not out batsman. Hodge has gone on to 53. Taking a look at the bowling so far for Jamaica. The Pete Salmon is into his 18th over. He's taken none for 62. Abhijay Mansingh, 13 overs, none for 64. Brad Barnes, perhaps a pick of the bowlers, and the man who arrested the momentum yesterday, 19 overs, 2 for 56. Gary Campbell, 21 overs, 1 for 74. Odin Smith, 18 overs, 3 for 91. And Marquino Mindley, 18 overs, 2 for 51. So Odin Smith, expensive, but taking 3 wickets. Abhijay Mansingh has been particularly expensive as well. Marquino Mindley has been extremely good. 108 overs bowled. The score is 415 for the loss of time.
Yeah, and this last pair continues to frustrate the Jamaican bowlers, having gotten, 5 wickets pretty rapidly this morning. They would have thought that they'd be batting by now. Has not been that way at all.
You said you don't play cricket anymore, Orville Higgins. What about football? Do you kick a football around?
I was a brilliant footballer until somebody tackles me. So left on my own devices, I was quick, had a good shot, but I didn't like the contact. So I wasn't going to do well as a footballer. The minute you got too close, I closed down, but left on my own. So when I played like community ball, I stuck myself on a wing or something.
So when you played by yourself,
I was like Pele, man, when I was playing against people who were not special, but no.
Big shot by Springer. Does he get it high? Does he get it hard enough? He does indeed. It goes over far long on, all the way for 6.
Yeah,
Statement of intent, maybe.
Still wondering why Brad Barnes is bowling, but the skipper may think otherwise. Well, clearly is thinking otherwise. But that was a good shot by Springer. He can be dangerous. All these runs now are crucial. The more they make, the more the Scorpions will have to make.
And he's happy to let Blades take 3 from RBJ Mansing. Short leg fielder coming in. Fielder coming in general for Blades. Edged again. And I think that was into the ground. Well fielded by John Campbell. At that slip position. Moved very, very quickly indeed. End of the over, 109 overs bowled. It's 422 for the loss of 9 wickets. A shot of the spectators there. Brad Barnes Sr. on his phone, I believe. Very good day to you, Mr. Barnes. If you're listening to the commentary, give us a wave. See if he's going to wave at us.
Well, clearly not doing that.
He's probably busy texting his friends. See where the party is later.
No, I can tell you that that is not what he's doing. He's not
Monday
a part.
night in Kingston, Orville Higgins, where do you go?
Well, tonight home. Cricket is hard work.
But usually on a Monday night.
I'm a big on dominoes, so probably playing somewhere.
Feeling for that one. The one was getting the edge. Nice start from Mindley. And it's Marquino Mindley coming into the attack. I don't know why he was taken off earlier. He was just getting into a spell where he had gotten, I think, 2 quick wickets. He had gotten Rustin Chase, and then he had gotten Boucher, who was actually the 2 set batters. He was probably disappointed that he was taken off at that point. Let's see if we can wrap it up for the Jamaicans. Jediah Blades hops and skips his way down to the striker's end. Clearly Springer is starting to have a little confidence in him now, letting him face 4 deliveries here from Mindley. Certainly a cult figure that deserves a lot of respect in terms of Jamaican cricket for his service throughout the years, Tamar Lambert.
Yeah, was excellent captain for Jamaica. Now, on his day, very good. Wow.
That's whacked. Is it in the air? It gets down to the backward square leg. And Jediah Blades gets an extravagant single.
Yeah, we were talking about Tamar Lambert as Shamar Springer. Jediah Blades is 13 from 36 deliveries. Looks not particularly special, but Shamar Springer at the other end is now 37. These two would have added valuable runs. The scoring rate is just about a touch below 4. Not scoring particularly quickly. But this will be irritating to the Jamaicans.
And of course, the Jamaicans are going to tire because they have to come in and out like every other delivery, like just like that. So the field is going to close in again for Jediah Blades. Tamara Lambert, you were saying?
Yeah, Tamar Lambert was one of those gentlemen that you felt always talented, could bat from he was at Jonathan Grant. Good captain.
Short delivery in the air. Does he get it all the way? That goes far. That's a wonderful six by Jediah Blades. The wheels sort of coming off the bus here for the Jamaicans, and they're starting to look a little lackluster in the field as the Bajans start to take back the momentum.
Yeah, we expected shots like that from Shamar Springer. When the number 11 can do that, well, it says that the Jamaicans are at the moment very deflated.
55-run partnership as well. That is really not what the Jamaicans would have ordered after having taken. So they had literally gotten 4 wickets for 30 runs up until this ninth wicket pair came in. As Pete Salmon has to go far to do some retrieval.
Yes, so Jedi Blaze now is opening up and playing shots like that. These two are responsible for bringing the Barbados Pride total to well over the 400 mark. When they came together, 400 was looking iffy. Now they are 431 and probably still counting. So this is important, and I believe that Jedi Blaze should continue to play like that. If you are going to be not declaring, then you should be scoring. Time at the crease, just prodding, isn't really helping the Barbados Pride team. You might as well be bowling. You need 20 wickets. So this should be the approach.
Beaten by that one, well bowled by Minley. End of the over, 431 for 9, 110 overs have been bowled. It's just about 7 or 8 minutes to the scheduled luncheon interval. We'll have to see what happens in terms of that. Mansing to continue.
Shamar Springer's bat is looking as broad as a door here, Andrew.
Has the pitch flattened down, do you think?
Well, yeah, in the first hour, we did see some nip. Maybe the bowlers were fresher that accounted for it.
Goes big over long on again. Does he get a piece of it? Oh my, certainly he does. Hits that all the way, Shamar Springer, for a towering 6.
Yeah, but the sting has gone completely out of the Scorpions. It's now looking like a team that has run out of ideas. And the Barbadian 10th wicket partnership is stretching even further. That whistled over wide long on for 6.
Nice adjustment by Mansing, but he certainly is one of the bowlers that has toiled. And I mentioned he really doesn't look like the force to be reckoned with that he was in maybe last season's championship. Dancing up the pitch was Springer for this one. Stifled appeal for the leg before. Nothing doing from Christopher Taylor. Goes big again? No, he does not. He just smacks it into the mid-wicket region. And that is the end of the over. 111 overs bowled. And Nelson on the board for the Jamaicans. 437 for 9. Blades on strike to Marquino Mindley. That's a whack on that one, and he'll get it down to long on for just a single. Blades skips through for the single. So the Scorpion fans will be very, very disappointed with what's going on here because the bowlers came out as a unit and did really well this morning. Smith and Mindley sharing 2 wickets apiece. Sharing 4 wickets, I should say, 2 apiece. But this last pair has been very, very difficult to close off. And they're looking increasingly more comfortable as the game goes on. As this time Springer moves up to 45. Very solid defense there from Blades.
Yeah, and the fact that the Jamaicans have gone a little flat is causing Blades to grow in confidence. Or maybe it's the other way around. It's because Blades is growing in confidence along with Shamar Springer, which is causing the Jamaicans to go completely flat. But at the end, at this point in time, the Jamaicans must be thoroughly frustrated.
Well, it's almost as if every time that tail wags, it's like a slap in the face of the Jamaicans. And every run they add is just more painful for them. But I'm still trying to understand exactly what the Bajans are trying to do. So if they can bat for 2 whole days, let's just say this pair, I'm not saying this pair can last for 2 more sessions, but if this pair can bat for 2 more sessions, is that what you're going for? You're going to bat for 2 whole days, and I'm thinking this is just sort of wasting an opportunity here.
Yeah, I think lunch is the absolute furthest they will go. I can't see them batting on after lunch.
Yeah, but even so, why would you give the Jamaicans a chance to recuperate during lunch? They're going to have a chance to get a shower, get something to eat, relax a little bit, rehydrate, as opposed to putting them in immediately for 10 minutes before lunch and tell Blades and Springer, yo, just go at it, just go hard at them for 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, wouldn't have any problem with that suggestion at all. In fact, they may have just missed a little trick not doing that.
Yorker leg delivery, and that is the end of the innings. Finally, Marquino Minley wraps it up, and Jediah Blades is bowled as the Bajans finally finish on 439 all out.
Yeah, 439, and I think that should be a lesson to the Jamaican fast bowlers. There was not enough of that. Too much length, too much short balls. And the Yorker, the good old Yorker, has accounted for 2 of the last 3 or 4 wickets. I think the Jamaicans started bowling brilliantly, but then got carried away when they started to come under the hammer. This works every time. Full at the boot, straight. Thank you very much. And 439 is a decent score. Maybe they would have wanted a little bit more than that, but in the end, well constructed total innings by Barbados Pride, and it's now up to the Scorpions to respond.
Let's just run through the batting card very quickly for you. Craig Braffett caught John Campbell off the bowling of Odin Smith for 74. Shane Moose was run out by Marquino Mindley, 23 for 23. Jonathan Drake stumped by Romain Morris off the bowling of Brad Barnes for 94. Kevin Wickham caught and bowled by Barnes for 5. Orville, you'll stay and give them the bowling figures. Rustin Chase caught by Abhijay Mansingh off the bowling of Mindley for 84. Carl Mayers, LBW to carry Campbell for 1. Lenny Boucher caught Romain Morris, bowled Mindley for 50. Shamar Springer not out 45. Joshua Bishop caught Romain Morris, bowler Odin Smith for 4. Jamel Warrican bowled by Odin Smith for 4. And Jediah Blades bowled by Marquino Mindley for 21. Here's the bowling figures.
Yeah, the bowling figures shows an attack that was put to the sword at some point, and that bowled very well at some point. Marquino Mindley ended with 3 for 62 from his 20 overs. That was impressive enough. Carrie Campbell, who started very, very well, kind of drifted away in terms of quality early today, but his 1 for 74, he showed glimpses and promises that given time, he could turn out to be something special. Odin Smith worked hard, did the donkey work, 3 for 91. Pete Salmon bowled with absolutely no luck, but I didn't think that he was at his best in this innings either. None for 62 from his 18.2. Abhijay Mansingh never looked at any point as if he was threatening to the Barbados Pride batsman. None for 77. He will hope that he can be a lot more effective in the second innings. And Brad Barnes, you'd have to say the most impressive of the spinners. 2 for 56 from 19. A little surprising that he wasn't used today at all. So that is the scorecard. And Barbados Pride will feel they have put up a good first innings total, but there's still a long way to go. We take a break. We'll be back after lunch.
Not this trio.
No. Between the 3 of you, who is the funniest?
Between you and Jaden. Yeah, funny at all.
Yeah. Between Andy and I for sure.
Yeah.
And who take the longest to get ready?
Me.
Always waiting on this man to go for dinner. Always.
Who is most likely to be late?
No, really.
Jaden got
Me,
the close at that.
Important things.
Important thing is
Nobody late. But like if it's dinner,
Casual, I
whatever,
think me, for sure.
Jaden got it
Yeah.
close.
who lifts the most in the gym?
Then between Andy and I.
It's
Oh no, you're a little strong too.
Yes,
But-
my legs. Where's your squad?
3
You win.
Yeah, I think it's 3
I was
285 or something
I
like
was 275. Who's the most competitive?
that. It varies.
It very depends on what we're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Table tennis. These two can't beat me, so I just always win. I just always win anyway. If it wasn't cricket, what other sport would you like to play professionally and why?
For me, I'll pick track and field because that is what I used to do before. So for me, if it's professionally, I would always go back to that. It would be easier.
Football.
You're not good at all.
Yeah, I used to play football and
It wasn't good.
you mad?
We're mean on a game.
No,
You
but
had-
all them mad.
Yes, fine.
Yeah, I have medals for football, eh?
They give out participation medals too.
No. Squad banger from outside the box.
Alright.
Top corner too. You.
I would choose football because I actually played football at a decent level.
Okay.
I played the highest school
Next.
football level. Wait a minute.
Next.
Hey, I have an intercal game, eh?
I've played intercall final and like big sellout stadium. About 5,000 people watching.
Who do we think did the best at school?
Definitely not me. Not me at all.
Why that question?
Jaden.
I don't have a choice. Who is the toughest opponent or player that you have faced in your test career?
Probably say like Josh Hazelwood because of his skill. Yeah, I think he was one of the toughest bowlers I've had to face so far.
Can I say it's just about enjoying the battle this far for me.
Only one man I could call. Joe Root.
What Ben Duckett?
Nah. He only do it for one game. Joe Root do it for 6 games, you know. From the Caribbean
Oh wow, yeah.
to England. It have to be Joe Root. Joe Root.
Yeah. Gives you nightmares?
Nah, he's not giving me nightmares. It's just,
He's making you think a little bit.
yeah. He's make it hard work. Yeah.
Who is the teacher's pet?
The whole team. All right.
Nobody.
Nah, if we go in batting coach, the teacher for the batting coach is Kevin Hodge. Oh yeah. Full stop. Full stop.
Yeah, my
Conversation done. Nobody else. It ain't nobody else. Conversation done. Kevin Hodge
For sure.
for batting coach. Full stop.
This next one, real interesting. Who is the best dancer?
In the whole team.
Michael Louis.
Yeah, Louis has some moves.
Yeah,
Louis has some moves.
Yeah,
Louis has some
yeah,
moves.
Louis
Yeah, Louis
has
has
some
some
moves.
moves. Shema would say he has some moves too.
I never see it, so I can't say.
Shema
I
would say
see
he has
Louis.
some moves.
I see Louis put it down.
But I
right.
see Louis dance.
Yeah.
So Louis.
Yeah.
Louis.
Yeah.
Who has the best fashion sense?
Sinky.
No. Done it. Cut. Nah, you're doing that for spite. You're doing that for spite.
Casey has the best
Yeah,
from
yeah.
fresh when
Casey always fresh, yeah.
Alright, this one I can probably say Sinky. Who is the loudest?
We don't need to answer.
Yeah, that's the man, that's the man.
Kevin Sinclair. Kevin Sinclair. Ah, this is an easy one. Who has the worst taste in music?
Don't say me, eh? If you only say me.
So who I was gonna call again?
I don't know, it's not me.
You are the worst taste. You listen to country music, bro.
What's wrong with country music?
Everything wrong with country music.
I listen to soca, I listen to dancehall, I listen to country, I listen to Afrobeats, reggae, you name it, I listen to everything.
When?
All the time.
Who would you call in an emergency? Anyone out of the two?
Yeah, anybody
Yeah,
there.
anyone out of these two?
Yeah,
Anybody there.
definitely.
Anyone. And who deals the best with pressure?
And
I think one name that
Craig
stands
is
just Craig.
Craig for sure.
Yeah, Craig, this
Yeah.
be real calm. You
No
can
matter
never
the
tell if he's
situation,
taking
yeah.
on anything or not.
Yeah.
Can't tell what he's thinking, he's just...
So yeah, Craig. Easily Craig.
What has been the most memorable moment in your test career so far?
You go first.
I would like to say my test 100, but I think beating Australia in Australia is probably most memorable. As a team, personally, it would obviously be test 100, but I think beating Australia, especially in the Gabba, where it's their fortress.
For me, it had to be my first 5-wicket haul. And not even the 5-wicket haul, it's just the fact that we win the game. And how we win the game was close. That is the most memorable thing for me.
Yeah, I remember watching you jumping.
To become the youngest West Indian fast bowler to get 5 wickets, and he does so.
For me, it's my first test wicket. It came off my second ball of my first over. So that is something I cherish as well.
And we have a picture with that one.
Yeah.
Hands up.
Who is the most naturally talented cricketer?
In the team, Alec boy.
Yeah.
Alec
Gifted.
just look the part all the time.
Discuss the friendship that we have with each other on and off the field.
Well, I can speak from when I started, because I didn't know any of them personally when I now started. I started playing cricket with Josh at probably 19, 20 years old, and we just created that bond when we played together for Trinidad in the first class setup, and then we all came together with West Indies, and the friendship just grew and grew, and we went on tours together, and every time we had to go for lunch, breakfast or dinner, we moved together, and we sit near each other on the bus as well.
Yeah, I agree.
It was something just natural. It was just natural from the beginning. You know, we fight, how we could say it, we go to war together, so we always just lean on each other when it's that time. But it's something that's come natural.
We know each other, so like on the field, I would know Jaden bowl a bad over or something. I'd try and cheer him up a little bit. I'd know Andy's emotions when it's not going his way. Yeah, it's a nice feeling to have two of your best friends on the team at the same time. So.
Off the field, you can't beat me in FIFA though.
What?
Next question. Next question.
We have to do a video of us playing FIFA and see how much. The other night we played, I scored 20 goals. I scored 19 with Haaland.
Next question.
What is your favorite thing about playing for West Indies?
I get goosebumps, yes? Everything. For me, is everything. The first thing was I wanted to play cricket. I wanted to play for West Indies. And then obviously playing, you get to experience Test cricket. You get to experience singing the national anthem. And doing it home. Doing it in the Queen's Park Oval was something big. So I guess singing the national anthem anywhere in the world is a big thing.
I think for me it's about representing the region. Not everybody gets to do it. There's a lot of people who aspire to do it, but not everyone gets to do it. So I think for me is that weight on your shoulders. It's obviously a big weight, but it's something that you cherish forever. And to get that test cap, nobody could ever take that away from you.
Yeah, it's a great feeling, you know, to represent the region, as just said. And you know how it started for me, it was funny because I had friends who used to play cricket who I would go down on a weekend and watch play cricket and get the opportunity when they are short. And I know those are the ones who actually wanted to play for West Indies at the time because I used to do track and field. So it's not only for me now, but it's for them as well. So I'm actually living their dream for them as well.
What moment has made you the proudest of each other?
I think we were all there when we beat England, right? Yeah. We were all there when we beat England in Grenada. Jaden and I played, Andy didn't debut as yet, but yeah, I think just all of us being on the team and then being there to do something historic like that was a special moment for sure.
Goes down the ground. He thinks he's got there. He certainly has. What an innings from Josh De Silva. The ecstasy written all over his face, and boy, he's deserved that.
The way we celebrate and enjoy each other's success, that's something I cherish. That's something I definitely enjoy.
For me, when Andy made his debut, I was very happy for him. And then obviously getting the first test wicket. I know how much that would mean to anybody. So far more getting your first test wicket on debut in your first over is obviously a big thing. So I was very proud of him in that moment. And for me, with Josh, it's scoring the first test 100. And not because I was batting, just because he get it. Because he was batting well throughout the series. He had, I think, 150 before that, and he was looking like he could push on at some stage, and he did it in that last game, in the most vital game of the series. And he got to that triple figure mark, and we won the series in the end. So I was very proud of both of them in those different moments. What are we expecting from this test against Bangladesh?
Win.
I would say definitely a series win. Definitely a series win.
Yeah. Not much, not too complicated, just
to win. Just to win the series.
Yeah, do the basics well and make Craig and coach proud.
Yeah,
that's all.
When we hear the words Antigua and cricket in the same sentence, we're often thinking about names like Sir Vivian Richards, Andy Roberts, even maybe a Sir Richie Richardson. Maybe one day we could be thinking about Jewel Andrew. Great to have you. Congrats again on all that's happening this year. We are in Antigua, where it's all started for you. Tell me, first of all, how does it feel to be in a West Indies camp?
It feels great, to be honest. You know, playing around the old guys makes me feel even better about myself, and just the support I've been getting so far is something that I want forever.
It's well documented that families played a big part in your journey. If you had to describe the role that they play, how would you put that into words?
If I try, I'll be here a long time. My mom, very neat, you know. She's just my backbone, I should say. She's more confident than me. You know, just seeing her in the stands, you know, gives me that extra push. And, you know, she's just joyful and a good person to be around, and someone that you should have in your corner.
Jewel started to play at a young age with big men, so he doesn't play name cricket. You bowl to him, and once you bowl to him in whatever loose ball, he just put it away. So he's fearless. Jewel and I have a connection. We talk about everything, every single thing. And if he knows that I'm here, he's going to do his best to make me happy. What he normally says is that, Mom, I'll give you something to watch, because I watch all of his videos over and over again. Once it's on YouTube, I don't watch anything else. So, you know, that's how it goes with us.
If you had to put into words, who is Jewel Andrew, what would you tell them?
So a confident young man, you know, fearless, as Viv would say, never die sort of guy. So it's just someone I want to be forever.
Let's talk about the Under-19 World Cup, where this unbelievable year began, where you scored the most runs for the West Indies and you were well talked about. Did you feel any pressure now that there are eyes on you and there's a certain expectation tagged with your name?
At that time, I was feeling extra pressured because, you know, everyone expects me to, you know, score every game, and that's not realistic, but that's what I try to do. I just try not to think about it as much, because at this level, expectations will be high. So just for me to just stick out what I'm doing and just learn as much as I can at this level.
I think a month after that World Cup, you made your first-class debut for Leewards. How have the guys in the Leeward Islands shaped your journey and helped you along this process?
I mean, they push me more than I push myself, especially fitness tests and those things, you know. Aiden is the one that really pushed me to, you know, do an extra one, even when I'm not feeling it, because it will benefit me in the long run, and it did.
I really, you know, see him as a little brother, and I really try to encourage him in, you know, doing the right things to stay at the highest level. So, you know, the only thing I can do is just give him my knowledge and, you know, encourage him a little harder. He just reminds me of myself when I was a kid, you know, just always laughing. Sometimes you'll see him sleeping on a chair. So, you know, he's just, at the end of the day, he's just a kid, and, you know, I really, you know, love having him around.
And what about Casey?
He's more, you know, my idol off the field more than on the field, because I like the way you carry yourself off the field.
So what about on the field? What's wrong with that?
Nothing is wrong with that, but I just...
You think you could bat better than him?
Yeah.
So much has happened for you in this year. So you get that first class experience, went to Ireland with the West Indies Academy. Whilst all these things are happening, what is keeping you grounded to remembering sort of where you've come from?
I actually look at old Snapchat videos that my sister sent me when I just started playing. I'm like, look at this to now, you know. It feels like a big achievement, but I just feel it's just the beginning for me.
June 2024, CPL draft is around, and Joel Andrew gets picked. Not only does he get picked, he's going to play for the Antigua Falcons.
Playing for your home is always something you love to do. And I know it's a franchise team, but it feels more like home to me. Receiving, you know, that call was something that I always wanted, to just be in a part of the CPL, because, you know, this is the biggest part in sport, so I always wanted to experience it for myself.
After the CPL, West Indies call up. Where were you exactly when you got that call that you were going to be part of the West Indies setup? What was your emotion?
I was actually on my way back home from CPL, and I cried instantly. Because, you know, just receiving that from the coach, that I would be a part of the team, it made me feel good about myself, and it's something I always wanted.
That squad was captained by Shea Hope, who you've always said is your biggest idol. Why Shea Hope?
I mean, he's just cut above the rest in my eyes. Averaging 15 ODIs is never an easy task. So that's something that I want for myself. So if I see it in someone else, you know, I could just always emulate it, try to bring it into my game.
So third ODI comes around, getting your cap from Azari, who is obviously working his way to be one of the great Antiguan cricketers. What did that moment feel like?
I mean, he's more of a brother to me than a teammate. We go way back in terms of Antigua and club cricket. So receiving my cap from him was a special moment that, you know, I would cherish forever.
If you are to play in Antigua, to hear the rally around the West Indies, to be part of cricket with Antiguans all around you, what would that mean to you?
I mean, every time I hear that anthem, I get emotional, because, you know, that's something that stands out, and it's something that means a lot to everyone in the region. If I get the opportunity, I want to score my first 50 in front of the home crowd. That will make me feel good. And just still learn as much as I can, because I'm still here to learn.
17 years old, we could be hearing Joel Andrew for the next 10 to 15 years. The guy makes me feel old, but brother, I hope you enjoy this. This is an invaluable experience that you will get on this series, and we can't wait to see what the limit will be for you. So all the best.
Thanks.
That's out, got him!
Two West Indian great fast bowlers. Two men that sit in the top 5 West Indian leading test match wicket takers. Courtney Walsh, we sit in his end here at Sabina Park. Kemar Roach, a man that's working his way up and closing in on 300 test wickets. Gentlemen, it is a great privilege to sit here alongside the two of you guys. 17 years in test match cricket, 15 years in test match cricket and counting. I want to know, first of all, what trait is needed to be able to perform and sustain excellence for such a long period of time? We'll start with the superiority.
The big strong words. No, obviously for me, I think the key is being able to be fit, have good health, work out what you want to do, and be prepared to put some hard yards in before, so that can help you to sustain what's going on after. So once you look after your body, and do the right requirements, and also knowing your body after a certain period of time to know when you're match fit and what you need to do to get match fit. Was one of my motto, and I think Kimara has done that extremely well.
What worked for you?
Yeah, same thing you said. Just being match ready. Put the work in at the beginning, train hard, take care of your body, eat well, get some rest, and then on the field, you just express yourself, you exploit your skills, and that has worked for me from my whole career. And obviously watching the great man before me, he laid a foundation, and he was a very hard worker. You can see that he bowled long spells, and he was very consistent, and that's what I emulate my game off.
Roach has the last laugh. Roach has the last wicket.
Both of your journeys in fast bowling, your skill sets actually changed over time. How did your, Courtney, starting with you, how did your skill set evolve over your 17 years of test match bowling?
With experience, I mean, any young fast bowler when you started, you want to bowl fast because that was the name of the game. So you always try to hit the deck as hard as you can and try to bowl as quick as you can. And for me, I could only get the ball to knife back in or swing in a good pace, consistent pace. But over the years, as the game started to evolve and my own career started to develop, you realize that you need certain skill sets. So practicing the nets was what I went to do, and then you try it out in matches. Obviously, being able to play a couple of seasons in England did help, and then playing our regular 4-day cricket here and club cricket here, you can experiment in those. And then I would call myself an all-round fast bowler afterwards when I was able to swing the ball away from the bat. And those skill sets is something that you have to work on. There's something that I've admired with Kumar. His skill set, when he started, he was raw pace. But then when he sort of lost a little bit of that pace, his skill sets got better in terms of how he swung the ball and using different angles, going around the wicket and creating what I call, I think, to me, and I say it in front of him or behind him, one of the best around the wicket bowler to left arm spin batters, using up that angle, getting the ball to come in and then leave the bat. It's not something that happens overnight. It's something you have to practice. And that's how you get your game to evolve in terms of trying to be a complete fast bowler, which at the end of my career, I think I was closer to that than when I started.
Second hit, magnificent from Kemar Roach. Third time lucky.
When do you remember that time where it all sort of came together for you?
Obviously, injuries help. Injuries help. Obviously, I lost some pace, so obviously I had to work on my skills more to become still an impact bowler in Test cricket. So I did a lot of work leading into 2015, 2016 after my injury on my shoulder, and some deep discussions and some reinvention of myself and my action helped me to do a lot more of the ball, and then I think I became a better bowler after that, instead of working up batsmen, challenging batsmen, front foot, back foot, whatever, but getting the ball to go both ways. I think I enjoy bowling like that more than bowling quick. It might sound funny, but pace put fear in batsmen's heart, but I like the fact of exploiting skills and exploiting weaknesses in batsmen, and I just think that's where I enjoy most.
Edged and taken. Make that 51 before Kemar Roach is probed, and he finally gets the reward.
What role did Courtney Walsh play in Kemar Roach's development and role in the West Indies?
Yeah, obviously watching on TV, obviously we all know of him and the Curtly Ambrose partnership. I think those guys, they set such a high barrier for fast bowling in the Caribbean that you just wanted to emulate them. Watching it in Barbados on CBC, I think seeing him and Courtney Ambrose run together, it was just heartwarming, and you just go outside right after the game is finished and you try to bowl like them, and it was really good times, and it just is a good foundation for my cricket going forward, and that's why I'm here, playing as long as I can.
And Legend, there's a picture of you around 2011 having a chat with the three West Indian fast bowlers. I think it was Kemar, it was Fida, Darren Sammy was in it as well. What do you remember about Kemar Roach when he first burst on the scene that you really liked?
Some of the questions he had asked, I liked his action from day one, but his attitude, being down to earth, some of the questions he asked. And then after that meeting, we kept in touch. I mean, we were always in touch, but we kept in touch more. And just to watch, you start to watch and follow the career. And I remember the one that stands out to me most distinct was a conversation I had with him in India when I was down there doing commentary, and he wasn't playing. And I was a little bit disappointed because I wanted to see him play, but they were just remodeling his action and stuff. And I said to him, it's only a pity you have to be doing the modeling of the action on tour. This should have been done before, and it should have enabled you to be playing. And he agreed, and we had good discussions about it to make sure that he didn't get downhearted, because when you expect to play, you're not playing. And he took it well. We kept in touch, we did a little bit of chatting after, and I just started to follow his career because of what I saw, his humbleness, but he wanted to succeed to be at the top level. And after that tour, he came back playing, and he hit the ground running. And whenever he see me, he would say, "Legend, what do you think about this?" and what we think. And if I see something, I'd say it to him. And the way how he accepts it, and he would try, and we would have a chat after the game. This didn't work or that worked. That sort of helped us, and it helped me to be able to know that he's not afraid of asking for advice. And I was always happy to pass on whatever I saw to him, and he would take it on board.
You remember that conversation?
Yeah, I do remember that conversation. Speaking to him is always is just an upliftment. And I was down, wasn't playing as much, but he uplifted me, and I just wanted to push on. I just wanted to be among those great fast bowlers of before, and he was one of them. So it's just a good feeling to have him around sometimes.
Another question in terms of looking back on y'all's careers, you've obviously played against so many formidable oppositions, but which opposition, if you had to pick one team, always brings the best out of Kemar Roach, always brings the best out of Courtney Walsh? Starting with you.
I was playing against England. I think obviously that is our biggest series, and the hype around it just brings a life into you. Like, you want to do well against England.
Could be close, could be close. Finger goes up. Joel Wilson says you're on your way.
I'm watching, as I said, Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh, they go out there and they dominated England for years, away and at home. So it's like, I want to emulate that. I want to emulate as much of my career as possible. And I think the England side brings out the best in me.
Australia, because of the competitiveness for me, and then you play the moment away and stuff, and it was always with the band back in those days as well. They never used to sell the fast bowlers, but they always, you feel like you have a point to prove when they were taking on August Logie. So that used to bring the best out of me back in the days against Australia.
That's pretty close, he's down. Walsh's 100th wicket against Australia.
With England now, because I played county cricket, it was always a very close rivalry, because when you're in there playing county cricket, you can sort of stand on your own feet as well.
He keeps mentioning Ambrose Walsh. I want to know that having that strike partner for you, first of all, in Sir Curtly Ambrose, what did that do for your bowling and your quest of that 519 Test wickets?
Well, Curtly and I, we didn't compete against each other. We complemented each other, and I think that to me was the friendship that we have, and just the respect for the game and for each other. That helped me because we knew what we wanted to do. We would discuss batsmen, the length we want to bowl, the type of surface, the opposition, and we'll have our own game plan. On his day, I played a supporting role. On my day, he plays a supporting role. And I think that helps in terms of partnership. If he picked up something that was not working, he would come and we'd have a discussion. And I just remember a test match at Lords as well, when he was struggling, rhythm was off. And I went up to him and I said, "Listen, big man, you're struggling today. Don't fight it, try to relax, because sometimes when you lose your rhythm and you're rushing in, it just doesn't come back." And he said, "So what to do?" I said, "Just relax. I will take up the thing," because I was in a good rhythm. Whatever short spells you have to bowl, just try to find by that rhythm. And these are the conversations you need to have and the understanding. And to me, was one of the hallmarks of our career and our partnership, because we understood each other.
Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field. One of the most respected and admired cricketers on the international scene. And there's Courtney Ambrose. Wonderful scenes here, emotional scenes at Sabina Park.
And who is it for you, if you had to look back on your career? It could be current team, it could be former team. Who always pushed Kemar Roach from the other end and brought the best out of you?
I think the partnership with me, Jason, and Shannon for a period of time, I think that three of us, we were very close-knit, and we communicated really well, and we were kind of solidified in the team, so we got a chance to really express ourselves and communicate and become better. I think that period in my career is really what pushed me to I want to be one of the great fast bowlers of West Indies cricket very highly. So it's that period is I really, really enjoyed the communication, the friendship I had with Shannon, obviously the friendship I have with Jason, obviously he's my countryman. But on tours, the communication, the conversations, the fun we had, it really, really, really propelled my career through those periods.
Oh, well done. Very well done by Kemar Roach and Jason Holder. a familiar combination and just holding that channel and that length.
Obviously, we celebrate the high moments in both of your careers, right? One thing that many people don't see is the time off the field where it's not necessarily going to plan, there's adversity. What pushed you and allowed you to come out on the other side of those moments? Both of you guys, start with you, Courtney.
The challenges. You see it as a challenge, you see the adversities, you know what you've been through, you know the work you've put in, and today just wasn't your day, or things, this might not be your series. It's how you bounce back. And I've always tell people that you're not going to have great or good days all the time. You have to treat the good days with the bad days. And then one of the things that I always remember is that on your good days, everybody doesn't have to tell you it's a good day, because people know it's on your bad day you need that support. And you know, sometimes you go into your corner, but then if you have people around you with that understanding, on your bad day, they will help you to get through it as well. But I always tell myself that I don't want to experience too many bad days, so you try to do the best you can to have more good days than bad days.
Yeah, I just like the fact that people let people doubting on me. I like that. That pushes me to prove people wrong. I've had that most of my career. When I lost my pace, everyone said, hey, will he be the same bowler? Can he still be challenging at Test cricket? I just wanted to prove people wrong. And it's worked. That's a big motivation for me. And obviously, leading a young group of fast bowlers now, that also pushes me as well. Like, they have good respect, they have good work ethic, and we get along very well as well in just a room. We have fun, we also work hard. And that also keeps me motivated to obviously know what, I can help these guys to become also legendary fast bowlers for West Indies. So there's a lot of motivation around my career, and that's the two major parts for me.
We're going to transition now to a bit more of a fun segment. I'm going to quiz you all on your careers, right? So it'll start easy and then it'll get hard. There's only 3, so don't worry. First of all, who has Courtney Walsh dismissed the most in Test cricket?
Mike Atherton.
Easy.
That's a good question. I don't think... Is it a Bangladeshi batsman?
No, it's not.
It's got to be an England batsman.
Yeah.
Is it Ben Stokes?
Yeah. 7
Figured that
times.
much.
Shakib is 6 times.
Yeah,
so
I think it. I know it's one of those.
Off spinner, basically an off spinner from Rhodes. It goes high in the sky. And Shamar Brooks makes the catch look very...
I think in the second must be Mushfiqur.
No, Mamadullah.
Mamadullah. Yeah, I'm thinking about an order. Yeah, it was Mushfiqur. Yeah.
And lastly, who has hit more Test match sixes between Courtney Walsh and Kemar Roach?
That I don't know, but I'm going to back myself. I don't know, but I hit a few. I'm going to back myself. He's not a big six hitter.
Me. I think
it was a close race, guys. But the winner with 19 sixes is Courtney Walsh.
Got you, man. But you still play. You can
He has 16. And he's right up and down.
Right up
so
there.
he has much more time to play.
There's Walsh. That's a huge six. That's gone. That's a gigantic six. So Courtney Walsh is going down with all guns firing, as they say.
On those 4 fast bowlers, that 4, almost 5 prong pace attack we see now in the West Indies, do you almost feel like it's a rebirth of that cricketing legacy that we've seen for so many years in your time, in the times before with the 4 horsemen? What do you see now on the field?
I like what I saw, especially in the last Test match. 4 fast bowlers, not just going at it, but being sensible, being very competitive, making adjustments as they read the pitch and stuff. That's what you want to see. And that was what impressed me the most. They were well looked after on the field of play in terms of not being overboard because they were back-to-back Test matches. So the planning just looks very good. The execution by all 4. Alzari, I think on one day wasn't in his rhythm and stuff.
It's day 2 and it's the midday blues as the Barbados Pride walk out to defend the 439, being bowled out on the stroke of lunch. And so it's up to the Jamaica Scorpions now to see how they respond to this. So that's the state of the game. Barbados started the day 346 for 5, Chase 82 and Boucher 40, the overnight batters. They were eventually dismissed for 439 all out. And be interesting to see in terms of how the Jamaica Scorpions approach this innings. John Campbell and Kirk McKenzie in very good form. So I get the feeling that maybe with the first hour of play, might be a little bit difficult with the ball seaming and moving around. And the introduction of Jediah Blades, another left arm pacer here for Barbados. So Shamar Springer and more than likely Jediah Blades will be opening the bowling with Kyle Mayers coming in one down. Spinners will also come into play, Joshua Bishop, Jamel Warrican, and then of course Rustin Chase as well. That's Jediah Blades in your screen doing some last minute stretching. Andrew Chan in your company. It's a round 3 match in the Cricket West Indies Championship here at the iconic Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica. And as smooth as cream butter does Orville Higgins slide in.
Yes. Interesting few hours ahead. The Jamaican opening partnership making their way out. There was a small thought process that Brandon King may have opened. Was always the less likely option, being the last West Indies opener. But I would say common sense has prevailed, and they are going out with the two people who have put on 2 double hundred partnerships over the last 2 games. No surprises there.
No surprises indeed. It's worked well for them. So, yeah, no surprises at all. And John Campbell will be facing first up. Two left armers. Blades should like this as well. Here's Blades from the southern end. First delivery. Solid. 3 slips a gully. Backward point. Conventional mid-off on mid-on. A fielder at mid-wicket and a fielder at fine leg as well. Fairly attacking field to start.
Yeah, 2 slips close to the keeper and then a little gap, then a third. Well, Shamar Springer is now coming back to a regulation third. But Jediah Blades with this field is trying to take the ball away from the left-hander, which is not the easiest of skills from over the wicket. Good ball, that. Excellent start. This is the delivery that gets John Campbell in trouble in Test cricket. That's the exact line, just about there. And in Test cricket, quite often he gets himself in trouble not knowing when to play and when to leave. And that gets him in problems. I would say half the time he bats in Test cricket, he gets nicked off. So the challenge for Blades, that line just outside the off stump. Well done, and that is taking it away as well. A little seam away from John Campbell. So excellent start.
I'm sort of disappointed the Bajans didn't pursue with Johan Lane. He was really starting to hit his traps in that second innings. One pace bowler, well, one out and out pace bowler, I should say, Shamar Springer, is. I would say Shamar Springer is actually a genuine all-round in the sense that he's very good with the bat and very good with the ball.
Lane, when he's good, was very good. But when he was bad, he was very bad. He had the tendency to spray. On the evidence of what we have seen of Jediah Blades here, certainly not the same pace, But in terms of line and length, early start, but not bad at all. So maybe they just wanted a touch more control. They feel that that gives them better opportunities. That's good delivery. That's leaving the left-handed John Campbell just a little closer now, maybe pitching closer to middle. But he's getting the shape away.
When you look at the bowling options, so you have Rustin Chase, Kyle Mayers, Shamar Springer, Joshua Bishop, Jamel Warwick, and of course, and Jediah Blades. Do you think they're a pacer short?
I suppose a lot comes down to how the pitch will play. If it's kind to the spinners, then maybe not. So we'll see. But good start from the left-handed pace in terms of his movement.
Extravagant leave by John Campbell. Jediah Blades starts with a maiden. It's there or thereabouts. I wouldn't say he's hit his straps immediately, but there or thereabouts. Feel confident after the first over. And it's 0-0 for the Jamaica Scorpions.
Yeah, a touch too wide. He had the right idea. Pitch up if you can get the ball to leave the left-hander. So his idea is right. The captain is right with 3 slips. You want to bowl there to John Campbell before he gets set. That is a weakness of most people who bat at the top. But John Campbell's issues on or about off stump is a little bit more magnified than most.
Interestingly, the Bajans will be starting with Kyle Mayers. Might be interesting to see what he can do with a brand new ball. Of course, he can get some swing and some movement through the air.
They want control. This is what they're going for. Can you get it in the right spot? So they're sacrificing maybe the quicker bowlers. They don't want these to get off to a flare. And they feel that channels is more likely to get them out than pace and bounce.
It wasn't a bad delivery to start with Mackenzie. Well played. Just turned it around the corner for a single. The Jamaicans are off and running. It's 1-0. Well, he goes for the extravagant sort of sweep here, sort of indicating that he doesn't think that Kyle Mayers is much of a threat here, and the Jamaica skipper is off the mark with a 4.
And this is sometimes what frustrates me about John Campbell. So you get a maiden bowled at you. Then this. Not sure I agree with this. A little sachet down the... No, this is one of the channels. So channels. Yeah. Good bowlers will bowl you channels all day, every day. Not convinced, John, about that, what do you call that? A lap sweep of the left arm, of the right arm pace? Or seam, or whatever you call Kyle Mayers. But time.
Well, I think, if he wanted to send a seam, he could have driven that off the back foot very nicely. Well, a little bit extra bounce on that one. A spicy delivery from Kyle Mayers, making sure John Campbell stays honest. Well played by the Jamaican captain.
That bounced. That was the right line. John Campbell, for some reason, doesn't line up the deliveries outside of as well as he should. That's his weakness. Anything outside that, he can murder you. Stay right there, Kyle Mayers. Well bowled. Very well bowled. Now, my issue with John, can you bat that for half an hour? Can you have the patience, the temperament to get those good balls without doing something rash? Because if he bats through this and forces the bowler now to try something else, he is easily one of the more destructive batsmen in regional cricket. But can he sustain good bowling without losing his patience? On that evidence, he's trying hard. But that is also very well bowled.
At the same time, I sort of understand him wanting to make a statement against Kyle Mayers. Okay, it's a brand new ball. It is a regional game. It's a must-win game for you, and you're coming with a respectable medium pacer. He's not fast by any means.
Yeah. But John Campbell doesn't have a problem with pace. He'll hook and cut you to ribbons.
End of the over. 2 overs have been bowled. The Jamaica Scorpions have runs on the board. They have 5 without lost.
Craig Brathwaite is doing the absolute right thing here. It's a 7-2 offside field with 3 slips and gully and point, and asking Kyle Myers, don't bowl close to the stumps. Get him feeling for it. Stay there. Don't try anything. John Campbell up to this point, except for that lap sweep, is equal to the task. Who will blink first? Will the bowlers try other things, or will John Campbell? Well, Kirk McKenzie is the one on strike now. You bowl channels to him as well, just outside off. But he leaves better and makes better decisions about what to play and what not to play. Not saying he's a better batsman than John Campbell. I'm saying he judges better. And part of the reason why he judges better is that trigger movement, where by the time the bowler delivers the ball, that back foot has covered off completely. So anything outside his eye line, he knows this isn't hitting the stumps because of his trigger where he gets so far across. Now that means he's a candidate for the dead straight one in front as an LBW candidate. Yeah. But look at his trigger, how he covers that off stump, and then he leaves better anything outside.
There is that trigger again, but I think, he's also a candidate for getting bowled behind the legs as well because of that movement.
Which is probably what Blaze went for there.
As you saw with the previous delivery was very, very close to that off stump. Kirk McKenzie actually looked around a little bit frightened. I wouldn't say like a deer in the headlights.
So different batsmen have different techniques. That is why it takes all types to be successful.
I understand the back and across, and that's a good example of where he knows that delivery was rising outside the off stump. It's far enough away that he can leave it alone. I have no problem with batters doing what they have to do. But at the end of the day, if it's still going to cause you trouble, but every movement, there's an advantage and a disadvantage. If you go back and across, or let's say if you tap the back leg alone, so you make sure the back leg is moving, or something like that. And then, of course, if you try to stay still, that's not a bad delivery for that LBW candidate as you were talking about. If you try to stay still and you move too late and you move too early, then you're going to get in trouble as well.
So Jedediah Blaze, I don't know if he's realized it yet. That 8-10 inches outside off may not work on Kirk McKenzie. By the time the delivery is bowled, his back foot is well outside off. And therefore is less likely to be fishing at deliveries outside off. But his bat still has an edge. A little closer. Yeah, he will leave those all day.
And that one is actually true. Oh my goodness, Boucher missed a straight one there. And I think that's gone down the road for 4 byes, the umpire signals.
Well, he wants to catch the attention of somebody.
Oh, he's catching the attention of somebody.
Yeah, I think he wants to say byes and 4, but somebody should be responding. Yeah, now he signals.
He's now signaling 4 byes. It'll be interesting to see what happened there.
No bounce to the keeper. Yeah. So at the moment, it's a good start by the bowlers.
Did Boucher just miss that one, or was there a deflection? Solid by McKenzie. Unfortunate that the 4 byes spoiled the over because it wasn't bad bowling by Blades again. 9 without loss, 3 overs gone, a consistent run rate of 3 by the Jamaicans, which is sort of what you expect. I really hope that I really hope that John Campbell weathers that early storm in terms of this first hour. So it's just approaching actually the top of the hour, so it will be about 1 o'clock shortly. So they've been in there for just about 17 minutes or so.
All right, so John Campbell will face up to Kyle Mayers again. Now they've put another feeler on the onside at mid-wicket. You can see there, just to the right of the square leg umpire. So maybe a touch straighter and has coverage through mid-wicket.
Beaten by that one. That one came in a little bit of deviation off the patchy end of that pitch, maybe.
Coming in a little bit, but John Campbell playing tentatively, uncertainly. His Achilles heel is roundabout there. For somebody who's so naturally gifted, you wonder why. Look at little Sachet is not as big. That came in. The bat and the ball were nowhere. Now that did came back a little bit, but he played that all wrong.
Yeah.
Uncertain, unsure. Good bowling this.
Follow-up delivery is sort of loose. Campbell went too hard at that one. Could only give mid-on some long barrier practice.
Now, John Campbell averages in the mid-20s in Test cricket. If regional cricket were Test cricket, he'd be doing great. In regional cricket, I think he gets bored at times. Too easy. That is bowling. At Test cricket, they are going to do that all day. He, in Test cricket, doesn't run out of patience. It's genuine inability sometimes to know when to play and when not to play. So this is preparing him well for what international bowlers will do. I like this from Kyle Mayers. This is what he should do, because anything else, John can destroy you. I keep repeating. Quality bowling this. Can't say enough.
Scores around the region. The Trinidad and Tobago have moved on to 448 for 7. Josh De Silva closing in on a double century. He's on 182. Terrence Hines was dismissed for 44. And in terms of the bowling, O'Shane Thomas still with 2 wickets and 2 for Karima Gore as well. And the Guyana Harper Eagles have made some inroads into the Windward Islands Volcanoes batting lineup. They're 184 for 5. That's in response to Guyana, of course, posting 242. Kevin Hodge got to 74. Alec Athanaze coming in at number 5. He's the captain, is there on 22. And Shamar Joseph back among the wickets, 2 for 64. 2 for Gudakesh Moti as well, and 1 for Niall Smith. That's a good delivery. Just getting enough of a thick inside edge on that one. So not bad from Kyle Mayers. And at the end of the over, it is unfortunately that last run from Mackenzie or Campbell, I think, spoiled his over. So it's 10 without loss. 4 overs have been bowled.
Yeah, so this is a testing start by the bowlers. Not getting the same kind of movements that we saw the Jamaicans getting earlier this morning, but the lines have been good. And Jediah Blades now to John Campbell is a real contest. Only 5 from 17 deliveries faced. It did show in that last innings, John Campbell, that he was prepared to bat time.
I always wonder, and I'll make my point after this delivery from Blades. Flicked nicely, flicked square, the umpire to get his dancing feet on, and it goes into the Kingston Cricket Club for 4. Straying on the pads of John Campbell, that is dangerous, Jediah Blades. I hope you learned your lesson.
Yeah, so like I said, John Campbell is probably among the best players of average bowling. That, he's not going to miss that. Which is not to say he can't bat high quality bowling. That channel outside off stump is your only bet. If you're over pitched, it's gone. If you're too short, it's gone. You have to have the discipline and the skill to stay channels. Can't bowl there.
Flicks it on leg, a half stop by Lenico Boucher as they do some retrieval work. What's the signal from the umpire? It is leg buys.
And this, Andrew, is one of the reasons why West Indian batsmen are not as prepared for Test cricket as they should be. They get too many release balls and don't bat pressure for long enough. In regional cricket, they are not being prepared for Test cricket. The average Test match bowler not going to be in your pads 2 times with a new ball. I mean, those are not the good ones. The Cummings and the Mitchell Starks, very rarely is that going to happen.
Waft, a lazy one there by Kirk McKenzie, trying to impose himself on Blades. I mean, it was a fairly wide one. Maybe deserved a waft, but he just sort of looked silly as he missed it.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of space for the cover region as well because mid-on is fairly close in and there's a field at backward point. So, a bit of a moral victory maybe for the bowler. Better line by Blades, well left by McKenzie. 2 deliveries left in this Jediah Blades over.
Yeah.
And, I mean, there was a point I actually, I forgot what the point was I wanted to make actually, but I think when we were discussing batting, a lot of batters depend on their hand-eye coordination, and it's all well and good. But you can't depend on that forever, and especially as you get older, as the paces get faster, it's going to be a little bit of a problem. So, I mean, the foot movement is important. That is edge to slips. Unfortunately, Springer spills it. Oh, my goodness. I thought he had that really well covered, but he just did not come up with the ball. I think it may have come at an awkward angle, and so he didn't know if to cup it or if to or go with the fingers up. But that could have been an early wicket there for the Jamaicans.
And this is what I'm talking about. This is pressure. Stay right there. Jediah Blades did. Genuine edge. And came at a good height. Shamar Springer.
He should have taken that one.
That
He
should have been
fell
taken.
over on it.
So this is what they want from Jediah Blades, which McAllister didn't give them in that first, in the previous games. And again, channels, just outside off. And to an extent, Lane had good deliveries, but too often released the pressure. Jediah Blades, except for 1 or 2, is being a little bit more consistent with his line. And he has already forced an error. Should have been 15 for 1.
And it is, instead of 15 without loss, 5 overs have been bowled. I mean, it's similar to what Campbell did in the first innings as well. He had a couple of chances. I mean, it was sort of late-ish. It wasn't as early in the game as this. But it would have been good to get rid of, to see the back of Kirk McKenzie. I mean, he's just on 1. He's a bit of a slow start from him so far this morning. Campbell, on the other hand, has been a little bit more positive, as you would expect. Wafting at a wide one. Was there for the extravagant cover drive.
That is too wide for that shot. Clearly, the ball had some curve. Why would he be chasing this? Almost had to fling himself off his feet to get to that. Again, what to play and what not to play. Solve that, John Campbell, and he'd be a proper test batsman. He has very few other weaknesses. Okay, so he left that. The one that he drove at was wider than that. He threw the bat at the wider one. That was a little closer, still wide, but then he didn't play.
I think it was the fullness of that last delivery. So it was. That's why I say it was kind of there for the drive, but as you can see, it was just moving away even further. And you're quite right. He was almost off his feet trying to reach that one.
Good. Good ball, good leave. Saw it touching down, sawing its shape. Well played. Impressed though with Kyle Mares' start. He's not going to frighten you with pace. He's not going to bully you, but he does have the ability, as we saw in that one, just to shift it away a little bit, and the other one that goes in with the ankle. So he can be quite a customer with the new ball. Does get it to do a little bit. Well, you got that to do a lot, but too wide. Even for John Campbell, who can throw the bat at wide ones, has to start closer. He's getting enough movement to create trouble, but there's no point in getting that kind of prodigious movement if the batsman is not going to play at it.
That's good cricket from him. Didn't try to overhit that one. Well, that was a delivery he could have flicked for four, like as he did against Blades.
Right, but Kyle Mares, realizing the kind of swing that he's getting, decide I'm going to start straighter. Nothing wrong with that. Good length, but that one didn't go. And in the end, well played by John Campbell.
That's not a bad delivery at all.
Full and straight. Kurt McKenzie played it well.
End of the over, 16 without loss. So not bad from the Bajan openers. Blades really should have a wicket. Calme is steady at the other end. Our producer Kesha Bahadur Singh is pretending to be Spider-Man as he changes some cables. I'll hold on to your chair for you, sir, so you stay secure. Trials and tribulations of media production here at Sabina Park. Wafting and not good from John Campbell. That you can almost see him being bored there, as you've talked about on a couple of occasions, Orville Higgins.
I think I've said enough. I think I'll just be repeating myself about John Campbell and his penchant for throwing his bat at wide deliveries. I think by now the viewers would have gotten the point.
It's almost as if he's addicted to the sound of willow and leather. Good cricket. Nice adjustment from Blades. That last delivery outside the line of the off stump, and then so it wasn't a bad delivery. I'm not saying it was a bad delivery at all, but at least giving him something different, something to make him question.
This is the best start to John Campbell in all three games so far in terms of how do they want to get him out. I'm impressed at the way that the Bajans have started.
What happened there? That he's going to flick to his leg and he got a thick outside edge over slip cordon and it goes away for a lucky four for John Campbell.
Very lucky, very lucky. This is John Campbell deciding to play risky shots. Had that hit the inside of that pad, that could be interesting. It's left-hander bowling over, but not sure that's a recommended shot for John Campbell. Just needs to bottle down. The way he batted in the second innings of the first test, when he had of the second game, I said test, when he had a game to save, he showed that he can do it.
I get the feeling that maybe Blades is a little faster than Campbell may have thought. Because, of course, I mean, you look at, okay, so I saw Blades last year. He certainly seems to have put a little bit more muscle onto the shoulders and things like that. As he was playing for CCC last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he might have picked up a little bit of pace as well. And then he's a short bowler as well. He's shorter than the umpire, Chris Taylor, who I would estimate at maybe about 5'10" or so.
Yeah, look, there's something that John did in the delivery before this that shows what I'm talking about him getting bored. Fast bowler, look at these, well, not this one. This was the one that he attempted to heave over mid-wicket and got an outside edge. I think it's the one after that.
One delivery left in the 7th over. That's well played. That's guided through backward point. That could run close to the ropes of 4. It does indeed. Just opened the face on that one, did John Campbell. It was wide and just enough on it to guide it through that backward point area.
Yeah, he played this comfortably enough.
Yeah.
But even that, at international level, until you get your IE, I would recommend don't play it. Because international bowlers will take the ball just to do a little bit more. That time, to his credit, he got it covered, played it late, and steered it past the slip. But at times, he does weird things. But good bowling this from Jedediah Blades. I'm impressed with the line that he's maintaining. And it's a nice contest between John Campbell, who is always itching to score, and fast bowlers who are trying to stay disciplined. It's part and parcel of what the early stages of a 4-day innings is like.
I think what we've also seen is that Blades can move the ball both ways. The natural movement away from the left arm now, and then we've seen balls that are coming back in and straightening on the left armers as well. On the left-hand batters, I should say.
Yeah, well, yeah, that too. Kyle Myers is finding one of the dilemmas of fast bowling. Sometimes when the balls are wider, they appear to just be doing a little bit more, but the ones that are straight, he wants to start round about middle enough and get it to leave. The ones that are pitched middle enough are not swinging as much as the wider ones. For some reason unknown to man, sometimes that happens. Why is it that the straighter ones, clearly the angles don't take them away as much. Look how he gets that to go. I mean, to seam away. If he pitches that 6 inches closer, it does not get that kind of seam. Now, maybe to come a little bit closer. I know he's going around, but he wants that delivery pitched 6 inches closer to the stumps. And then he'd be in business.
Oh, I actually remember the point I was going to ask you. The Jamaicans this morning, they took 4 wickets in quick succession for the loss of about 30 runs. Maybe it was that older ball that was misbehaving. As it was about 100 overs old, 89 to 100, so it might have been, I don't want to say reverse swing because the ball was swinging like that, but of course we're not privy to how much the teams actually work on the ball. We can't really see the ball up close and personal. But of course, in international cricket, you see one side shiny and the other side is rough as if it's been through a war because teams work on the ball. Now, I'm not saying that the Jamaicans were working on the ball to that extent, but it might have been that old ball just misbehaving a little bit.
Yeah, maybe just helping it to dart around it. The new ball is coming onto the bat, much sweeter.
So the Jamaicans have been out there for a little over 30 minutes, going on 40. Been slow going. Mostly because of very, very good bowling by Carl Mayers and Jediah Blades to start.
And that's the point I was making. That one was fairly straight, so Kirk Mackenzie couldn't leave. But it's that straight, and the swing is less. The ones that are wider, for some reason, ball does a little bit more off the seam and even through the air. He wants that line to do a little bit more, then he's in business.
Well, the other thing is the wind is blowing across. Oh, it's actually changed direction. It's blowing into the northeast now. Prior to that, it was actually blowing from east to west. And that's the match as it stands. 24 without loss. 8 overs have been bowled. Will they continue with Jediah Blades, or is it going to be a change? Looks like Springer is giving his shades to the umpire, so it might be time for Shamar Springer. Just a couple overs from Blades. Not sure if I agree with that. I would have given him one more over John Campbell. But of course, who am I to question someone like Craig Braffett? What do I know compared to Craig? Into the extra cover region, and that one is spilled, I think, by Jamel Warrican. Sandan delivers stuff from John Campbell straight to Jamel Warrican, and he dived forward, got his hand underneath it, and then it popped out. Well. So both Jamaican openers could have been back in the hutch had the Bajans been holding on to the catches.
Yeah, this is the reward for bowling channels. This was full, but John Campbell was all over it. No feet. Was throwing the hands at it, and could have gotten himself out. Just throwing the hands at the ball, and Warrican couldn't come up with a catch. That is why it didn't really play at that.
He did well to get to that Warrican in the sense that it was sort of dying on him. Maybe just hit high on the bat, so Warrican had to move forward. But I sort of think if he got to the ball, then he should take the catch as opposed to it spilling out like that. Keshav is saying it did bounce in front of him, so it wasn't a drop catch by Warrican. We apologize for that. So war of attrition here for the Jamaicans. It was certainly that yesterday in the field, and then this morning as well for the second hour. They've had to dig deep. They've had to pull themselves up by their own shoelaces. They've had to pat themselves on the back to get it going. Another wide one, another waft at John Campbell.
I don't think he seriously intended to play that. He's just essaying what he would want to do, but I don't think it was a real intent to hit that. But Shamar Springer is much too wide, though. You want to be outside off, but you want to be much closer than that. So he started not with the kind of accuracy that he probably was hoping for. Has to be closer. Like that. That was a more difficult decision to leave. Yeah, for the most part, the Bajan bowlers are keeping, they are keeping John Campbell relatively quiet with that persistent outside the off-stump line. And you think that that is the right tactic, maybe just too wide on some occasions, but the idea is right. The execution is leaving a little to be desired.
Nine overs bowled, 24 without loss, so that was a maiden from Springer to start. Kyle Mayers will continue. And there's a very good article in newspapers in Trinidad concerning Stacey-Ann King, who's gone through into the commentary booth after, of course, playing international cricket. So you can have a read of that as well, in terms of your information. That one is tickled very fine down the leg side. The foot coming into play, but unfortunately the fielder can stop that. And then we see the lovely 4 signal of Collins Bryan at the bottom of your screen. Absolutely delightful. I'm so glad our viewers had a chance to see that.
Well, the signaling by the umpire was even prettier than the shot. Look how nicely he signaled.
Oh, absolutely wonderful. So beautiful. So elegant, Collins Bryan. Been the most enjoyable, well, one of the more enjoyable aspects of this game for me.
Bad ball that from Kyle.
Obviously, got in a bit of a weird position there, did Kirk McKenzie. A bit lazy as well, I think. I'm not sure. It might be mental fatigue from the Jamaicans. Don't know if they got enough rest, but they almost seem like their mindset is not ready for this just yet. Kirk McKenzie on 5 of 21. John Campbell, even relatively slow by his standards, 18 of 36. He's usually 60s or 70s in terms of his strike rate.
Kurt McKenzie has been dismissed 2 times in this series so far, driving at cover or driving to cover. So he has to be conscious of that. Craig Brathwaite no, too far down the leg side. I think he's going for, well.
Yeah, and it's also past Admiral Lenico Boucher and Collins Bryan, interestingly, has a very simple signal for the 4 this time. Maybe it's if it's a 4 off the bat that he does.
Yes, I'm wondering if he signals 4 off the bat different from how he signals 4 leg byes.
McKenzie, please oblige and hit a 4. And let's see what's going on.
I think Kyle Myers here is just aiming for that quick one hitting leg stump. He's influenced into changing his line because how far Kurt McKenzie is coming across. So either the ball down behind his leg or hit him in front. I think he should have just stayed on that off-stump line.
Back to the off-stump line. We got a touch on that one. There's Kirk McKenzie. And he does oblige. And no, it's a no ball. Yes, and Collins Bryan does indeed signal extravagantly for 4.
Yeah, so when they are 4 off the bat, he signals apparently different from when it's extras. He played that deliberately, you know.
Yeah, well played. Really well played.
It's uppercutting over the slips and down to the unmanned third man boundary for 4.
I think if Collins were Brian was like a traffic officer, he would have done really, really well as well. Grammatical lessons from our producer, Keisha Bahadur Singh. Multitasking, producing, editing, eating, everything. In Trinidad, they say when you're doing everything, you're sort of chief cook and bottle washer, and that's what he's doing too. He has OCD, did you know that? So every morning, my apartment has never been cleaner, so these guys are staying by me. Another no ball by mayors. So these guys are staying by me. I don't think my apartment has ever been cleaner. But he doesn't venture into my room, so my room, I don't know what he would say about my room, because my room is and I wouldn't say I'm filthy, but it's certainly not clean to the levels of his OCD. That's a beautiful delivery appeal for caught behind. Collins. Brian does not raise the finger. I think that was just late movement again from Kyle Mayers at the end of the over. 38 without loss. 10 overs have been bowled. That's really where he should be. He's been trying too much, Kyle Mayers, but that is the corridor where you just need to stay all day, all night.
If you can bowl these, why would you be wide down the leg side at times? Now that is almost perfect. Did enough to beat the bat. I think Kyle Mayers was hoping rather than with genuine conviction with his appeal. What on earth is that? Explain to me, Andrew.
Well, John Campbell has been really trying very hard to impose himself, and that was just another indication of how hard he is trying indeed. It's just not coming off with the Jamaica skipper.
Why would you play at that? Now he can play that and it disappears through the offside for 4, and we'd all say lovely shot. But that ball isn't getting you out. Much too wide, so you can't get your feet close to it, your head over it. Too risky.
That tickled nicely. But that's one thing, I feel like there's a little bit of mental fatigue that the Jamaicans are playing with. Because they were in the field for an entire day yesterday and then an entire session this morning. So that's 4 sessions in some very, very hot sun here at Sabina Park. So that's the only thing I can think about, that it's a little bit of mental fatigue. But John Campbell needs to think that I need to be here this time tomorrow, essentially. Maybe not pushing it that far, but that's how you have to think in red ball cricket. You have to say, whatever the time is now, I need to be there at this time tomorrow.
Yeah, that was played with some restraint. Technically, sound behind it. Wasn't a big, booming drive down the ground.
Goes after that one, gets a big piece of that one. That should relieve some of the tension that he's feeling, as that was slapped through mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah. Shamar Springer isn't the quickest. And John was in position very, very early with that. Wasn't particularly, well, it was short of a length, but my word, he picked up the length quickly. Which is why I tell you, he doesn't have to manufacture slashing at wide deliveries. He's good enough to score off good deliveries. You don't have to chase.
That is good cricket from Campbell. But I think is that one of the more annoying things about you is that he wants to press on, and he can press on playing conventional cricket.
There you go. John Campbell can score relatively quickly with very little risk.
Yeah.
Just solve that problem outside off stump. If by some miracle he makes better decisions around that off stump, I think he would be, closer to 40 as an average in Test cricket. He is that good.
End of the over. 11 overs have been bowled, a 45 without loss, and just about 7 minutes before the session's hourly drinks break. Can you cook Orville Higgins, or are you a person that has to get your food all the time, and you have the wonderful Mrs. Higgins doing all the preparation for you?
Let me put it this way. I'm very good at cooking for myself.
Bachelor meals?
Yeah.
Well, lonely man meals?
I can't guarantee that another party will enjoy my cooking.
Understood. What would be your specialty if I say Orville Higgins, I'm coming over to get some breakfast for you? Is it that you're running down by the fruit stall and you're giving me a smoothie?
Yeah, I don't fancy my cooking enough.
Blades is coming up from the northern end, and instead John Campbell greets him with a towering 6 over long on, dancing up the pitch at that one, and that will bring up the Jamaican 5th there as well, 51 without loss.
Now he did this earlier where he advanced at Blades. This time around he advanced to a one that was straight. This is just disrespectful to the fast bowler. Look at John Campbell. Well, not on that angle. Look how, maybe 4 feet out of the crease by the time he launched that over long on. He's one who wants to be bogged down. He wants to impose himself at the bowler. He can play shots like that. No, that is relatively risk-free.
Caught behind, appeal for a caught behind. He swiped at that one. Collins Bryan says no. As a little bit of a lazy pull there from John Campbell, and it goes behind. But the umpire, the man in the middle, says no.
This wasn't short enough for that shot, I'm afraid. That height, he maybe thought that there would be more bounce on it. This never touched the bat.
Looked like it may have brushed off the thigh pad.
Maybe
you see
just
John
the thigh
Campbell
pad,
looking
right.
back there. But still not clever cricket from the Jamaica skipper. He's almost playing like, okay, I just need to be here for an hour and we'll be okay. No, you're chasing down a mammoth total. You're chasing down 439. The crux of the batting needs to come from John Campbell, Kirk McKenzie, and Brandon King. That's better cricket. Just turning it into the leg side for a single.
Yeah, manufactured his hands so that those wide expanses of green grass on the leg side, he was always going to get a single. Brings Kurt McKenzie back in strike. So the Barbadians have had real issues against these two, Andrew. 2 double century partnership. Now they are 52 to the good. These two have been a little much of a problem, saying it mildly, for the Barbadian bowlers.
Kirk McKenzie, solid, stable, secure. Slow. But I guess you don't need to go all guns blazing when your captain is doing that job at the other end. 32 off 44 for John Campbell. Kirk McKenzie 9 off 28 deliveries. Been a hard slog for him. That's a good delivery, rising outside the off stump. A little bit of late swing back in by Jediah Blades.
He's bowled some good deliveries, has Jediah. Need to be a little bit tighter with his line. That last one, yeah, did ask a question.
Appeal for leg before was always going down leg, I think. Even Campbell was indicating that. Made the decision for the umpire. 52 without loss. 12 overs have been bowled.
Yeah, heading down.
And I think the umpire signaled that they'll take the drinks after the next over. So one more over before the drinks break.
Yeah, the umpires have been very reluctant in this game to raise the fingers for LBW decisions. But I thought that that was a good one. I think there was enough doubt as to whether that would just sneak past the leg stump. And when there's enough doubt, the man with the bat gets the benefit.
John Campbell versus Shamar Springer. Let's see how this over goes. It was going deep into his crease, interestingly. Normally stays very, very still at the crease, does John Campbell, but he is sort of going back and across. I don't know if maybe there's a little bit of movement from Springer within the air. And maybe that's why he's trying to cover that. Maybe give himself some more room for the big expansive shot. There he goes back again. Feeling for that one outside the off stump, but left it alone in the end. You started off on radio, is that correct? And then you say still on radio, or it's television now as well?
Well, I still do both. I actually started in radio in Mandeville, and it was KLAS radio.
What year was that, Orville Higgins? Let's betray your age.
Mid-1990s. So I've been in radio and TV now for 30 years or something. I was the valedictorian at my college graduation and must have done a pretty good valedictory speech because I got offered a job when I was walking off that chapel. But the guy was himself. The editor, the sports editor on radio at KLAS as it was then, was also a past student of my college. Knew that I could play sports and things, but after I did that valedictory speech, he offered me a job on radio. So it was never did anything to get in radio. Television, the 1999 Cricket World Cup, CVM Television asked me to come on to be an analyst. And again, I must have done pretty well because I got offered a job as a frontline, sports reporter right there and then. He thought about it, thought about hooking, thought about cutting. In the end, allowed it to go through. Not sure Shamar Springer is hitting his straps the way he would want to.
And which one do you enjoy more between radio and television?
Radio for sure. TV's jacket and tie and makeup and you're too structured. Radio, I do a call-in sports program. Lots more fun.
Yeah.
People cuss you out. You're allowed to have an opinion. The conversation is lively. And
There's vibrancy, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I always say you have to be a little unhinged to work in radio because if you think about somebody doing a radio shift, essentially what they are doing is sitting down in a cold room and talking to themselves for 3 hours. End of the over, 53 overs gone, 13 overs have been bowled. We'll take a short break now for drinks. So Jonathan Drake's 94, top score for Barbados. Congratulations and commiserations. How are you feeling as you've had a chance to look back at your innings?
Well, first, thank you. I'm feeling good about the innings. Just reflecting on the way I went about things, trying to be as positive as possible. Make sure my team is in a good, strong position at the end of the day. So those are my thoughts as the game went on. You had different phases in the game. Jamaica had a period where they really pulled things back, but all in all, despite not getting the 100, I feel pretty good about my innings today.
Throughout this tournament, you've shown that you've had a little bit of form, you've had some things, and you started really, really positively. It was very good how you're going through over the cover regions and stuff like that. But after you got to your 50 and you got into the 70s, it almost seemed like you're playing inside yourself. Were you just cautious as you wanted that landmark so much?
I think it's a case where, Jamaica, they changed their plans, and, I really had to make sure that keep them out as long as possible. Reflecting on the game before, where, I also played positive. They had a period in the game where they really tried to take control by keeping it a lot tighter than before. They didn't really handle that situation, as well as they wanted to in the game before. So just reflecting on that, I wanted to make sure that, I get better in that situation, just to dig in and so put a little more pressure than previously done. So it is a case where I wanted to soak up pressure and not focus on the landmark as much.
Well, you did really well. I have to ask you, in terms of your game, I mean, you would have noted your own innings. You're very, very strong on the outside. You're very, very good to cover. You're brilliant at the square drive. But when they started bowling to you on the leg side, it sort of cramped your style. In terms of that, how do you think you're going to adjust your game going forward to develop that aspect?
Yeah, there's no perfect cricketer, as you would know. So, it's a case where you always go back and try to improve in different areas of your game. So that was one that I really look forward to working on. Just to be more to express some more when the ball comes down straight. But I don't feel is an issue, in terms of getting out or not being able to get off straight. But it's one way we'll just continue to work on it.
Looking at tomorrow now, is there a total that Barbados have in your head in terms of what you'll want to achieve in this first innings?
I guess that's a question that can't really
review.
You can't really review at this point. But obviously, the goal is to score as much runs as possible. Put Jamaica under some pressure. They've been feeding for a day and some, and just thinking back about the game that previously went. So that's really it.
Excellent performance today, and all the best for the rest of the match, and of course the championship.
Thank you very much.
After a quick drinks break, action resumes here in the second session on day 2 of this round 3 match between the Jamaica Scorpions and Barbados Pride. Quite a lot of cricket still to play in this game. Barbados Pride bowled well. Could have had both openers out. Unfortunately, the fielding has not been up to the standards that the Bajans would have wanted. "52 overs left in the day as Jediah Blade starts with a wide. As I welcome back Orville Higgins, who might have had something a little stronger than water during the drinks break.
Not quite. Not quite.
Not quite, sir?
No.
When I say stronger than water, it could be juice.
Yeah, it could be.
It could be. It doesn't have to be an alcoholic beverage. So yeah, we were talking about, of course, the difference between radio and television. That's whacked away through mid-wicket. He didn't get a full connection on that. Mid-on will run around. It's Craig Braffett. He does the fielding. I also feel like radio offers you more imagination in the sense that you hear somebody's voice and you think, oh, he's good looking or she's good looking, and then they might necessarily be as good looking as you want. And of course, it's the old standing joke, you have a face for radio, Orville Higgins. I'm not saying you do, but it's a long standing joke. Beaten all ends up by that one was Kirk McKenzie. Cut in half there. Brilliant delivery from Blades, but still dying on its way to Boucher. And for all those interested in pursuing a career in the media, as we have a look at the replay on this one again.
Yeah, came back. He's been bowling a lot of deliveries on that, or maybe a little closer to the stumps than that, but they have not come back as appreciably as that. And that is what did it for Kurt McKenzie. Well bowled, well played.
Yeah, for anybody pursuing a career in the media, I would always tell you, do your training on radio. You learn better. You learn how to be more adaptable. You learn how to operate on the fly. I always remember, I'm sure you know this name, Sir Julian Rogers. You worked with him before, or you must know the name as well, of course.
I've heard the name. I can't remember if we've ever met, but the name doesn't sound strange.
But I always remember an amazing instance. I mean, he's been working in media for more than half a century. He really is an icon and a legend in the Caribbean media fraternity. But I always remember he was doing news live on television, and he was editing the script, the papers in front of him as it was happening. It was absolutely incredible to see that he can focus. Of course, with TV, it's a little bit easier because you're just looking at a script and just reading off a screen. But he actually, because he was sitting at the desk, and of course he had the printout of the news in front of him, he was still able to edit, which showed just the skill level that he was on. 55 without loss, 14 overs have been bowled. A very pleasant good day to you, Sir Julian Rogers. And he actually is a sir. He's actually been knighted as well for his services to media.
Yeah, so there's the match situation. Barbados 439, the Scorpions 55 without loss. So the Scorpions have started very well. We haven't seen the spinners yet, but they have negotiated 14 overs of seam bowling relatively comfortably. Can these two kick on? We know what they can do. 2 double hundred partnerships already. So this must be a little worrying now.
So a very good, pleasant good afternoon to our viewers, but it might be actually good morning or night for some of our viewers, as we're seeing on the live stream. a couple commenters who, of course, are saying that, you know, the Scorpions are going to be able to hold on to this one. But I always remember, I am sure you know this name, Sir Julian Rogers. And he actually is a sir. He's actually been knighted as well for his services to media. I would suggest from the Middle East or India, Africa, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh. So wherever you're checking in from, let us know. And of course, you know, every culture has their own sort of language on social media. Some of the phrases that are coming out, you can tell that they're not from the West Indies. Absolutely still conditions here at Sabina Park. A little bit of breeze blowing around. Springer flicked through the leg, flick behind square. There's a fielder at deep backward square leg. Actually, that we call that fine leg. And he comes around and does the fielding.
Yeah, that was easy. John Campbell is not going to miss out on that. You want to force him to play through the offside from those foolish deliveries. That was meat and drink. I'm impressed with Kurt McKenzie here. Having gotten a century in both previous games, he's digging himself in, setting out his stall, as they say.
Someone checking in from, well, I hate to say the name Manchester because I'm a Liverpool fan, but somebody just checking in from Manchester, England. So a very pleasant good evening to you. Someone else checking in from Rochdale, Lancashire. And they're actually saying that Joshua Bishop will be their club professional at the end of this series. So that's good to hear that Bishop is going to spend some time in England. Should definitely improve his standing and his skill level. Be interesting to see when Joshua Bishop comes on as well, because he will be bowling in this innings. Someone listening in from northern Florida. Pleasant good day to you as well, sir.
Yeah, Kirk is giving the impression that he's not prepared to give it away. Another century here. His name will be back in the reckoning, for sure.
Edged, an educated edge by Kirk McKenzie will run close to the third man boundary. The fielder does well. I think that actually is Joshua Bishop. And they scuttle back for another two.
Yeah, the thing that probably saved him there is how late he played. Didn't push out at the ball, which tends, the further in front of you play, the stiffer the hands tend to be. And by playing late with more relaxed hands, it didn't allow the ball to carry all the way.
15 overs bowled, 58 without loss. The story of the game is the Bajans were bowled out for 439 after batting for exactly 4 sessions. The Jamaicans have come out after lunch. They've played for an hour and a little bit. But this is sort of what happened with the Bajans as well. They were 61 without loss, I think, after the first hour of play. Maybe, might be even less. And then they started to open up. Turn that around. There's Campbell. Straight to deep backward square leg. Just a single. He has to run back into his crease. Another person checking in from Palm Bay, Florida. A pleasant good day to you as well. Another person checking in from Cornwall in the United Kingdom. I don't know what the weather is like there now. Might be a little bit nippy. It's probably coming up to spring.
Well, I'm not sure. Not sure at all. And Jedediah Blades, we did say mixed bag when, who was it? Odin Smith was bowling. This is a mixed bag. He's bowled too many deliveries that the batsmen don't have to play at. Getting the ball to shape away from the left-hander, but that was much too wide. They need to get one of these batsmen pretty quickly because we know what they can do. So far, I'm not sure they're hitting their straps. Better.
We have a Canadian checking in from Edmonton, Alberta. New Orleans in Louisiana, Party City, New Orleans. I don't think you have anything on Port of Spain when Trinidad Carnival comes around, but you run a close second best. Washington, D.C. checking in. From Bangladesh, praising the great camera quality. So that's nice to know that the Bangladeshis approve. Cousin Gadeti Yusuf. Brampton, Canada, West Palm Beach, Florida. Fans from all over the world watching the championship here on the YouTube channel, Windies Cricket, the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel. Jediah Blades continues. Short delivery, going down the leg side. Mackenzie has a swipe at it. There is no run. Malabar in Palm Bay. I'm not sure if there's a Malabar in Arima, Trinidad and Tobago, so I'm not sure if there. Maryland, USA, checking in as well. New Rochelle, New York. Bronx in New York as well. Hello to the Bronx. Then nicely into the leg side of the last delivery of the 16th. 6 day without loss. The Jamaicans, they batted for 16 overs. They currently trail by 379 runs. Someone is checking in from Niagara Falls in Canada. Wow, that's a lovely location. Edmonton, Canada, checking in. Good afternoon to you, sir. I'm glad you are enjoying the commentary. Someone asked, Orville, are you the brother of Zenifa Fowler, watching from New Jersey? And yes, he is. He did say that Zenifa Fowler earlier was his half-brother. Another person checking in from Baltimore as well. A lot of U.S. fans here. London, England checking in. And it's a change in bowling now. Rustin Chase. First bit of spin we're seeing from the Bajans. Orville Higgins slides back in. Connecticut watching. Rustin Chase coming in. Your thoughts on that?
Well, with two left-handers batting, it's not a bad ploy to get the right-handed off-spinner spinning across them. So in a way, you half expect this. What is interesting now is the approach by especially John Campbell. I think Kirk will play, fairly easily.
One of your fans is asking, which high school did you attend?
Manning's
High School.
Vitasina Lithris Morest. Life without learning is death.
Nice one.
That is what we're talking about the off spinner against the left-handers. Easier to bat the ball coming in than the one that's leaving, which is why the off spinners are usually more recommended against left-handers, and that was a genuine play and miss for a ball that spun away. Well bowled.
Punch through the offside. Somebody from Virginia, USA says, it's good to hear you, Orville, but you're a bit sedate, which is quite unlike you. I'm guessing on radio, a little bit more vibrant, a little bit more lively. I still want to hear your radio voice, Orville.
This is how I sound on radio. I don't know if I'm being sedate. Well, you can't.
Don't give us a little taste as if you were DJing.
I don't know. Some people say they were hearing 2-minute stories. Some say you're being too sedate. I suppose different strokes for different folks, I suppose. But I do a call-in sports program, and this is how we discuss sports. Sometimes a lot more animated, sometimes sounding a little bit more passionate about the subject matters. But, essentially this is me.
Beaten all ends up, and that is the end of John Campbell playing all around that one. Rustin Chase strikes. John Campbell falls with the Jamaicans on 61. They lose their first wicket with the score of 61 for 1. John Campbell goes for a belligerent 36, you'd have to say.
That looked very casual. For a full delivery, you wonder how on earth did he miss this. Look at this. Nothing special, just playing all around it. Maybe just a lapse in concentration. Was a straight ball and just completely playing down the wrong line. Look at this. It was full, straight, didn't really spin a lot. Well, not from that angle. And John just
yoked himself, as it were.
Yeah,
let's have a look at it again here. He certainly didn't bring his bat down straight. He brought it down on an angle. I was trying to whip it at the last minute.
How did he miss that?
Maybe a little bit of drift inside. And this one just held its line according to Keshav, our producer. Brandon King strides out now. And this could be very, very interesting here. Coming back from injury, we're not sure what he's capable of. We know what he's capable of, but we're not sure how good his form is at the moment. California checking in.
When John Campbell looks at that review, he's going to be a little disappointed at the way he got out.
Another person is asking, where's the best place for vacations in the Caribbean? I think anywhere in the Caribbean you go is wonderful. I mean, there's good food, there's good vibe, there's good culture. Some places a little bit more expensive than others. You look at Barbados, you look at Antigua. Trinidad is always good for a time. And then if you want your typical Caribbean, you can always hop across to Tobago.
Brandon King in his first innings this season. Plays that well. So the decision to bring in Rustin Chase
has paid off.
Has paid off immediately.
Yeah. Interesting field here for Brandon King. Just one slip in place, short leg. And silly mid-on as well, a short mid-on fielder. Wicket taking over ends. It's not a maiden, but it's 61 for 1. The Pride finally have a wicket in the column.
Yeah, that was a strange-ish dismissal from John Campbell, playing all around a full pitched-up delivery. But you give Rustin Chase credit. He was bowling straight. You hit, you miss, he hits. Well, let's say from around the wicket. Not sure why he would miss that.
I think if he tried to play that straight, he might have gotten a connection, but he was trying to go to the leg with it. Jamel Warrican is coming into the attack now, so this should be interesting.
Now they put two fielders under the bat, one at backward short leg, one at forward short leg. So John probably doesn't want to be poking and prodding. So he wants to be aggressive, but this was still, you wonder how did he not get some bat onto that? Here's Wicket. So we're trying to come up with a theory as to why would he play around that. We'd love to see the deliveries before that. Is this it, Mr. Producer? No, not quite. This is the one he just played all around and got bowled. Kurt McKenzie just prodded forward. And sometimes the deliveries that have gone on before does influence how batsmen react to the present deliveries. That's swept.
Goes for the sweep, does McKenzie. Gets this one past that fielder, and it'll run into the ropes for four. So a little bit of release of pressure, and Collins, Brian, you beauty.
Yeah, that was badly lined. That was always going to be a bad shot. Swept away. Virtually risk-free. And once he got that backward square was never going to cut that off. Good runs from Kurt McKenzie. Looks steady, except for one chance in the slips. He's gone about his business without too much fuss.
One listener checking in from Wigan in Lancashire, and they say they have some Jamaican rum with them. So you do enjoy your evening, sir. Down the leg side again, and well turned by McKenzie. He will pinch a strike. 66 for 1. 18 overs have been bowled. Brandon King is new to the wicket after the loss of John Campbell. Springfield, Massachusetts is also in the house as Rustin Chase continues to Kirk McKenzie. He batted there for over 50 deliveries, Kirk, and just 18 on the board.
Now, what is interesting about Kurt McKenzie's footwork, to the pacers, his trigger takes him way across off stump, because he's wanting to ensure that he doesn't have to play when he doesn't have to play. Against the spinners, completely different. Different trigger altogether.
Yeah.
He stays his ground and, basically, if anything, the front foot comes a little bit down the track, but that back foot, that exaggerated back foot movement to cover the stumps is not on. Different technique to pace as opposed to spin. Nothing right or wrong about it. A lot more orthodox, you would say. Brian Lara, for example, did that trigger movement back and across the pacers as well. To the spinners, the high back lift wasn't as exaggerated. So, different strokes to different folks.
Going for the sweep again. And I think that one got to the slip. Might have been a spill catch there by Dapper. We'll have to have a look at the replay on that one.
Was he struck on the back pad just a little height and maybe just spinning past the stumps? That's my original reading of it. So there's he for the sweep. Yeah, back foot or back something, hip, I think maybe just a little high and maybe just outside of as well.
It would have been a good shot for LBW. End of the over. 66 for 1 is the score. 19 overs have been bowled. And it's just about, I would say, 30 minutes or so, maybe a little bit less, 28 minutes, till the tea break. The Jamaicans have been batting for the entire session. That's the state of the game there. Barbados batting 112 overs, 439 all out. Jamaica Scorpions 19 overs, 66 for 1. Jamel Warrican didn't hit his straps in the first over. Let's see if he balances this out now. Batting to Brandon King, and that bounces awkwardly in front of Shamar Springer's short extra cover. King will get his first run. Hit that solidly. He's a very good, very powerful striker. The ball is Brandon King.
Not really scoring quickly, but he is determined not to give it away.
In terms of the state of the game, now after Barbados batted basically for 4 sessions, then essentially the Jamaicans have to bat for about 6. If you really want to, if you say you're gonna 100 runs a session, that gets you up to 400. So you have to try to get to 600 basically.
So as not to lose.
Yeah, to give the Bajans something to go back at. You're looking at 439, so that means the Jamaicans need to put about 600 on the board at least, I would say. Maybe if they can get up to 650. So in terms of what is happening at the state of the game, the Jamaicans will need to bat for the rest of the day, which would give them 2 sessions, about 100 each, and then the entire day tomorrow.
Yeah, if the Jamaicans are still batting tomorrow in their first innings, then it would be difficult to see them losing after that.
Well, that's the other thing. Of course, it's very possible that the Jamaicans do have the best of the pitch to bat on as well. It's flattened out completely. It should stay fine between day 2 and day 3. Maybe some slight deterioration towards the end of day 3. So if they finish very strongly today, let's say they finish on 180 for the loss of just 1 wicket, something like that, maybe 2 wickets, then they'll have the chance to come out tomorrow and really, really just hammer the Bajans home.
This may be an important innings for Brandon King in the scheme of things. If the Jamaicans were not to advance to that playoff game, this would be his only game to convince the selectors that those 60-something against New Zealand in our last test, I am still in that kind of form. Oh, he's bowled.
Oh well, Rustin Chase strikes again, trying to give himself some room there, Brandon King, and he's been bowled as Orville Higgins called it 67 for 2, the Jamaicans now.
Yeah, I was saying this is an important game for him. And just getting bowled down, cutting at a delivery that probably wasn't wide enough for the cut, dragged it on, maybe stayed down a touch low, hitting the under edge. Well, he would have wanted a big score here to keep his name in the reckoning. Was this wide enough to go for the cut shot? That's the question. Probably not.
No, it came in sharply as well. Poor judgment from him as Javel Glenn walks in with that actually, is that Glenn? Just confirming that number. Yeah, it is Javel Glenn. And so So they have a lot of work to do here now, these two batters.
Which is why John Campbell's wicket is so important to the Scorpions' cause. And Brandon King will be disappointed with that. That was not a magic delivery. You expect the off spinner to be spinning back into you. Maybe a back punch off the back foot with a vertical back would have been the better option. Went for the cut shot. The ball did spin, but you expect to have the off spinner coming back. So I think in the end, look how, that you think is, he has to be making room and maybe would have out LBW had he not been bowled as well. The minute you find yourself as ball would have kept low as well. The minute you find yourself backing off that much to play the cut shot, if you just see that one more time again.
Rustin Chase has 2 for 1 now.
Yeah, it's mural Lutheran-like figures at the moment. So this touchdown outside off, but as it was spinning back, look how he's backing away to make the cut shot work. He finished almost at the return crease. If you have to do that, then maybe the shot wasn't on in the first place.
Here's Glenn, leaving a good delivery that's bouncing outside the off stump.
Brandon King can be very dangerous at this level, so the Barbadians will be happy to see him go. And the Jamaican middle can be a little iffy, so they should feel right in the game at the moment.
I understand what you're trying to do. I mean, you're trying to impose yourself, you're trying to get your feet moving. But it's probably just too early in the innings. You barely had a look at Rustin Chase. Rustin Chase is the wicket taker. He's being the strike bowler for Barbados right now. Glenn gets off the mark with a nice punch to destroy the wicket maiden. 68 for 2, 21 overs have been bowled. Rustin Chase, 2 for 2.
Rustin Chase is looking unplayable at the moment. Not doing anything magical. That delivery did spin. But he's just bowling tight lines, not allowing the batsmen any freebies. And his accuracy and consistency is paying off.
I think you look at it, you look at the top order of Jamaica and it's like, wow, that has a lot of potential. John Campbell, Kirk McKenzie, Brandon King. With Campbell and King back in the pavilion, it already starts to look brittle. You got Brad Barnes to come, hasn't been in great form. Romain Morris, he's been battling as well. And then Mansing, Salmon, Udine Smith, of course. And then Marquino Mindley and Carrie Campbell.
Yeah, Kurt McKenzie's wicket is crucial. You feel if he gets out anytime soon, then that 439 will start to look like a very tall mountain. It's already looking that way now.
It's
at
already
68
looking
for 2.
that way, yeah. It's not quite the Everest, but what is the tallest mountain in Jamaica?
Blue Mountain.
The Blue Mountain.
Yeah, the Blue Mountain.
It's a Blue Mountain for the boys to climb. And then of course the Jamaicans will look back in hindsight and think about that last wicket partnership that dragged Barbados from 376 to 439. They will look back on that and think, wow. Getting himself in a tangle there again, Glenn. Looks a little bit suspect against Jamel Warrakan.
The truth is that the Jamaicans are feeling the pressure. They know that they will get through to the playoffs if they don't lose the game. So, but Barbados is doing well. Extra man coming around the bat now at leg slip. Good captaincy this.
Forward to this time is Glenn. Plays that one very, very safely, very, very tentatively. Last delivery of the over, the 22nd. Back into his crease, turns that nicely. Springer a half stop. Glenn will again get a run to end the over. 22 overs have been bowled. 69 for 2. Orville Higgins, you said that you wear makeup when you're on TV. Are you wearing any right? No.
No, no, sir.
Okay, so this is a natural Orville
Natural
Higgins I'm
look.
seeing here.
Not at all. I like that shot from Javel Glenn, who, if you could fault him for his first innings in the first game, batted too many deliveries where he was not trying to manipulate singles. That last shot, where he maneuvered his wrists to force the ball into a gap, which is what you want to do. You don't want to be just blocking, and then get yourself in trouble. Against Rustin Chase, he has to look where the singles are. And at the moment, there's only a mid-wicket. There's nobody behind. There's nobody to the left of mid-wicket. It's a
Heavy offside field. Yeah, just long on. And actually, it's just long on indeed. And that fielder at mid-wicket.
So manipulating into the leg side may be his way out. Has to be careful, though, not to play across the line. Get to the pitch, work it into the onside. Can't just be prodding. He himself, lots of talent, but it's all a learning curve.
How would you get out a hole like this if you let's put yourself in Javel Glenn's feet? I mean, you don't want to let the spinner dictate terms to you, but Rustin Chase is obviously on top of the ball at the moment. Well left by Glenn.
I always tell young batsmen, you have to use your feet. Now, for those outside the off stump, you probably don't want to come down out of your crease too much. But for those that are straight and that you're confident that you won't run past it, you've got to use your feet. You've got to let the spinners think you may be coming down. That, just a little sachet down the wicket, though that wasn't flighted a lot. But you can't just push and prod. And now, a man at Selimidov is adding to the pressure.
But of course, coming down the track does not mean that you're hitting it all out. It could mean that you're just getting to the pitch of the ball to stare it in the gap, which I think is probably what most batters or young batters would not look at. They think, okay, I'm dancing on the pitch, this has to go into the stands. It doesn't have to.
No.
I think we saw a good example of Jonathan Drake's. In his knock, he would open up the offside to get it through the offside, loft it over the offside, and yes, he did get boundaries for it, but it was fairly safe, conventional cricket.
The other thing that
69 for 2 after 23. Apologies.
That using your feet and going down the ground means is that now the spinner is unsure of what his length should be. If he lines up a length that he knows you're not going to be coming, it's comfortable. He pitches here, he pitches there. Come down to 1 or 2, and then he starts to second guess himself. And sometimes will drag down deliveries shorter than where his repeated length is, and that opens up scoring opportunities. Now I know this is a huge comparison to make, but that is one of the things that made Brian Lara such a dangerous player to spin, because he would come down the wicket at times, loft you down the ground, and then you may think he's coming back pitch, and then he can cut and pull. I mean, not too many are as good as him, but that's the idea.
Working to Mackenzie. He's like a barnacle here. Here's Kirk Mackenzie doing the role of anchor. I guess he's sort of taking a leaf out of the Craig Baffert school of batting.
Not sure why Warwickon would be so wide outside off stump with a field like this. The only 3 people in the offside is a slip, a cover, and a mid-off. This field, he can't be anywhere outside off stump. It's an easy single. Has to be tight on the stumps. That is offering a single. Well, they didn't take it, but that can't be your line. If you have a 6-3 leg side field, deep mid-wicket, long on, and a ring of fielders under the bat, including a leg slip and a backward square, then that should have been a single, I'm afraid. That is the better line, and well respected. Javel Glenn will feel he missed out on those acres of space on the offside with the previous delivery. Only 3 people on the offside. Yeah, that's the line.
Thank you for this commenter who gave us some information. Blue Mountain, 7,402 feet high, the 5th highest in the Caribbean. So that's the mountain the Jamaicans have to climb to get anywhere close to 439.
Yeah, so still only 3 people on the offside. A slip, point, cover. So there's acres of space square on the offside. Good bowling. That's bowling to your field. But good work that from Kurt McKenzie to just get on the back foot and manipulate the ball through the leg side for a single. So this is good batting. Even though the leg side is packed, the fact that they are so attacking with 2 people close in plus a slip, it means that there are spaces once you bypass those. And the Jamaicans have done well to exploit that.
Another commenter on the channel, after 24 overs have been bowled, 72 for 2. They say that the Manning School is the oldest high school in Jamaica. Is that correct?
Well, there's a long-standing debate with Mannings and Woolmer's as to which is the oldest. The truth is Woolmer's was built in the 1720s. Mannings was built in 1738. So as a physical structure, Woolmer's is older. 1720 something to 1738. However, us as Manning student wants to feel that we were first in conception. So Mr. Thomas Manning, who Mannings was named after, made his will, we understand, about long time before 1720. And we are convinced that John Woolmer, who found Woolmer's, took a peek at Mr. Manning's will and decided to, get this physical structure of a school in the ground before he did. So that's our story. We're sticking to that.
But as a physical, Manning's is older.
I feel on paper we are older, but as a physical structure, Woolmer's has that distinction.
I mean, that's interesting because you look at the geography of Jamaica. It would make sense that Woolmer's is first as Rustin Chase continues to Kirk McKenzie.
It's a 7-2 field. No, 2 people on the leg side. So Rustin Chase can't be tight at the stumps. And Kurt McKenzie should be knowing this. Now I'm afraid that should have been maneuvered better.
Yeah, coming back to Manning versus Woolmer's, it would make sense that Woolmer's would be the first, as Kingston has always been the sort of hub. Edged. Appeal for a leg before, maybe as well. The ball is running down to the ropes. We'll wait for the signal from the umpire. And he signals leg by, so that was all pad. Rustin Chase is asking the question of Shane Mosley again. I have to have a look at the replay on this one, but it looked like he was playing it down the leg side. So it might have been going down leg.
This is interesting. No. Maybe just spinning past off and maybe a touch high as well.
Yeah.
Still only 2 people on the leg side. He has to be able to maneuver the ball somewhere in the leg side when they are straight. That's just bad bowling for the feel that he has.
Yeah, well done by Glenn.
Yeah. So that's the challenge. There's danger in that, though, in that you'll be playing against the natural spin of the ball. But if you get to the pitch, there's always an easy single. And if you're good enough to judge length and get on the back foot, now they are putting a fielder at forward short leg, so it makes it more difficult for that little tuck around the legs. But well played.
That's a nice punch through the extra cover region. Well picked that gap, did Kirk McKenzie. There is protection out there. at the end of the over. 75 for 2, 25 overs have been bowled. Orville Higgins is so excited by the state of play that he's beginning to cough here.
75 for 2, scoring at exactly 3. And over the Scorpions would want to feel that they can be scoring a little bit quicker than that. The bowling is not by any means devastating, but just simply sticking to lines and lengths at the moment. And they are being held pretty much in chains. Kurt McKenzie 21 from 69 deliveries, Javel Glenn 4 from 20. The ability to score reasonably quickly without taking undue risks is really the art of batting. The very best batsmen do that better than most. Getting ones off relatively good balls, hard to keep pinned down, and then force the bowlers to try things, and then they capitalize.
A change in bowling here. Joshua Bishop will be coming in from the northern end, replacing Jamel Warrican, incidentally. Goes to the sweep shot and misses that. All ends up. There's Kirk McKenzie trying to impose himself on the new bowler.
Well, it's a 3-6-3 leg side field. So there's a cover and a mid-off and a slip. That's it for the offside. You're not seeing it there, but that's the field.
Backward square leg is actually going back. Well, that's fine. Leg is actually going back to about 3/4 of the way down to the boundary.
So they're asking him to drive through the covers and then hope it reaches back probably out of that little rough spot or two outside his off stump. So he doesn't want to play against the spin by trying to drive through the offside.
Just about got down on that one, did Kirk McKenzie. All the Bajans are jumping and laughing and hands on heads. It's a good contest here. Credit to McKenzie. He's been in there from the start. And it's been a battle of attrition for him, but he's doing quite well, you'll have to say. It's just up to him to maintain his focus. Just about 5 minutes to the tea break, so that's something you'd be looking forward to.
In an ideal world, you'd want batsmen to look more authoritative the longer they bat, to impose themselves on the opposition, especially on good batting tracks like this.
Gets the sweep this time. Does he get it fine? He does indeed. As you said, he will impose himself on a delivery that deserves to be imposed upon.
Right, so that was a poor delivery. He capitalized on it. So I'm not talking these. Joshua Bishop was spearing it down the leg side and getting the treatment. For good deliveries, for the ones that he really want to bowl, they, maybe pitching off and spinning in a little bit, you still want to tell the bowler that I'm not going to be defending 12 if you bowl 12 like that. The bowler has to be able, when you are gone on like this, that I can still find ways to score from that delivery.
Beaten all ends up by that one is an appeal. Well. Joshua Bishop has asked questions in this first over. At the end of the over, it's 79 for 2. 26 overs have been bowled. Be interesting to see the replay on that one to see exactly what the Bajan was so excited about. Lenico Bouch is still arguing the point with Collins Bryan.
Yeah, wide outside off stump. He played at it. The ball spinning back. Now, did it get an edge is the question on the lips of all of us. Here we go. Well, difficult at that point to see.
Cutting it a little too early there, and it's a Keshav. Yeah, it's too close there. We'll have to trust the decision of the on-field umpire in this circumstance.
Here it is.
Through bat and pad. Taken low down by Boucher. It's an interesting one. Can't confirm if there's any bat on it at all. Chase the Glen. They'll be nicely into the leg side. They're going to come for 2. Are they? Yes, indeed. It's a comfortable 2. That's good cricket from Javel Glenn.
Excellent cricket. 3 people on the leg side. And now they're making it into no, still only 3 people on the leg side. So anything straight can be worked once you're to the pitch or if you're on the back foot. That's a good delivery. You don't want to play across that. Then very few batsmen on the Jamaican team are prepared to use their feet and go down to the spinners. It's a lost art in many ways. Yeah, runs in the leg side again.
That one was not intentional by Glenn, but you still get another easy 2.
Yeah, Rustin Chase not bowling to his field. You can't be bowling to a 6-3 offside field and be angling in towards middle and leg. But like I said, using your feet down to the spinners is a lost art. I saw Jeffrey Dujon bat here at Sabina Park against Trinidad and their spinners one year. 3 out of every 6 deliveries he was down the wicket. They couldn't know what length to bowl, and then the hard delivery didn't go down the pitch, and then bam, the cut shot when they're a touch short. Yeah, manipulating it into the leg side again. Not great bowling, you'd have to say. Good batting though. Literally, I mean, risk-free. You're on the back foot. You should be able to manipulate your hands into the gaps. Javel Glenn doing that very well. Now, Rustin Chase may now be forced to go wider outside off, which means that you've won the battle. Or put somebody else into the leg side. I think he'll go for this second option. So, yeah. So they'll have... No, I think Dapper is going back to first slip.
There's a leg slip in position now.
So he now has to be wider outside of, I think. Yeah, still fairly straight, but that was a little fuller. So it's a battle. Glenn is scoring 3 twos from that over? Yep. That is good batting. There was no violence in the shots, just manipulation of your hands and keeping the scoreboard ticking.
I have to see how Glenn adjusts now, and he decides to just be defensive. 27 overs have been bowled, 84 for 2. And that is it for the second session. The players are walking off for a well-deserved tea break. We will be right back with more cricket in about 20 minutes' time.
Expressions. He's got it. Dirty. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
This is the only cricket club I've ever represented. I started here 13, so I was in second year high school. As a young teenager, I was made to feel very welcome by some of the old stalwarts of my time. We're here, Alan Ray, Jackie Hendricks, so Jeffrey Dujon, Maurice Foster, just to name a couple. So it's a club that had a rich sort of history of producing cricketers, but they really made a young teenager feel really welcome, and that was it really. Well, the first thing that you became very much aware of were the 2 boards that were in the bar, and one had the batting and bowling averages for the club going back to the 1930s. There were 3 boards. One had the international representatives, and one had the international representatives who were captains. After, 25 years, 30 years at the club, to have ticked all those boxes, I think, and the memories that came with it, mean a lot. There was a rich mix of sort of generations here, and all of them really made me feel welcome and were very helpful over different periods in my career. And then just what the facility represented, it was the international ground, and over time I just became very familiar with it. Every blade of grass, I knew the wicket inside out. The atmosphere here, even before these stands were built, was something that I was very much aware of, and it became part of the whole experience.
a full house was just very loud, as any Caribbean full house can be. And I grew up experiencing the big crowds, even at regional level, to be honest. And the occasional club game when Kingston played Michael Holdings, Melbourne, or Lawrence Rose, Kensington, you would see more people than you get for Test cricket now. And international games, it was fantastic. The noise, it was a little bit intimidating for those who didn't know it. But it was home for us, or for me anyway, and I thrived on it. I loved, you knew who the people were, what sort of instruments they were bringing on the day, and just the whole atmosphere. Having the Jamaican crowd come to support cricket was great as a youngster. I guess the first Test match here would have been, that I played, would have been against England.
Jimmy Adams, of course, is the local boy. He's a Jamaican. He looks pretty solid, though, doesn't he? Once again, it's another West Indian batsman who set out his stall to get onto the front foot wherever possible.
It was a really good occasion for me. You got performances in. I only got in because Hooper was injured, which was sort of like the story behind my first 9 or 10 Test matches. So thanks, Carl, I appreciate it. It was very late the night before the game that Hooper said he wasn't going to make it. So maybe that helped to control some of the nerves.
Oh, that's a glorious stroke as well. All timing from Jimmy Adams, so he gets into the act as well. And this crowd at Sabina Park is alive.
It was a good wicket, good batting wicket. We had a really good informed batting lineup. All left-handers, Arthurton, Lara, myself.
And he's got it.
He's got it this time. Murray's out of the blocks, and an excellent and invaluable 50 for Jimmy Adams and the West Indies.
You do it in front of your home crowd, to lift your bat for a Test 50 here, it was really, really special. I managed to get a 90-something. Disappointed I didn't get 100, but really happy to have gotten a score.
Well, this is the time when if you're Jimmy Adams at the non-striker's end, your heart's in your mouth for a couple of balls, while Courtney Walsh has all the pressure. If you get out, you really have let your partner down.
Oh, that's close too. And out, yes! Steve Buckner confirms that Courtney Walsh has gone. It's the last West Indies wicket to fall. Jimmy Adams will have to trudge his way off this field. Satisfied he's done a fantastic job for the West Indies.
I hadn't played a Test for 2 years. So, in those days, the competition for places was really, really tough. So whenever you got the opportunity, you wanted to just keep reminding the selectors, if there's a slot available, give it to me and don't pass it on to other guys who were, to be fair to them, Roland Hall, Shave, all of them were scoring runs. So it was important from that point of view to get runs as well. Would have been better if I got 100, but yeah, I'll take the 90. It could have been worse,
You hadn't scored a Test century up until then, but you went straight from Jamaica and you did get that first Test 100.
Yeah, I got it in the second Test in Guyana. Batted with Shiv for a good while in that. I think that was Shiv's first Test match, and for me it was good to finally get that load off my shoulders. I knew what it felt like to wait a lot of years for the first class 100, and you'd been knocking around. You still weren't too sure about your spot in the team. So to get that 100, I was thinking, well, even if Hooper came back, maybe there might be a place for both of us, which was significant for me.
He's never made a Test 100, that's the key. He'll learn to relax. If he makes one, his second one will come easier.
That's it this time. Full toss from Salisbury. Adams puts it away. The first thing he acknowledges are his teammates in the dressing room. And a brilliant moment for Jimmy Adams. His first Test match 100. And it couldn't be more well-deserved.
Let's fast forward some years now. You came back to Sabina in 1999 against a powerful Australia team. That turned out to be an historic victory. Talk to us about that match.
Well, first of all, context. We got skittled for 50 in Trinidad. Lara's neck is on the chopping block with the selectors on the board, and yeah, things weren't as great as they could have been. And I remember walking to the wicket, and the usual chit-chat with me and Brian. We've been batted together for years, and so Pedro Collins had just got hit in his nuts, and he retired hurt, and it was in the morning, so we probably had maybe 80 overs left. And we literally just started counting down overs. So at the end of the over, Brian would say, right, Jimmy, we've got 79 left. And I would say, okay, we've got 62 left. I guess the underlying theme for both of us, you know, we're going into lunch, we've got 2 of us to lunch, and we just kept going. And I think both of us by then were old enough to realize when momentum was shifting. And yeah, pretty much between lunch and tea, we knew, we kept saying, you know, if we are here in 8 overs time, we'd have really taken this game away. And we kept going and we kept going.
No ball, smacked down to the long on boundary for 4 runs.
Lovely shot. Found the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. Nice placement. And they'll come back 4-3. Good 15 for Jimmy Adams. A claim for him now on his home ground here at Sabina Park.
Lovely shot. Beautifully played by Lara.
He's hoisted up, down towards Lavon, into the mound stand. That'll go for another 4. Brian Lara in full flow, moves into the 90s.
What Brian did was special, to be honest. I don't think anybody can understand or appreciate the kind of pressure he was under, just generally going into that series, first of all, and then that game. Selfishly, to have gotten the bird's eye view of the innings at the other end was just the best seat in the house. I mean, I've seen Brian play some magnificent innings, right? But some of them, I didn't spend as much time with him in the middle as I did on that one. So to have been 22 yards or 20 yards away and sort of been a part of it.
150 not out. Well played by the West Indian captain.
It was a huge day for West Indies cricket. We desperately needed something coming off the South Africa series and then that first test loss in Trinidad. So, yeah, I mean, the greatness of Brian, what can I say? And yeah, to be there and then to get that view of the innings was superb.
There it is. He's whipped it past mid-on, and Matthew Elliott's got to beat a lot of people helping him field the ball. So the umpire will give him 4 runs.
The 200 for where we and he was at that point in time, that week. He had momentum going to Barbados. He had nothing coming into Jamaica. And for anybody under that kind of strain to produce what he produced in the way in which he did it, like, he just dominated and from the whole day. And yeah, you're at the next end, I'll take the crumbs off the table, I'll be fine, you know what I mean? But it was great. It was great week for us here, and yeah, the crowd here was unbelievable as well. We always talk about the crowd at Sabina Park, but it was a full Sabina Park, and it just, you couldn't get away from the atmosphere that the crowd created here. It was fantastic. Coming back to Sabina Park a year after that as captain was very special for many reasons. One, to captain the West Indies obviously was a great honor for me, but to get the chance to do it here at home, where I'd learned the game at Sabina Park, which was my own club, and you literally could pick out hundreds of faces in the crowd that you knew personally going back many years. And I remember batting, friends of mine saying, Jimmy, you must have set some world record to bat 3 days for 100.
He's got it. Barely. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
Yeah, it was just getting a test 100 as captain at home at your club ground. Yeah, I had some champagne after the game. To me, it doesn't get much better than that. Courtney Walsh breaking a world record in the same game.
Message being sent to Courtney Walsh there. Patience does it, Cuddy. Of course, he can't afford to be too patient. Only 2 wickets left.
It was getting to a point where I needed to take him off. And I was like, Courtney, and he kept saying, one more skip, one more. And it was starting to drag on. I was like, listen, I might have to make a call here. I was the most relieved person when he got it, because I was thinking people were going to say, Jimmy, you're captaining this thing just for your friend and all the rest of it.
You can tell how keen he is just to finish off this innings, to get this wicket. Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field.
There's this picture of Wavell Hines like hugging Courtney or almost lifting Courtney off the ground. And Wavell is a generation behind me, but yet Courtney had literally raised all of us, right? His mum had looked after us. If there were nights when we didn't have food or we were struggling, if we needed kit, he would bring kit back for the lads. And there was so much love for him.
There is no more admired cricketer in the game today than Courtney Walsh.
You can see what Courtney meant even to that young generation. Some of them from Jamaica, some of them weren't, but he's always had that effect on people because he's a giver, and he gives of himself, and he loves people, and yeah, it was great feeling, and great to be involved in it as well. So much happened in that game. But that's why we play sport, isn't it? You carry those memories for life. I mean, if I was young enough, I'd be playing now, but it's why we play sport.
West Indies captain Jimmy Adams, who himself will remember this day for a long time for his personal achievement early in the day in scoring his 6th Test 100.
That week would, yeah, it would still be one of the highlights of my career with all that happened while we were here that week against Zimbabwe.
End of it, all over. West Indies have won by 35 runs. Zimbabwe are all out for 63. And Jimmy Adams, in his first Test match as West Indies captain, has led his team, which has pulled off a quite astonishing victory.
The funniest moments here at Sabina Park, Franklin Rose getting upset in a first-class game, kicking a chair and breaking his toe, couldn't bowl for the rest of the game. It was like really rosy. Like, you know, in a Jamaica team where stuff like that, you don't get away with it. Lashed out this great kick, the chair went flying, and then in 2-2s we see the foot in a cast. And at Test level, I can't go into detail, but let's just say, funny, Curtly Ambrose, enough said.
Everybody compensates for him. The next year he came back and it just drops nicely. And that's what you want to see, because everybody's not going to have a good day every day. But just the way all the 4 came together, not leaving out Justin Gill, but the main 4, so to speak. Because when Justin came in, he did his bit. But the main 4 is what you want to look at. And everybody's skill set was different, but the way, the planning and the execution and how they went about it with their adjustment. I was happy with
And the 4 of you guys, this is really the first time we're seeing all 4 of you on the field at the same time. You've had injuries, guys have come in and out. Why do you think you guys are able to complement each other?
Yeah, I think we're all different skill sets. Alzari obviously has high pace. Jaden obviously good pace with good swing and skill. And then Shamar shorter, has a little skiddier at high pace. And then I just do my thing on top of off stump all day. So I think we complement each other very, very well. As I said, we communicate very well in the dressing room. We plan well. We know what is expected in this session. And we just try our best to go out there and emulate it. So it's not going to go right every day. It's cricket. But I think once we have an understanding, we have a template of what you want to do, you just follow it and you express yourself and have fun.
Lastly, I want to ask about legacy. Obviously, it's been a couple of years now, only a couple since you retired. You can still get back out there. He's been telling me in the commentary box he can bowl a few. So he says. But I want to know, when you look back at Courtney Walsh's cricketing journey, what impact did Courtney Walsh have on fast bowling in the Caribbean?
I probably not the best person for you to ask that, to be quite honest. But I think the legacy that was left behind, What I found out now is that it probably had more impact than I thought, because everywhere you go and you move around, people say, boy, we used to remember the good old days that you were playing, and it's good that you're still involved with the game and that you're helping youngsters and you can pass on advice, because to me that's important. But for me, I just enjoyed every moment of it, and it helped me to develop as a better cricketer, better person, better human being. And Kimar said something that I would just agree with 100%. When I just started, it was just pace. I was just thinking of raw pace. Injuries help sometimes, and losing pace helps. When I ended, the way I ended my career, I was much happier because I was able to challenge batsmen. I was swinging the ball both ways. I know how to use a short ball, and to me it was just a fascinating career to know that I went at stop at one end and then I got better at the other end.
And listening to that, Kimar, obviously you're far from finished, but when you do eventually end your career, what would you like Kimar Roach's legacy on West Indies cricket to be?
A hard worker, a trier, someone who gave West Indies cricket their all. I've been committed to West Indies cricket from the beginning. I've given it my all. I've obviously turned up and put the work in order to perform and to challenge and compete against opposition. And as I said, it doesn't always go the way you want, but once you have that foundation, that mentality, and understand that it's always going to be a tough task.
Cricket, lovely cricket at Sabina Park, where we saw it. It's the third and final session here in this round 2 match here on day 2 between the Jamaica Scorpions and the Barbados Pride. The story of the match: Barbados amassing a massive 439, Jamaica Scorpions in reply 84 for 2. They trail by quite a bit. They've already lost, they trail by 355 to be exact. They've already lost their captain John Campbell and Brandon King, who is coming back into the game as well. He fell early. Both of them bowled by Rustin Chase. Andrew Chan, as usual, in your company. Alongside the man on a mission, 30 years and counting, Orville Higgins, radio, TV, satellite, broadcasting to aliens across the world as well. Joshua Bishop, beaten by that one. Appeal for a caught behind. Nothing doing, says Collins Bryan. Orville Higgins, good day to you.
How are you again, Sir Andrew?
I'm not bad, I'm not bad. Really had to wash my face with a little water. Let's have a look at this.
Look at this. Why would you be playing at something that wide if you're not playing an attacking shot? That's my first comment.
Goes for the sweep shot again.
You're pushing forward at a delivery that's 2.5 feet away from your off stump. You're not trying to score. Why are you because the only thing that can happen there is you block it or you edge it. I don't know why you should be playing defensive 2.5 feet away from your stumps. That's a little closer and he could get there. But even that.
It's still uppishly though. He didn't play it as confidently as he would like. You'll have to remember not to push at those ones, of course, Mackenzie. That one here, that one is well played, is well over.
Again, 3 people in the offside. Here's a slip, a cover, and a mid-off. If you're going to reach for those and run the risk of edging, then at least you should be trying to score. Because those are not threatening your stumps. That is close and that's coming back. The spin is on, so you've got to play that because your stumps are now being threatened. But reaching way outside off stump with that front foot, defending, not quite sure I understand the wisdom to that.
Goes through the sweep again and he gets this just backward of square. The fielder does well. I think that's Shane Mosley tumbling over there. Does really well. It was he got into an awkward position, Mosley. Maybe got too close to the ball, maybe.
Yeah, nice.
And 2 runs to end the over, 86 for 2. 28 overs have been bowled.
Yeah, nice shot. Kurt Mackenzie going with a sweep shot as the left arm spinner angled in. Well played out to mid-wicket. I want to say big up to the gentleman that taught me most of what I know about cricket. He's listening now, my primary school and community coach. I don't know too many people who are better coaches at young talent than he is, and even not so young talent. A gentleman called Mr. Cornell Campbell is listening. And he
Cornell
says,
Campbell.
yeah, he says I'm doing a great job. I don't need any more compliments on that.
Wonderland. Well done, well done.
Yeah, so big up yourself, Mr. C. Good to know that you're listening, sir.
Yeah, very important characters in terms of development of cricket. And of course, if he retired in primary school, I'm assuming. He tried teaching primary school. He's retired now. But grassroots coaches like that who stick with the young guns.
Well, the day he retires is the day when he no longer can walk around. He cricket is him.
You're one of those old folks that just have to keep moving.
There you go. He breathes and lives the game.
And he's probably fitter than you and I put together.
You never know. You never know. But he's watching. He was upset at how the two Jamaican batsmen got out. Felt that wasn't the greatest technical application. Jediah Blades is back. Well bowled. Kept a little bit low. And Javed Lane offered the single. Now, this is what we're talking about. He's now, 10 from 28? You'll take that at the start of your innings. He played a very strange innings at Chedwin Park, scoring 18, 19 from 60-something balls with 2 sixes. So he got 12 from 2 sixes, and then the next 60-something deliveries, he scored 7. Now this, on a easy pace pitch like this, can't work. This time around, he's pushing it around. 10 from 28. He's trying to get himself set. You'll take that. Kurt McKenzie, final session. He's on 27. He'd want to be just imposing himself a little bit more. That's a good delivery for more than one reason. I think he took a little pace off that. Kurt McKenzie was out driving on the up to the man at cover. Now, a delivery that I think was a little bit pace off, pitched on a length outside off, is telling Kurt McKenzie, drive at your own peril. He didn't. And that is one of the mode of dismissals that I think he'll try not to get out, driving to the man at cover, catching height.
Yeah, it's a good angle, the left armour. Coming over the wicket to the left armour as well. So he's going to get it to hit and shape. That one is through the leg side, through mid-wicket, should run close to the ropes for 4. The fielder might just pull it up. No, the ball wins. Craig Braffett, in a race, loses against the red ball. A nice little flick by McKenzie, too straight from Blades on that occasion.
Much too straight. In your picture there, you are seeing 3 slips. There's also a backward pointer, cover, and a mid-off, which means it has 6-3 offside field. Can't bowl there. Yeah. Meat and drink. Can't be on the pads with a feel like that.
It's good to see that even though McKenzie is embedded down, he can still put away the bad delivery. How does Blades respond? Overcompensating too wide, and McKenzie has nothing to do with that one.
And this is one of the things we talked about yesterday, Andrew. It's all well and good when you come in first spell. You're right on the money. You're there and thereabouts. You know, the team geeing you up. You're feeling fresh. The hard part of bowling is now. Final session, flattish wicket. The new ball is, almost 30 overs old. What have you got right now? And on the basis of that, good channel. I've always said that is one of the ways I'd want to see fast bowlers being trained, you know. Because I've done my own little coaching, and I have very unorthodox methods. You want your fast bowler to give you 20 overs in a day, on an average day. Ideally, 5-6 overs in the first session. If he's really doing well, then you give him a few more, or give him 4 and he comes back. In the second session, you want him to give you another 6 or 7. And in the third session, you want him to give you another 6 or 7, which makes up his quota of 20 overs for the day. I believe that fast bowlers must train like that. So you come in the morning, 10 o'clock, you run in, whatever, you go put your feet up, come back after lunch, do your thing, and then come back for the evening session. Because that's how the average 4-day day will turn out.
But all the training in the world doesn't compare to match day fitness. So if you're not fit for the match, appeal for a leg before,
Spinning down.
Yes, going down a little bit, as Collins Bryan just indicates there. But it really doesn't compare to match your fitness, because until you're ready, until you go out there, because I've known it myself. You train in the nets and you're bowling really fast and you're bowling really good and it's coming out nicely. And all of a sudden you're running on the grass in the field and you're struggling and they call you a slow medium pacer, you know what I mean?
Yeah. But the point I'm making, I want my fast bowler to be hitting his traps now. Final session, nothing happening.
Try that one. That will go through everyone. Did he get a little touch on that one? Collins Bryan will indicate now. And yes, he does in that fancy way. He signals for, which means that there was something on the bat.
This is the point I'm making. Look how wide this is. Why are you playing a defensive shot to this? Why are you playing at that? The only thing can happen is you don't get any runs and you're exposing the edge of your bat to the slip. You have got to push out. Either you're attacking or you just let that be. No, that is closer. You shouldn't be playing defensively to something that is not threatening your stumps.
Well, I mean, I can understand getting the foot out there just in case it spins back. But is it spinning out? That's the edge. No, that one falls just short of Rustin Chase. Joshua Bishop, you're a dangerous little character, aren't you?
He's certainly asking a few questions. Definitely saying to the left-hander spinners, I may spin back out of the rough or...
Just short. Oh, beat on the well left, if you have to say, from Glenn. But a wonderful over there from Josh Bishop. Didn't deserve that 495 for 230 overs have been bowled. Mackenzie solid, if not spectacular. Javel Glenn still getting himself in a couple little tangles. So can the Jamaicans weather the storm in the perfect weather?
Yeah, they will feel so. The run rate has dropped to 3.17. Don't think these two will mind. Remember, Jamaica only need to avoid defeat, you think, to go through. So scoring quickly is, maybe secondary in importance to them at the moment. They want to bat and bat and bat till the cows come home.
Well, I think the important thing is they have to set a target at the end of this session. So what is the target at the end of the session? I was thinking they'd like to be in the region of maybe 180, close to 200.
Yeah.
So if you're going to give the bowlers the first hour, and you're thinking, okay, maybe I can get up to 100, 110, which is fair, and then you're looking at 90 in the last hour, when they're really flagging, maybe. That one is speared into the backward point region. Reaching for that one is Mackenzie, and he is disconsolate as the Jamaicans lose their third wicket, 95 for 3, driving away from his body. Always dangerous. So long, Kirk Mackenzie.
I did speak. Kirk Mackenzie driving on the up to cover. He has gotten out like that twice. This time was a lot squarer, but this is driving on the up. Not to cover this time, but to the man at backward point. Now that is not learning from your previous mistakes. I mean, that is one of the ways, if you had identified how would Kirk Mackenzie get out, I would say driving on the up and getting caught somewhere square on the offside.
Just 28 runs was that partnership, and that's the problem with the Jamaicans right now. They're not building any partnerships. We look at the Bajan, the wickets, 58, 145, 7, 9, 104, 9 partnership, but there were some big partnerships. The Jamaican 61, 6 and 28. So those are the 3 partnerships so far, as Brad Barnes is a new batter to come to the crease.
Yeah, so you could see that this was not a half volley to Kirk Mackenzie. He was driving through the line on the up, catching height. Now this is Brad Barnes taking strike. Look at that. That is not a half volley. That's playing on the up and peeling off to the off stump, peeling off square on the offside. He's disconsolate. He knows he made a mistake. You can't be out driving 3 times in, 5 innings? Caught on the offside. Now, if that were a half volley and it peeled off, you could say fine. But that was driving on the up. When he's had it so good, he's batting, without fuss.
It was a good catch as well by Bishop, I believe.
He'd regret that. Brad Barnes was out hooking in the second innings of the first game. That short ball is coming. There's nobody at backward square. So it means that for now, Jediah Blades may not be thinking of bowling short. I think it's well worth having him at backward square. He's something of a compulsive hooker, is Brad Barnes. Doesn't like to duck the cricket ball. I think they're missing a trick not to send a man back and bowl him the odd short ball.
Well left.
The one thing with him, though, and I've said it repeatedly, he plays right forward. There's no half measures. So he's very rarely caught on the crease. So he pushes right out when he plays defensively. That left foot gets right out to the pitch.
Jediah Blades deserved that wicket as well. He's bowled extremely well. He's coming back in his second spell. Bowled extremely well in that first session. Well, that first spell, I should say. Not first session.
Yeah. Now, Brad Barnes will want to score runs here. Hasn't yet got a half century from the 4 innings he's played so far. Now they're sending a man out of your shot, out to backward square. This is good captaincy. If we could find the fieldsman going all the way back on the backward square fence. The guy was out hooking the last innings. I'm at least going to get it in his mind that the short ball is coming. No, it could be this delivery, it could be all bluff.
Would you say he's a compulsive hooker, Brad?
Somewhat. He finds it difficult not to.
Edged! No. It just fell short of that third slip. Wonderful bowling by Jediah Blades. So he's almost like a double bluff there from the Bajans, sending the man out for the hook. And then the full delivery that thankfully Barnes played with soft hands.
Yeah, so Craig Brathwaite, maybe just remembering maybe 2 balls too late, that this guy was out hooking. Sending one back. Brad Barnes would have noticed that. The next delivery was length outside off, which means the bowler is saying, you're not sure what I'll be doing. This is good bowling, though.
Ducked up by that one. Appeal for a leg before. I think that was an issue of height. It looked like it struck Barnes about the midriff. Excellent bowling here. Absolutely splendid stuff from Jediah Blades.
Not sure why they would appeal for this. This seems to... Brad Barnes is very, very tall. One of the taller members of the squad. I think Pete Salmon maybe just maybe similar height or just a little bit. This one hit high up. All right, some running repairs there.
It's Josh Bishop just attending to his footwear. I'm glad to see they are continuing with Bishop. I think he's bowled brilliantly. 3 overs, none for 10. And he certainly asked questions of the batters.
Yeah, he's looping them outside off. And he's asking Javel Glenn, are you fearing that I can spin them back? Getting him playing defensively to wide deliveries.
Beaten by that one. That one touchdown and turned away from Glenn's bat. Joshua Bishop, hands on his head. Just, it's an examination. It really is an examination. It's an A-level examination, a Cambridge examination. Beaten by that one as well. Oh, he got that one to come back in. It was a patch of dust as well as that one touched down. Well taken by Lenny Boucher as well.
Yeah, so Javel Glenn is now being genuinely troubled by the left-arm spinner. 2 feet or so outside of and asking, what have you got? It's only a 3-man offside field. So they are saying, drive through the offside at your peril, but you will risk the ball darting back through the gate. So that's the question to Javel Glenn, who is stationary, not advancing. This is, as you said, a proper examination of his technique.
It almost seems, and whisper it quietly, Orville Higgins, because there might be some Bay agents who would disagree with me, but has Joshua Bishop jumped above Jamel Warrican in the pecking order for Barbados?
Well, Joshua Bishop did not play the last game.
No, he didn't.
And Warrican played, so it means that in their eyes, Warrican is still the better left-arm spinner. But here today, he's troubling Glenn for sure.
Yeah, Warrican started the season well with a 6-wicket haul, I think, in the first innings at Chedwin. After that, he sort of tapered off. Bishop, I thought, has been consistent. I wasn't there for the full 4 days at Chedwin, as you know. But I thought that Joshua Bishop bowled really, really well in the 2 days that I saw. It was unfortunate that he didn't play in that second match. You never know what could have happened if they had played Josh. And they brought him back here today and in this game, and he's bowling really, really well. 95 for 3, 32 overs have been bowled. The Jamaica Scorpions still a long way behind. They trail by 344 runs.
Yeah, you have to admire the persistence with line by Joshua Bishop. He's exactly where he wants to be, so his accuracy must be commended and complimented. Just outside off, spinning into the left-handers, and at the moment, Javel Glenn is almost glued to his crease and clueless as to how to score.
I think what I like about Joshua Bishop is that he's in control of his game. As Jediah Blades continues to the right-handed bounds, he's in control of his game, so he knows exactly what he's trying to do, and he does exactly what he wants to do.
Yeah, accuracy, which left-arm spinners are usually very accurate, but the batsman doesn't seem at this point to know how to counter. We've had some edges playing at some that he probably shouldn't have. We go back to Brad Barnes, and this man, Jediah Blaze, the square leg is all the way back.
Well, it just beggars the question. I mean, cricketers have to prepare in their own way, and yes, there might be structured training sessions and stuff like that. Short delivery, and he was late on it, and it fell into no man's land, so the short ball showing that Brad Barnes is that compulsive hooker, borderline compulsive maybe.
Now look at that. Brad Barnes got out hooking in the last innings of the last game. They set the trap a little late. I thought Craig Brathwaite should have had the backward square there from early. He got a short ball, started the hook shot, said to himself, no, I can't. Almost checked out of the shot. Still got a single.
Almost getting through on that occasion. The ball sneaked through, the throw comes in at the non-strikers end. Good backing up. Well, a lot is happening here for Jediah Blades.
Yeah. Maybe a little disconcerting bounce there on Javel Glenn, who I think will feel better facing Blades than the left-arm spinner. They're having a little quiet word about it. This is a crucial part of the game. These two will want to at least see Jamaica to stumps. They both want to come back tomorrow. A long way from that, but that should be the aim.
A very long way from that indeed.
Will we get the bouncer again?
Well played by Barnes.
Yeah, back of a length. But Brad Barnes, for a split second, maybe thinking the bouncer may be coming. Played that well in the end. Correct back defensive stroke.
Yeah, the point I was making is how much are you a student of your craft as a fast bowler? It's like, okay, you can run fast, you have a good action. What are you doing in addition to learning about your craft? What are you fine-tuning? What adjustments are you making? What skills are you still yet to learn that you need to develop? What is your strong point? What is your weak point? The Jamaicans limping up to 98 for 3 now. One delivery left in the 33rd.
Again, another word between the two. So they are working hard. They are communicating, giving advice to each other maybe. And here's Javel Glenn. I think a lot more comfortable to the left arm seam as opposed to the left arm spin. The old faithfuls in the stands.
Well left by Glenn. Extravagant leave to end the over. 98 with 333 overs have been bowled. The Barbados Pride will be feeling pretty happy about things. Joshua Bishop should be coming back, so we'll get another chance to have a look at him and wax lyrical on this young fellow who seems to be doing quite well.
Well, it will be interesting to see what Joshua Bishop's line is to the right-hander. Is he coming back? Yeah.
Yeah, he's already given his cap to the estimable Collins Bryan.
So
Certainly my new favorite umpire.
Yes, certainly has the prettiest signal for 4 of all time. Now, to the left-hander, Joshua Bishop was outside off them, spinning back, threatening the stumps. To the right-hander, it would be interesting to see the kind of feel and then what is the line that he want to work at. Now, here's the interesting thing, folks, at home. 7-2 offside field. 3 men around the bat.
And updates in the other games around the region. Well, things are speeding up. Trinidad and Tobago got to 522 for 9 declared. Let's see if that man, Josh De Silva, did get to his double hundred. 220 he ended on. And in reply, the Leeward Islands are, at the moment, they're 33 for 2. Joshua James, that very tall all-rounder, is back in the squad. And he's already taken the wicket of Kofi James. And taking a look at the Windward Islands versus Guyana game. Well, the Windward Islands... Well, Guyana posted 242, first of all. The Windward Islands folded for 223. Gudakesh Moti with 4 wickets. And the Guyana Harper Eagle to the slim lead in response are 1 for 1. Ryan John striking early, getting Matthew Nandu for 0. All the other games seem to be moving on at least the speed limit's pace. This one, it's a slow crawl in Kingston traffic.
It's an intriguing battle, this. I'm enjoying this. Really do.
Yeah, it is good cricket. It's understanding 4-day cricket. It's understanding red ball cricket, the ebbs and flows of the game.
Brad Barnes, if there's a weakness to his game, because he pushes that left foot so far down the pitch, is always a candidate for the straight ball LBW. That time the bat had access to the ball because the left foot was placed to the side. Sometimes he does struggle to get the bat round in time. Fairly comfortable enough with that. But again, Joshua Bishop has it on a penny, finding it difficult to score off him at the moment.
Absolutely speeding through that over Joshua Bishop. It seemed as it started, it was ended. It was a maiden, 98 with 334 overs bowled.
Is it Shamar Springer who will take the ball now? Yeah,
it looks like there's going to be a change in bowling. Shamar Springer indeed should be coming back into the attack.
I'm not sure I would be taking off.
I'm sort of surprised that the Bajans did not continue with Rustin Chase as well. I mean, he took 2 wickets in quick succession. I feel like also Blades could have gotten an over 2 again. I feel like it's a bit too early of a change for him. But Craig Baffert knows what he's doing. So Shamar Springer will be bowling to Javel Glenn. On the money to start.
Yeah, good start. And there was a hint of the ball just coming back and not going with the angle. And that will be on Javel Glenn's mind, that didn't go across him. So that's a good start there, Mr. Springer. Still operating with 3 slips. There are no gullies, but he's still hoping to hit the edge of Javel Glenn's bat.
Switching sides now. Over the wicket. Punch. No run. Barnes was interested, but there was nothing on there.
Yeah, Barnes did the right thing. The ball is hit out towards mid-off, which means it's a striker's call. And Barnes was saying, is there a single? But then Javel Glenn did the right thing. There wasn't. There was a call. Good cricket.
The question I must ask you, Orville Higgins, put on your Euclidean cap, your Euclidean thinking cap.
That
appeal for
has
like
to be
before.
tight. Well, he's suggesting that it was a little high.
Yeah.
And the Barbadians don't seem overly disappointed about it. But this one came back appreciably. Look, from around the wicket, angled in. Oh. It did hit the top of the pad before he hit the thigh. Yeah. But maybe just going over the top. Javel Glenn is a fairly tall man. Yeah, what's the question?
Now the good straightener again. Yep. So my philosophical question for you, or well, mathematical, however you want to look at it. With the 3 major Jamaican batters back in the hutch, are the rest of the Jamaican batters capable of getting to 439 or even surpassing that at this point?
The simple answer is yes. They are capable. All of them are good enough to get runs on this. But pressure does strange things. Who comes in next? Romain Morris or Mansing may come in next. Mansing got 170 something in the trials. So he can bat. Has scored half centuries at this level before. Romain Morris has shown in the 2 previous games that he can bat for a long time without really tearing the attack apart. We know what Odin Smith can do. On his day, he's probably as feared as anybody. Yeah.
The throw comes in at the non-striker's end, and that could have been close. I think that Glenn was struggling a little bit, but at the end of the over, the Jamaicans get a streaky single to take them on to 99 for 3. 35 overs have been bowled. But this is a slow burn. It's not... Yes, we know Odin Smith can bat, and Odin Smith is dangerous. But Odin Smith cannot sustain that for 4 5 sessions should it be necessary, which is what the Jamaicans need to do. They were okay in the first session. I mean, they maybe lost 2 wickets that they shouldn't have lost. And then, of course, the loss of Curse McKenzie early here would be a major setback as well. Because it's a very top-heavy batting order. We see the middle order has been brittle. It has been fragile. And it is susceptible to a collapse.
It is. It is. But Javel Glenn has gotten 1 half century so far. Pete Salmon got a half century at Chedwin Park.
But it's not that's what I'm saying. It's not just half century. Somebody needs to stay and be an anchor and get a 150 and get a double 100 if they're going to overhaul this total. And is anyone in the batting order capable of doing that?
All right. If I were a betting man, I'd bet that the Barbados Pride at this point will bowl Jamaica out cheaper than the 439. So the answer to your question, yes, they are capable. Do I think it will happen with both Kirk and John back in the pavilion? I would say the odds are against it.
So let's look at probability. So a 25% chance of getting to 439?
I would say probably about that. There's a 75% likelihood that Barbados will gain a first innings lead. That is where they want to get him out. That is gone.
Plum as you like in a plum tree. They're just stretching that front foot forward. And that is the end of Brad Barnes. Joshua Bishop deserved that. He's bowled brilliantly. Jamaica in all sorts of trouble here. 100 for 4.
I think I know a little bit about cricket, Andrew, because I did say pushing that left foot forward is always a candidate for the LBW to the straight ball. And that was straight. And Brad Barnes will look at this, and I don't think he can be too disappointed that the umpire's fingers went up. Didn't spin fast and straight. Look at the front foot. Dead in line, but not accessing. Most days you'd be lucky.
Well, the umpires have been very, very hesitant to give LBW. So for that one to be given, I don't think he could have gotten any more plum. As Romain Morris is the man that comes out now.
Well, Brad Barnes was looking at his bat as he got that LBW. I didn't initially feel he got a touch, but you viewers at home, make your mind up. Was there an inside edge, or was Brad Barnes mistaken in thinking he did get an inside edge? Did say he's a candidate for the quick one. Did he get any touch on that? Doesn't appear so. It was pad first, even if there was bat, but it would have been pad first. I think that is a fair decision. Good bowling from Joshua Bishop. Let's see what Romain Morris had.
It certainly looked like if there was bat, it might have been bat
after the pad.
So
That's the point.
It was definitely pad first. I don't think there's any consideration there. The two left armers again at the crease now. Joshua Bishop must be licking his lips. Jamaica actually brought up their 100 as well. So 100 on the board for the Jamaicans with a loss of 4 wickets, so it's an average of 25 per man. So if you still look at that, then they're going to get to about 250. Romain Morris has the capability. Will he be able to anchor this innings? Javal Glenn has a bit of a start, 17, scratchy 17 or 49.
Romain Morris has been playing out of character for the last 2-3 innings in this tournament. Has not exuded the kind of confidence that I was expecting, to the point where John Campbell felt he had to shield him in that last innings of the last game.
Going too hard at that one, getting an inside edge, and thankfully fall safely. Well, I've heard the comments off air in terms of that Alden Thomas is the better glove man, but Romain Morris is picked because of his batting prowess. So it might be that Romain Morris is sort of inside his own head at the moment. He's like, okay, I have to prove myself as a batter.
Yeah, Alden Thomas, for me, the man they call Zoom in these parts, is a fantastic wicket keeper. I mean, pure gloves. So I agree that I think purely with the gloves, Alden Thomas, you would say, is the better of the 2 wicket keepers. In fact, I think Alden Thomas may be one of the better glovesmen in the entire Caribbean when he does play. Alden Thomas can bat.
100 for 4, 36 overs have been bowled.
Alden Thomas can bat. But Romain Morris, you would just give him the edge. But in the last 2 games, it's a strange Romain Morris that we're witnessing. In trials, in parish cricket, he's a free-scoring left-hander. You pitch up, it's gone. He's busy. In this tournament so far, he's batting like a man who is a little hesitant about imposing himself. And I think it has helped and hurt him in both ways.
Well, I think we've discussed this before. I mean, Springer to continue. We've discussed this before in that if you look at the speed of batting in red ball cricket and 4-day cricket, you can go through all the gears. You can go from gear 1, gear 2, gear 3, gear 4, gear 5. In white ball cricket, it's normally always just gear 5. And I think batters now don't understand about gear 2 and gear 3 and gear 4. They understand gear 1, they understand hunkering down, and they understand gear 5. Go all out, guns blazing, etc. But there is a gear too, where you knock the ball around, where you get your singles, where you get an understanding of the ball and how it is behaving and what the bowlers are offering.
Yeah, I said that chipping down the wicket at the spinners is a lost art in Jamaica and by extension West Indies cricket. And I firmly believe that. I think that the other thing that is a dying art in West Indies cricket is how do you get singles from goodish deliveries. Now, when you looked at the previous generation, and that's all we have to talk about, the Haynes and the Greenwich and the Viv Richards of the time.
Feeling for that one, almost getting a little tickle on that one, Glenn. And he knows his bat was naughty for going for that one.
Yeah, the bowler bowling from round the wicket at the left-hander, so he sees the angle coming in all the time. This is one of the advantages of bowling around the wicket to the left-hander. From that angle, everything seems to be coming towards the off stump.
Yeah.
And even at times, they are a little wider than you think they are, but it forces you into a shot. Had the bowler been over the wicket, bowling at that exact line, Glenn would have left alone. So this is a good tactic. Round the wicket, just outside off, forces him to play more than he has to. Drives at that. So I was saying about Greenwich and Haynes and Co. These guys were brilliant at coming off strike, no matter how good you are. They were master practitioners. They'll squeeze a single here. You couldn't tie them down unless you were bowling absolute brilliantly. But once they were getting bat to ball, they were able to manipulate singles far better than the current generation. And it affects West Indies cricket in all forms of the game. I mean, look at Glenn, 17 from 53 balls on a fairly placid wicket, and know that you're batting for your team. But had the ability to maneuver was a little bit better, he could be 27 from 54 even.
Closing in on 30, exactly. That's what you have to be looking at.
But there's another theory that I would want to explore as well.
Appeal for a court behind. Chris Taylor is not raising the finger. Shamar Springer continues to ask. That was a fantastic delivery. Glenn feeling for that one as well. That is the end of the over. Another maiden. Is there a tickle on this one? Orville Higgins.
Interesting. Round the wicket, angling in, has to play. Difficult to tell. But look at the concerted appeal. Glenn is heart in his mouth. I trust Chris Taylor's judgment. He's a great umpire, but that was close.
There was no deviation on in terms of Boucher collecting it, and as he continued collecting it around the middle stump area, so that was clear that it went that way. Might have been the tiniest of grazes that, of course, can be picked up in that regard.
Great bowling that though. Round the wicket, at an angle to the left-hander, forcing him to play when probably he doesn't have to. And if he had gotten the verdict in his favor, it would have been well earned. He's bowling really well. Here's Morris again.
Joshua Bishop bowls to Romain Morris. Extravagant blocking there from the keeper batsman.
Now a little conversation between Glenn and Morris. They are tempting Morris. There's nobody there's a mid-on that's very short and a mid-wicket that's very straight, but they are in line almost with the non-striker stumps. You can see Craig Brathwaite just to the left in the number 11. Nobody at long on. So they are saying, are you brave enough to go over the top, over the leg side? The mid-off is a little deep. Do you want to hit with a spin out towards long on?
Appeal for a leg before again. Might have been a little bat on that one. Outside off as well.
Yeah, he's playing and he's struck outside off. So he's never going to be given out LBW to that. But how will he score? Now 6 deliveries scoreless. What's his plan to get off strike? Because once you keep blocking, you never know what will happen. One may just pop. Well,
Almost tangled up by that one as well. Got his bat down just in time. Joshua Bishop has that ball behaving a little bit mischievously.
Yeah, he has them on a string. Very accurate. He's not bowled one single bad ball in a very long time now.
Gets that one down just past Craig Braffett at that short, very short mid-on position. So he does get off the mark. Romain Morris eventually. So good cricket, good contest. And Davil Glenn, 17 off 55. Inside edge on that occasion and bubbling up into the leg side. Well. Play Joshua Bishop at your peril, Jamaica. 38 overs bowled, 101 for 4 is the score.
12 for 1 after 7. The other thing that I think could be impacting the Brad Barnes and the Javel Glens of this Jamaican team, the Abhijay Man Singhs, is that maybe at the back of their mind they feel they are not fully settled as automatic members of the team. And you almost feel that they are thinking that they are playing for their spot all the time. I mean, Kurt McKenzie and John Campbell, part of the reason why they have been able to play as freely as they have is because they are certain to play. Now, it's a difficult balancing act between allowing a batsman to express himself without fear of being dropped and telling him to perform, or else he'll be dropped.
Yeah, but certainly I think in terms of John Campbell now, what you wanted to see was what happened on the last day of the last game, where he played within himself and was able to pull off the draw for Jamaica. This session now is tailored for John Campbell, a set John Campbell, and that's what should have happened. He had a session to set himself. He had a session to get going, and he got a start. He got to 36. That's a start. That's a platform to build on. And that platform would have been extended into a 2-story house, a condominium apartment block in this session. Brandon King is coming in, and he isn't fluid in any form. He has maybe the barest amount of training and a match fitness behind him. So John Campbell's job was to protect his team as captain, as opening batter, as the most important batter. This was not time for a wham bam thank you 50. Flick down the leg side, nicely played by Glenn. Front, and the throw comes in at the non-striker's end. Oh my goodness. That could have been close there with a better throw from Jamel Warrican. Eventually the batters get home, and that's actually Romain Morris who gets 2 into the leg side.
Much too risky. There was absolutely no need for that kind of risk. A better throw, and Javel again would be struggling at the non-striker's end.
Yeah. Springer could have possibly done better at backing up as well. Nice drive by Morris, no run. Straight to mid-off.
Looks to be with a touch more intent in this innings is Romain Morris, which I think is when he's at his best. He's a quite delightful stroke maker when he gets his mind to it. Now, you're not asking him to, as you say, play wham-bam cricket, but he can't be as defensive. Oh.
Tucked up by that one. 5 wickets, I should say, fell yesterday. And so far we've had 9 today. You think the pitch has played any different?
I think the first day was probably the flattest of the 3 days, interestingly enough. But today, I think for a spell, they were the Jamaican fast bowlers. There were things happening. Still good for batting, but I think that now the bowlers are a little bit more encouraged than the last 2 sessions on day 1 or on the first day.
Yeah, just the second day of this game, so
Yeah,
there's a lot of cricket to play.
Right.
39 overs have been bowled, 103 for 4. Oh, Will Higgins, I know it feels like you've been up here for a lifetime.
Yeah, it
but
does.
It's just day 2.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit more on offer for the bowlers post-lunch today than there was post-lunch yesterday.
Just about 12 minutes before the first scheduled drinks break. Minimum of, I think it was about 26 overs left in the day's play. Certainly have to see how much they get out of it. I wouldn't be surprised if Rustin Chase comes back soon, maybe after that Shamar Springer spell. Joshua Bishop has tied down this end. I don't think he will want to leave this end at all. Even if Craig Bradford tells him so, he'll be like, well, Craig, can I get another over or 2, please? Pretty please? Awkwardly played there by Glenn.
Yeah, he's having trouble with the left-arm spinner out of the rough on the offside or the perceived rough. Yeah, there you go. He is not sure where to score or how to score. He's content at the moment to just block the left-arm spinner. Reaching out and just nullifying the spin. Has no intention of doing anything, taking him on in any way. Working hard, concentrating hard.
That's a nice punch to the extra cover region. Reaches out nicely for that one. Will it make the ropes? This one is touch and go. It just does indeed. That's hard working for by Javel Glenn. Certainly deserved that one. Maybe one poor delivery from Bishop. A little bit too full, maybe?
It was too full, for sure. And Javel Glenn guided it past the fielder. You could see there that he was looking for the gap and found it.
He sort of checked it, didn't he? It was not full-blooded drive. More of a punch than a drive. Almost turned that one into short leg there, but stabbed it down like it was a biting cobra. 107 for 4. 40 overs have been bowled. The run rate dropping to 2.69, which just shows how difficult the Jamaicans have it here. And
are they having an early drinks? Yes, they have.
Yeah, they're certainly going for an early drinks break, actually, at 10 minutes before the hour. Look into your magic 8 ball and tell us how this game will go as Rustin Chase comes back, the chief destroyer for the Barbados Pride. He's taken 2 wickets. Jamaica Scorpions 107 for 4. Chasing 439 as posted by the Barbados Pride. Not surprising that Chase is back. Some 26 overs, I believe, or so left in the day's play. So can the Pride, maybe with their spinners on, they're going to see if they can scuttle through the overs. The Jamaicans are taking their time putting their gloves back on. And 2 left-handers at the crease, Javel Glenn and Romaine Morris. Andrew Chan, as usual, in your company to see you off the close of this game. While beside me is the gentleman whose voice has started wars and ended romances, Orville Higgins, the master of radio and television, well known in Jamaica. Is there any graffiti of you, Orville Higgins? I think that's when you know you've made it in Jamaica, when there's a drawing of you somewhere on a street corner.
No.
Not yet. Oh my, Orville Higgins.
That's an urban practice. In the country we don't do that. And I'm a countryman.
No, y'all are proper people. Y'all wouldn't be drawing on walls. That would be inappropriate. Highly inappropriate.
No, I haven't yet been that honored.
So what do you think has been your greatest honor in your career, Orville Higgins, in your long and illustrious career? What is he?
I was Sports Journalist of the Year in 2011. And I was the first Sports Journalist of the Year on radio to get that award in many moons. Because usually the Sports Journalists of the Year are the print guys.
The big beast of television.
No, usually the print guys.
Oh, the print guys.
Right. So they would, they go to the World Cup or the Olympics or the World Championship. It's hard to beat that kind of coverage. But I got it that year, and I feel, without, strutting my own stuff, that I would have helped to shape radio sports talk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you write your own stories as well? Do you a lot of your own writing?
I was a Gleaner columnist as well for years.
Oh.
Yeah. So, I did some writing for the Gleaner. For maybe about 10 years I was a Gleaner columnist. Morris here just playing as resolutely as he can. Still no side to that Morris that I keep telling you about, that he can be a brisk stroke player.
Two for 9, Rustin Chase, as he starts his second spell. That first spell was quite destructive, maybe caused by the batters in their own way. Brandon King trying to cut one too close to the stump. This one is off the outside edge. It won't get to the ropes. Look like Joshua Bishop doing the chasing, and they get 2 runs. You didn't ask me about my honors, Orville Higgins. I guess you don't think I'm worthy of anything at all.
What would you say has been your biggest accomplishment professionally so far?
Professionally, in terms of media, that's a nice shot through the covered region, just in front of square. Mosley will do the chasing as they come back for 2. I have quite a few accolades, personal accolades, I think that I've really enjoyed. At one television station, I was on news. I was in the news department. I was the voice talent as well. And then I was in a position called Creative Development Manager, which I sort of created for myself because I was coming up. It's a brand new TV station, so I was coming up with all the concepts of the shows and stuff like that. I think I really, really enjoyed that job. Another one, I have done some stuff in print, so it was really nice to see my name in print.
Yeah.
But at the end of the over, it's 111 for 4, and Nelson is on the board for the Scorpions. Hopefully it doesn't bring bad luck. But certainly I think making my international debut, as it were, for radio, for the West Indies versus Pakistan ODI, I think that would probably rank amongst the top. And then, of course, the opportunity to do this cricket is quite nice because, our clips and our voices are posted on Windies regional and things like that. So it is nice to do at least regional cricket. And then, it is nice to be acknowledged by the people that know you. So you walk around here and there and guys know you, and Robert Haynes is coming up to you and saying, good commentary and stuff like that. So Now an official award straight into short leg. That is the end of Java Glen. Oh my goodness. Joshua Bishop strikes again. Jamaica lose their fifth. It's 111 for 5. My sincerest apologies. I said the Nelson was dangerous, and so it proves to be.
Yeah, and I've kept mentioning that the batsmen in the generation have got to be able to manipulate the scoring and not just be ultra defensive, especially against spinners, especially when you're putting bat to ball. Now, this one spun a little bit, and I was talking about playing at deliveries that wide, and that was a good catch. That was Bishop probably deserving that. But he's been consistently bowling that line against batsmen who are not doing anything but pushing and prodding forward. Now, had he chipped down the wicket a couple of times, Joshua Bishop would not know what exact length do I need to bowl. But because the batsmen are sitting there, almost like sitting ducks, where you know what to expect, because the batsman isn't coming. Oh, bat away from pad, didn't allow it to come to him, reached out for it. A few little technical things that Javel Glenn would look at. You don't want to play that far out in front of your pad first thing. You want to allow it to come and then play dead under your eyes, just under the front pad. Look how far is the bat. Well, not far. It could have been further. But you still want to play that later. And in the end, well bowled Joshua Bishop. He has hardly put a foot wrong. And the Jamaicans, especially the left-handers, have had huge problems against it.
The new batter is RBJ Mansing, so a right-hander comes to the crease. And Joshua Bishop really enjoying himself here. Let's see how he settles into the right-hander. And as you would expect, every man around the bat. There are no fielders patrolling the boundary. There's a short leg, silly mid-off, a short mid-off, short mid-wicket, backward point, slip, mid-off, a conventional mid-off and mid-on. Confidently pushed by Mansing for no run.
Yeah, he needs some runs. He didn't impress with the ball in this innings. Capable all-round cricketer. He needs to score. He wants
biting on the pitch there, Joshua Bishop. Sharp angle there, well left by Mansing, well judged.
He's one that doesn't give his wicket away. He will play stoic and solid.
That one is pushed nicely to mid-off, gets past Bishop, but there is no run. Looking at a wicket maiden here is Josh Bishop.
Maybe Mansing just planning to be a little bit more positive this innings. I've always seen two balls driven out into the offside.
But I think starting to happen on day 2 because the Bajan spinner is enjoying a lot of love here. And we see some balls that are just starting to do some different things. It was the Pacers that really did the heavy lifting for Jamaica. Odin Smith with 3 wickets, Mindley with 3. Barnes got 2 wickets. So it is the Pacers that did the heavy lifting for Jamaica. At the end of that over, brilliant over from Joshua Bishop, 111 for 5. The Nelson remains, 42 overs have been bowled. 10 wickets have fallen today as compared to 5 yesterday. As we have a look at the wicket again of Java Glen, stretching out in front of him and easily pocketed by that short fellow at short leg.
The other question on that dismissal is whether he could have played that off the back foot. He's reaching or pushing forward against Joshua Bishop, scared of the ball maybe coming back into him. Could he have played that? No, it was fairly pitched up. Ball spun.
Did he have to play at it? It was a fairly wide delivery as well.
Yeah. And the umpire would find it difficult to tell if you push a pad to that, it would be difficult for the umpire to say with any surety that would have been coming back to hit. But I did talk earlier about pushing at those wide deliveries well outside of stump.
Attacking cricket here from Barbados. They have all the fielders around the bat as well for Morris.
And Morris himself doesn't want to be a candidate of another bat pad catch. Spinners absolutely having things their own way at the moment.
I feel like it's been a couple overs since the Jamaicans have scored a run. This might be going on to the second over, second or third, could be. Couple maidens here. Pressure building all the time. Goes to the big shot, just gets it over the head of a mid-off. And Romain Morris releases the pressure a little bit with a boundary.
Yeah, well, this is the Romain Morris I'm telling you about. Not sure that that was the greatest execution you'll ever see. So I'm not convinced at the authenticity of the shot, but you've got to find a way not to be just bogged down.
It looks like he was caught between maybe hitting that over cover and going straight.
Rustin Chase 2 for 17 from 7.4, so he's virtually unplayable as far as the Jamaican batsmen are concerned. They seem not to have a clue what to do with it.
Turn that into the leg side. Well, he got himself in a big tangle there. The Romain Morris. No, he just dribbled off, and the keeper does the fielding. One delivery left. Does he try to take the strike over, or does he trust Mansing?
No, I don't think you'll be seeing any shielding of either of these at the moment. They'll take the singles when they're on offer. Mansing is seen as a proper batsman in his own right in the Jamaican camp, so no. They'll take every available single.
He still does get a run. That will go close to the boundary. They actually come back for 2, so 117 for 5 at the end of 43 overs. And that's the state of the game here. The Jamaica Scorpions on the back foot. They trail by a massive 324 runs. And the Barbados Pride Spinners really enjoying themselves so far on this day 2 pitch.
Yeah, the run rate constantly dipping. Well below 3 now, I think about 2.6 something. There we go, 2.72 now. You don't want to be scoring less than, say, 3.5 on a wicket that is still good for batting. But so far, the spinners have kept the Jamaicans in check.
Yeah, it'll certainly be interesting to see Ladies and gentlemen, we do apologize for the break in our transmission. There was a power outage here at Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica. And the scoreboard you are seeing is actually accurate. Jamaica 141 for 9. They trail by quite a few runs, 298. That man Rustin Chase doing a lot of damage here, and it's the last pair in of Marquino Mindley and Carrie Campbell. And just to let you know what happened, well, I think when we left here it was 111 for 5 with the loss of Javel Glenn's wicket. RBJ Mansing then fell LBW to Rustin Chase for 5. Rustin Chase then had 2 and 2. Pete Salmon was caught at short leg for a duck. Odin Smith came in, denied the hat-trick ball. And I think Carrie Campbell has actually been bowled here to end the innings, and that is how it closes. Jamaica finish on a 142 all out. And essentially what happened was that Pete Salmon fell with the score on 126, and then Romain Morris was LBW to Josh Bishop for a fighting 19. That took the score to 138 for 2. And then Odin Smith fell hitting out, trying to hit Joshua Bishop out. He fell for 10, caught by Kevin Wickham. And then the final wicket just fallen, Carrie Campbell. I think he was bowled by Rustin Chase. And for just 0. And that is how it ends up, 142 all out. Here's how the wickets fell. That was the wicket of John Campbell that started the whole slide. And then this was Brandon King going back to cut one from Rustin Chase, and he was dismissed there. He was the second wicket to fall. Mackenzie driving to backward point. Jediah Blades picking up his sole wicket of the match. And that was the third wicket to fall. That was, I think, that was the wicket of Romain Morris. No, we're going on to Brad Barnes now. He was the fourth wicket to fall. LBW to a straight one from Joshua Bishop. And then this should be the wicket of Javel Glenn. Yep, spared that one, just a short leg there. Another wicket for Joshua Bishop. Rustin Chase got Mansing straight on LBW. That's about as plumb as you could get. And 2 wickets and 2 balls for Rustin Chase as Pete Salmon gave short legs some catching practice there. Odin Smith did deny the hat-trick ball. And I believe this should be the wicket of Morris. Yeah, LBW to Joshua Bishop. Took a long while before raising the dreaded finger that Collins Bryan. This was the wicket of Odin Smith. He had previously hit Joshua Bishop for 6, but that one was caught down at long off. That was the end of Odin Smith. And then this was the last wicket to fall. Carrie Campbell beaten by one that just snuck through. Or I'm not sure if it's hit wicket even. It could have been hit wicket, but I'm not sure about that one. But at the end of the day, Carrie Campbell was dismissed by Rustin Chase. So in terms of the bowling here, Joshua Bishop 4 for 31. Rustin Chase, I think it is 4 for him as well. It might be 5 actually, come to think of it. So we'll have a look at that. Blades got the 1 wicket. And so we're going to take a short break while the teams switch over, and we'll give you all the details of the match after this short break. Roller coaster this morning and fast race this afternoon, and Jamaica forced to follow on. Joshua Bishop will opening the bowling. John Campbell is back out there to open the batting once again for the second time today. Bowled out for 142. The Jamaicans, they trailed by a mammoth 297. And Orville Higgins is not looking pleased at all.
Not at all. The Jamaican batsmen were like sitting ducks against the spinners. They made Rustin Chase and Joshua Bishop look like world-class spinners on a pitch that is still easy for batting. The hard ball is spinning, and interestingly enough, they have started with Joshua Bishop, and he's bowled it.
Well. Immediately strikes there. That's the end of John Campbell, and he's been bowled without adding a run to the score. All I can say is that the Bajans are all over the Jamaicans now.
Yeah.
Inside edge onto his stumps.
John Campbell is bemused at what happened. A little inside edge down onto the stumps, and it's all Barbados pride at the moment. They seem to can't put a foot wrong. And Jamaica, trailing by 297 to begin with, have already lost a wicket with no runs on the board. This could end tomorrow, you know, Andrew.
Yeah, it certainly can. It certainly can indeed. I would hate if it ended tonight for the Jamaica Scorpions' sake. And the new batter is Brandon King. And he's coming in after scoring just one earlier today. And he was deceived by Rustin Chase and Joshua Bishop. Absolutely spectacular bowling here. Well, you have to give credit to both the Barbados Pride spinners in the form of Rustin Chase, who actually finished with 4 for 26.
Was it 4 or 5 he ended up with?
Well, that's what I'm trying to confirm here. So
I think he ended up with 5.
I think he did complete the 5.
But if you run through the wickets of Rustin Chase, almost everybody else, except maybe Odain Smith, was out prodding and pushing against both spinners. Nobody really tried to use their feet and hit down the ground or stroke down the ground. They were just there as targets. Brandon King, who got 1, was out cutting in the first innings. You want to be careful about trying to cut deliveries that are too close to him. So let's see.
Oh, leaving that one at 1-2 sharply. I'm disappointed in John Campbell. I mean, it was a good delivery. Maybe a bit lazy from him in terms of how he played it. A little bit not enough respect considering exactly what has happened with his team. But this was an opportunity for him as Jamaica captain to put up his hand and put up a battle for Jamaica. Well, it might have been a regular action, but it would have still been good to see.
Yeah, he did that in the last innings of the last game. Tried. Joshua Bishop is getting... Wow! And the Jamaican batsmen continue to be in a bind. That one was the quicker one. Brandon King had absolutely no clue.
You're going to watch every delivery like a spitting cobra now. Brilliant stuff from Joshua Bishop. And the Jamaicans have lost the wicket. They haven't added a run in their second innings. It's none for 1.
None for 1, trailing by 297. That's a very tall order. Can the Jamaicans put up some resistance? Looking unlikely. With Rustin Chase, so it's Craig Brathwaite has started with spinners from both ends. These two were the ones that did the absolute damage in the first innings. Chase 5 for 28, Joshua Bishop 4 for 31, so 9 wickets between them. And like I said, most of those wickets, 7, 8 of those were batsmen just prodding and pushing. And the captain has enforced the follow on, the right thing to do, and he started back with the very same bowlers.
Confirming that Chase did finish with 5 wickets. It was 5 for 28 in that first innings. Ably supported by Joshua Bishop with 4 for 31. Extravagant spin as well. It almost seems like an absolutely and utterly different pitch here. My goodness, it's an interesting state of affairs here for Jamaica. Feeling for that one, almost drawn into the shot there.
Ball spinning away from bat, going towards the keeper. They're all hemming him in. 4 people around the bat. Pressure is on. Pressure is really on.
The Leeward Islands are up against it in the game against Trinidad and Tobago. Red Force posted 522 for 9 declared. The Leeward Islands have slipped to 88 for 4. Karima Gore not out on 60. Anderson Phillips with 2 wickets and Joshua James and Carey Pear with 1 apiece. So that game is also moving along very, very swiftly. While the Windward Islands Volcanoes and Guyana Harpy Eagles game, well, that game is at stumps. The Guyana Harpy Eagles 44 for 2. This is after they posted 242 in their first innings, and the Volcanoes responded with 223. So those 2 games have actually gone on till stumps, and at the play is at the end of the day. Meanwhile, at the end of the over, according to the manual scorecard, I think there's a minimum of 10 overs remaining in the day. Considering these spinners are operating, they should run it through very, very quickly.
Yeah, don't think we'll be going until 6 o'clock this evening as we have a couple of the previous evenings. Brandon King, I don't think he's in his best form at the moment.
Getting himself in a tangle as that delivery sharply moved towards leg from Joshua Bishop. He must be enjoying himself. Look at him, he's walking back with an absolute skip, is Joshua Bishop.
Why not? The Jamaican batsmen at the moment seem clueless. Well, that's a punch into the offside. Finally, a breaking of the shackles, but even then, can't beat the field.
Keshav Bahadur Singh, our producer, says it's not a skip, it's swag. He's walking back with real swagger, Joshua Bishop. He almost got through on that occasion, just about dug it out to mid-on, wide of long on, I should say. And Brandon King doubles his score from the first innings. He's up to 2. And the Jamaicans have runs on the board. Again, trying to back away and cut. Does make the connection on this time. That was how he was out in the first innings, if you remember. Trying to cut one that was too close to him.
Yeah.
Appeal for a leg before, maybe going down the leg side.
Yeah, I don't think that would have. I think that's just heading past the leg stump. He was out cutting to the off spinner spinning in. This time, there's a little bit more likelihood that he'll get it unless it's a dead straight one that runs on with the arm. But he still has to be careful with that cut shot.
Gets the space to cut, and again he hits it straight to that fielder at cover. So making connection, Brandon King, but not getting the ball through the field. 2 for 1, 3 overs have been bowled.
I think he'd be better advised to just punch off the back foot through the covers as opposed to that cross-batted slash that got him into trouble with that under edge in the first innings. I would have just put that shot away for a bit. But Brandon King seems intent on playing that cut shot. And let's see if he fares any better with that shot in the second innings.
Kirk McKenzie worked hard, threw it away. What does he do today? For the second time today, I should say. You really have to feel for John Campbell as well. And if you really look at the fall of wickets here, the first wicket at 61, and that was in the Jamaica first inning. 61, 67, 95, 100, 111, 126, 126, 132, 139, and then 142. So without much competition at all, that 61-run opening partnership between Campbell and McKenzie was the biggest partnership the Jamaicans had. And it almost seemed as soon as Campbell left, it was a quick progression of wickets. McKenzie and Glenn threatened a little bit with a 28-run partnership. But goes to the big shot, you extra cover. Gets a piece of that, does Kirk McKenzie. And that will go into the ropes. Oh my, it's gone the distance. It's gone for 6.
I think the Jamaicans will have to be a whole lot more positive than they were in that first innings when they were just poking at deliveries. This one isn't really up there for the drive, but with the field in, that's a safe shot once he gets it over the infield. They've got to be a little bit more creative in their stroke play, and that shot was merited. The field is in, 3-4 people under the bat, which means that there are spaces in the outfield, and Kirk McKenzie.
Yeah, they have to back themselves. It can't be a tentative push here. It was a full-blooded aerial drive on that shot from McKenzie. Yeah, and that's what the Jamaicans have to do. They have to back themselves. 8 for 1, 4 overs bowled.
Yeah, even if he hadn't middled that, it would still be a relatively safe shot because the field is so close in, trying to people in catching positions. Brandon King now to Bishop. Let's see his approach. I still want to be driving and playing that cut shot that he seems intent on playing. Has to be careful when it is the faster, flatter one. So it's a real battle for these two who will want to bat the remaining overs until close.
There's about 9 overs left, I believe. You certainly wouldn't want to lose any more wickets. From the Bajans' perspective, they want to keep want to keep the runs down.
That shot, I think, is the more advisable shot. Not a horizontal bat.
Goes to the sweep down the leg side. Stifled appeal from Joshua Bishop. Don't blame him. He's probably going to appeal for every single delivery, even if it goes for 6. Because he's in that sort of frame of mind. It really looks absolutely and utterly dangerous. He's looked a world apart from every other bowler. Rustin Chase, I mean, he bowled well, but it's more clever bowling from Rustin Chase. Maybe variations of pace and stuff like that. But Joshua Bishop is getting the ball to rip. He genuinely rip. Back to that one. Oh my goodness, how did that beat everything? Wonderful delivery from Bishop to end the over. And I believe that is a maiden as well. 8 for 1.
Didn't have a clue to this. Did Brandon King spun at the last minute. He was on the back foot. The ball spun past the bat. But he played it well. He didn't follow the ball with his hands outside of. He played the line, got beaten, and managed to just hold the bat in line, which is sometimes not the most easy thing to do when the ball is spinning. He'll just reach for it a little bit. But played the line, got beaten, well bowled. And there's not much, you don't think that there's too much Brandon King could have done with that. He played the line, good ball. Those are bowled as well.
You know, it's sort of surprising that the spinners have had so much joy here, as a misfield by Rustin Chase allows for an easy single. But Jamal Warrican really hasn't featured at all in that first innings, and you'd have thought that Jamal Warrican would be the one to do the damage.
Which is probably not great news for Jamaica because they have been spun out in the first innings. A spinner has already taken a wicket here, and Warrican can be, if not more deadly than either of these if he gets it right. So if the Jamaicans think they have a problem with spin, then it could get worse.
That's a nice shot through the extra cover region. That's Brandon King at his best. It won't go to the ropes, actually. The fielder does well. I think that is Warrican himself. And as the throw comes in, Brandon King gets a nice, easy 2.
Yeah, he did. Nice drive. Didn't overhit. Kept his shape. Head down. The stroking it through the covers. A lovely shot there.
It's that one a little harder. Well fielded at mid-off. Sort of awkward there for actually Warrican, who's at that mid-off position. It was Mosley who did the fielding in the cover region. How does Brandon King approach this innings? Because he's coming in, finding his way back into the team. Admittedly, he's one of the players that does deserve a spot.
Well, he's got to find that that fine line between being positive without being careless. He can't just push and prod though.
End of the over, 11 for 1, 6 without 11 for 1. 6 overs have been bowled. It's not 6 without loss. Yeah, you were saying about Brandon King?
Yeah, he has to be positive without being reckless. And so far, so good. Just to watch out for that cut shot would be my advice for him. Punch off the back foot with a straighter bat would be my advice because the other one is spinning and the other one is keeping a touch low. Outside of that, I think he's started pretty well here.
Yeah, but you have to think that Brandon King is the one player, other than, of course, John Campbell, who's back in the hutch, that could make the Bajan sweat. Kirk McKenzie might bring on a little nerves if he continues to bat, if he gets to 50, etc. But Brandon King, if he bats until the end of the day and into the session tomorrow, and most of the session tomorrow, I think then the Bajans would start to get a little bit nervous. Not that they should be. The Scorpions still trail by a massive 286. But it's all about application now, isn't it, from the Jamaicans? They faltered in their first innings. Can they come back strongly in their second?
Kurt McKenzie was out driving on the up. That is the one way that he cannot get out this innings.
An appeal for a caught behind that was well done by Rustin Chase. He's almost... It would have been, if he was out there, he'd have been caught driving again. Be interesting to see what happened there. I might have just played it into the pitch.
Yeah, I think that's what happened.
Spectators catch. Beaten by that one. Wonderful delivery by Joshua Bishop. It's certainly been a turnaround in this series, and that's the interesting thing about a bilateral series for sure. The over comes in, and another maiden there from Joshua Bishop, 11 for 1. Because, of course, the Jamaicans pulled off something amazing at Chedwin Park. They chased down a total that nobody expected them to chase. In the second game, you could say the honors were just about even. Maybe Barbados lingered too long, especially with the rain delays, and missed an opportunity. But at the end of the day, that game petered out into what could be described as the tamest of draws here. But now Barbados are in the ascendancy, and it's up to Jamaica Scorpions, because I think if they lose this game, they're pretty much out of the tournament, and Barbados will go through. So it's up to them to salvage what they can. And
I made the point yesterday that barring that magnificent counter-attacking double-century opening partnership by...
Before you continue, Warrican will be the change in bowling as he replaces Rustin Chase. So let's see what he brings to the party.
Yeah, outside of that double-century opening stand at Chedwin Park in that first game, the Barbadians will tell you that for much of the days, they are the team in front.
Yeah, quite.
They declared, remember, for that 2 sessions, so they lost those 2 sessions by just brilliant batting. But I would think Barbados would have won more sessions over the course of, what is it now, 10 days of cricket than the Jamaicans will have. But such is the nature at the moment. Barbados will feel that it was just, they were beaten in Chedwin Park in over 2 sessions by just the kind of brilliant batting that you don't often expect. Since then,
yeah, it's been rarely seen.
Yeah, since then they'll feel that they've had the better of the Jamaicans.
Maybe they'll feel this is justice, or in terms of or that's what their team is capable of.
Didn't think that they were attacking enough in their intent in the second game. This time around, I think Craig Brathwaite has been spot on. There have been more attacking fields.
I think what Jamaica could be proud of is that they bettered the odds, because I with this brittle order, we always predicted that a collapse was on the cards. To hold it to the 5th innings of a 6 innings tournament was not bad.
Yeah.
And they can be proud that they've had some very positive scores. But at the end of the day, it was all down to Campbell, and it has been all down to Campbell and Mackenzie. At the end of the over, interesting over from Warrican. Didn't seem as threatening as Bishop or Chase, but not a bad over. He could probably settle in to his work.
The Barbadian pride, their batting has not failed at any point.
They haven't.
They have scored 300 or more in all 5 innings that they've batted so far.
And it has been different players. Jonathan Drakes has been consistent. Kevin Wickham has been brilliant. Craig Brathwaite as well. And then Shamar Springer lower down in the order. So Shamar Springer has sort of batted with the lower order really, really well to make sure that the scores that they want, or that they're searching for, that they are getting.
Yeah, the Jamaicans, on the other hand, have been too dependent on 2 people. Kurt McKenzie, John Campbell. Why is he cutting? Can you explain to me, Andrew? I've been saying, cut the cut shot out. It's not working for you today, Brandon King. Punch the ball off the back foot. If you're a Jamaican Scorpion
But Brandon
supporter.
King is searching for form. We know this. And maybe he feels with the cut shot, that's where he knows, okay, I'm starting to find my form again. So he's throwing it at it. And he's very good cutting. He is very good cutting. He's very good driving.
Yeah, he's a fluent offside player. But the shot isn't working. Yeah. He's good enough to be a problem here. His wicket could make the difference between whether Jamaica makes it respectable or not.
But it even make them bat again. Excellent stuff there by the keeper. That ball was drifting down the leg side. Lenico Boucher read that.
So outside of that cut shot, if he gets settled and set, then he could be a problem. So just cut out the risky shots at the moment and settle in for a long haul. Yeah, that's the shot. Look to punch off the back foot out towards cover, extra cover, as opposed to that cross-batted cut shot.
It's a nice shot through the extra cover region. That's Brandon King at his absolute best. That's a delightful four.
That is strokes. He's a pleasant driver of the ball through the offside. That's where he should be looking to hit it. Nobody moved. Well, certainly the batsman didn't need to move. Lovely shot.
The shadows are lengthening around Sabina Park. 14 for 1 following on. Well, that should be 18 for 1, I think, at the end of the over. Nine overs remaining in the day's play, according to what I see from the manual scorecard. Change in bowling. Looks like Mr. Jediah Blades will be coming back. This is interesting. 1 over from Warrican, and immediately he's taken off.
Yeah. The skip wants wickets.
Starting too wide there, Jediah Blades.
Too wide. Not influencing a stroke at all. You want the batsmen to be playing. They'd be tentative, wanting to bat until stumps. So I don't think Kurt McKenzie will be playing too many shots. So the more you can make him play, the better.
You certainly have a lot of content for your radio talk show, Orville Higgins, at least when it comes to the cricket. And I'm sure you'll be post-morteming all of this and having your special guests on.
Oh, poor. You take off your spinner who was looking a little threatening and ask Jediah Blades to run in. That is not what you're expecting at all. It looks to be labouring at a touch. May have just, well, it's the end of a long day, but certainly that's not the way his captain would have wanted him to start.
Well, they've really only been out there for 2 sessions, so he should not be laboured, Jediah Blades. See if he gets this one right. Certainly does indeed. Yeah, so basically I think if Barbados do separate this pair before the day ends, Orville Higgins, I think it's more than likely possible or plausible that Jamaica will fold very easily tomorrow. If these two do stay the course, survive these 9 overs or so, 8 overs, something like that. Awkward there from Mackenzie, trying to leave, to getting a touch on it.
Yeah,
Taking it down to slip.
Made up his mind late to leave. So he's in a clearly defensive frame of mind, is Blades.
It would arguably be the most important century should either of these Jamaicans get to that landmark. Very far away from it.
Yeah, I mean, Kurt McKenzie will be in a defensive state of mind. So we don't expect too many shots. He's definitely batting for stumps. And that is why Blades can't be that wide. Kurt McKenzie generally leaves the ball quite well, as we mentioned in the first inning. So you've got to get him to want to play, because any opportunity he gets to leave, he's not going to play at those.
Coming down on the bat very, very late on that one, but solid defense by that man, Kirk McKenzie. 18 for 1, 10 overs have been bowled. The Jamaica Scorpions really, really on the back foot here. They've been asked to follow on after being dismissed for 142. Rustin Chase 5 for 28. Joshua Bishop 4 for 31. And you can see even there in that score of 142, the top scores were from John Campbell and Kirk McKenzie.
Yeah, I've been too dependent on these two. And Kirk is still there. Didn't get as many as he would have wanted to in that first innings and was out driving again, caught square in the offside. So he will feel, that man, that he's in pretty good nick. And if he gets a start, he should feel that there's another big score for him.
Coming up to 5:30 in Jamaica. Whacked away by King into the cover region, and there's no run.
He's intent in playing that shot, doesn't it? I think it was only 1 over after this, so he has to be absolutely careful. It does seem that that slashing shot through the offside could be his downfall. You want to hit down the ground. Yeah, prefer to see that if you're a Jamaica Scorpion supporter. But Joshua Bishop, though, has them on a string. 6 for 1. And he's in his 6th over. They have absolutely no idea. And this is him bowling now with a brand new ball. He's been one of the outstanding performers of the day along with Rustin Chase.
Yeah, absolutely impressive.
That's the cut shot. Why on earth is he continuing to play that? It doesn't take too much cricketing brain. The minute he came to the crease, cut that shot out. He keeps playing it, missing.
Appeal for a leg before, maybe going down leg side on that one. End of the over, is it? No, it's not yet. It's every ball that Joshua Bishop bowls is almost like theatre in itself at this stage.
Certainly bowled well, though. Hasn't bowled a bad ball. With every ball, it's an examination of the Scorpions and their technique, except that.
That was a bad ball. And as the commentators curse there, and it's sending that one down leg side, and it's a freebie for Brandon King. He's not going to miss out despite not being in the best form. 22 for 1, 11 overs have been bowled.
So this, I think, could be the last over, is it? Yeah, I think it, well, they are coming off. Yeah, so that was the last over. And the Jamaicans are in a spot of bother, to say the very least.
And that is how day 3 will end, with the Jamaicans at 18 for 1 after being asked to follow on by the Bajans. They were bowled out for 142. And this game, well, it could be finished early tomorrow. But if the Jamaicans have a little bit of backbone, maybe they can make a game out of it and add some respectability to this match. But that is the end of day 2 in this round 3 match between the Jamaica Scorpions and the Barbados Pride, with Jamaica ending on 18 for 1. Do come back here at 10 o'clock tomorrow for more coverage of this game. It has been a live and louder production for Cricket West Indies.